Hello all, this is your host NCommander, and you might see that I look a bit different today because we're doing VTubing. A lot of things have happened over the last few days since the last work stream, and hopefully, I'm looking at my panel, the levels will actually work. It hasn't caught up to the stream delay just yet. So, first, I might as well do this right at the start since Luna is actually in chat. I had a lot of help from Luna the Fox Girl, who's a member of Null Pointer Live, a VTuber group, and lead developer on Inochi 2D, which is a free and open source platform for VTubing. It is on GitHub. I may have put the link in the description. I hope I did. If not, I'll throw it in at a break. Please support her. So the reason I'm VTubing for this stream specifically is to talk about harassment, actually. There's an ongoing problem with basically, people see VTubers and then try and get every bit of their real life information out of it, and seeing it as valid or invalid that they choose to use an avatar instead of a face cam. Now you can see that I have the actual camera going, although it's pointed at the SPARCStation and not myself. So, and I will get to the donations. I have a lot of things to cover here at the start. So, there was a very long discussion about this on Twitter. I'm not going to go through all the details, but largely put, this is my way of saying how a content creator presents is entirely their business. There is no right or wrong way to do this. People who try and harass or get real-life information about VTubers or any content creators are trying to dox them. There's no acceptable reason to do so. And for those who watched our charity fundraising streams, you may remember that on the second and third links from Scratch ones, I wore cat ears. So for this one, I am using the Aka model. It's one of two that are under Creative Commons attribution. I've got the details in the description. She's not the best model for me because, well, I would prefer a different one, let me just put it like this. But for what I can do on short notice, this worked very well. And again, I do want to thank Luna for all the help she did. You may also know that today is Election Day in the United States. If you have not voted, please get out and vote. Polls are open in most areas until 8. And if you are a U.S. citizen, you have a right to vote. If they say you're not on the roster, get an affidavit valid and stand your ground. I'm not going to go heavily into the politics on this stream. It's, quite frankly, I find I'm trying not to doom scroll. As far as other news goes, before we actually start getting going, the Discord community now has a working Mastodon instance. Did I just crash? No, okay, it's just my laptop being glitchy. The amount of moving parts on this stream is a little bit scary, and for those who were in Discord last night will know that I spent a lot of time getting this SPARCStation going, and that this stream was originally announced to use my RS6000. Well, the RS6000 has problems. A lot of problems. The SPARCStation I've never used on a video before. I picked this up quite a while ago because it had the keyboard and mouse. But there's something you can do with a SPARCStation that you can't do with other ones. So we are going to be doing a lot of fun with this SPARCStation. We're going to run NeXTstep. We might even try and upgrade for as many versions of Solaris as we can. This should be able to run the very first version of Solaris. I don't remember when Sun dropped 32-bit support. I think it was Solaris 10 is the cutoff, but I'm not sure. And we are also fundraising for Trevor Project, which is a a charity organization in the United States that helps provide support for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans youth. I have fundraised for them in the past, although not on this channel. We've had a lot of fundraisers, so let me read off the names right now. I'd like to thank Terry Olson for a $10 donation. We have a $20 donation from Anonymous. iHeart's Mac Z, a $25. Anonymous for $5, and Great Quicks for $20. So the plan for today is I'm just going to stream as long as I can, although I probably should have streamed yesterday as well because we spent, 6-7 hours trying to get this stream going. And there is a bonus feature with this stream. So right now you see this SPARCStation. Let me switch to the display. I think it's the other button. And let me push the power, and look what we have. You might hear it spinning up. Okay, and it is going to look off-center. It's just a problem with the way I can fix it, but not easily. I have a NeXTstation sitting on top of the SPARCStation, an original NeXTcomputer NeXTstation. I believe the monitor says it's from '92, but I think the base unit's actually older. It's got a 25 megahertz Motorola 68040 and 16 megabytes of RAM. It's got one slight problem. Like I can tell it to start NeXTstep. I do have it installed, but the NeXTstep installation is screwed up. So what I'm thinking we're going to try and do is I'm actually going to try and net boot the NeXTstation off the SPARCStation. I have net booted this box once before, but I used the previous emulator to do it. I haven't tried to do it with real hardware, and obviously there is an architectural problem with this. Yeah, so, oh, wow, it really was unhappy about that. I think I hard turned it off earlier, so that's why it's saying inconsistent file system. So we're going to have a lot of fun with NeXTstep on the stream. I am going to, however, turn this off until we're ready to use it, just because it makes a lot of noise. And let me show you what else we've got. So now we're back on the SPARCStation. If you're looking at the camera, you might notice I have this big white box. That's the hard drives. And yes, drives. The big thing here is when I got the SPARCStation, the internal hard drive and the rails were removed, and it's an SCA connector. It's not the standard 68 pin, so it's kind of a pain to get drives. But when I got it, it came with this disk pack. This has 4 SCSI hard drives in it. Let me run probe SCSI and you'll be able to see. So it's got 4 2.1 gigabyte drives. I don't actually use this. Oh, you know what? It helps if I turn it on. I don't use it very often because it's loud, having all 4 of those drives spinning. Yep, there it goes. So yes, we have a lot of storage. For 1995, which is when this SPARCStation would have come out, you could have done some incredibly cool stuff. When I got it, the first hard drive was wiped, but the other 3 weren't. This machine was used as a mail server until about 2001, 2002. Oh, and we've had some more donations, so let me read those off. So, Seabass Apologist, thank you for the $20 donation. Ian Dunbar, $20 donation. The goal is $5,000 by the end of the year. I am going to be doing multiple charity streams. I may or may not use Akka. I actually kind of learned to... I've been really kind of enjoying VTubing. Although I don't mind showing myself. I mean, I've been doing this for a very long time. So, the CT, thank you for the 150 new Taiwanese dollar donation. I'm not actually sure what that comes out to in USD, but that works. Someone made a 3D printed caddy. If you can drop a link to that in the Discord, that would be lovely, because I just would love to be able to use this machine without the disc pack. So, let's ask a question. Do we want, let's just jump into Solaris, because we've never actually we've run Solaris on the channel, but I don't think I've ever run it live. And you might be able to hear the drive spinning up. All 4 of them are going to kick on here. It's going to get very, very loud. So, yeah, so I think let's just boot in Solaris. I haven't even installed updates on this system. And if I have to copy files over, this is going to be an interesting exercise, because I switched over the main rig to using Windows, which means a lot of the stuff I was doing, like old NFS, is a bit more of a pain, and I haven't completely pulled all the bits out. Oh, yep, there goes all the drives spinning. So, yes. So, I also hope the background music is good. I think this is the first stream we've actually managed to start, and it hasn't all gone to the usual place. Like, that's... Normally, I would say that's a good thing, but this is an NCommander stream, which makes me wonder where the Bolt of Divine Retribution is. Like, I had to rearrange my entire studio to do this. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Well, for those who are interested, we are currently running, and this is probably one of the stupider things I have ever been a part of. We are running a paint drying competition in my Discord. Literally paint, well, not literally paint, but basically any slow and painful task, the slower the better. We have an entire channel dedicated to this. Zuzaron has an actual PDP 10. Europa had GCC compiling for 6 days, and then I had to do a little help to get CDE running on her Ultra 5. Let's see here. What else have we been going? Someone is building package source on a Cobalt, which is a very, very slow MIPS machine. And it's just the greatest thing I've ever seen. Yes. The hard drive's to my right, so it's not a big deal. I've also discovered that apparently this machine will not post if I have the Ethernet cable plugged in. I don't know why. It's just like that. So, my current plan for this stream is, I think what we're going to do is, I'm going to leave this Solaris install on disk 1. I don't know if I'll ever use it, although Solaris 7 is actually quite nice for running on a SPARCStation 5, although 2.1 gigabytes is not what I call a lot. Yes. So, this is Open Boot. It's Sun's variation of Open Firmware. So this should pop us into CD. Polex. Half the fun's watching me trying to pronounce these. Thank you for the 50 Polish zloty. I believe that's what that currency is. So, by default, like, I didn't do anything with install. Like, I didn't even install Netscape. We have CDE. So, wait for it to boot up. So, if you ever used Unix, this is going to look familiar. And I do have a full overview video on Solaris 7 on the channel if anyone's interested. You know, we're actually doing quite well. We are up to 70 concurrent viewers, which for a midweek stream is excellent. I don't normally do the big streams on the weekday for kind of this reason. But given the fact that it is election day and I want people to get out and vote, it's why I'm doing this. Plus, I'll otherwise just be doom scrolling all day waiting for election results. Like, I know how this works. So, I always love the look of CDE. Not that we can run anything with it. Without patches, I can't, like, even get IE for Unix to work. But, it's not host info, is it? No, it's not host info. Is it print config? Yeah, print config. So we can see some information about the system here. Let me make the terminal bigger. This is not a fast machine. It's not the worst I've used, like, but it's not a fast machine. So we have 152 megabytes. I don't actually know the processor clock speed. It's not written on the processor, and it's not in Open Boot on this version. So I don't know what it's running on, and the original seller may have told me, but I mean, I picked this up at Vintage Computer Fest. It also came with a tape drive, which I've never used, and the original monitor, but the original monitor has focus problems. It needs someone to adjust the pots, and I just do not like working on CRTs. And, yeah, plus with the number of adapters I'm using, because the SPARCStation does not use VGA. It uses this actually, do I have one of the adapters here on the desk? I probably do, but I don't want to try and reach up and grab it. So, yes. So, basically, this is Itanium. This is Itanium. I look at chat and then the wrong words come out of my mouth. This is fine. So, you know, I'm gonna poll the audience here. Because, you know, interaction's what this comes down to. Do we want to install NeXTstep now? Or do we want to try, like, doing something in Solaris? Like, I don't know what we could do in Solaris right now, but let's see what chat is feeling. Because I'm definitely feeling we could do NeXTstep. We'll install the developer tools. I do want to build World Wide Web if we're going to go down that road. And see if we can get the original NeXTstation running. And I might actually edit this into a video. I'd probably refilm it all from scratch because trying to deal with... Well, Akka is not covering up the terminal capture, and I am recording it, but I'd probably want to just record it. Yeah, okay, so everyone just wants me to install NeXTstep. Okay, you know, we can do that. So let's do that. Alright, so let's push the button. So NeXTstep on Spark is hilariously bad. We were playing around with it last night. After I don't like doing everything I'm going to do on a stream beforehand. But after I got burned with the RS6000, which, like, because I had to switch out the SCSI drive, I had to fix a bunch of stuff, and it got that far and just completely stopped. Not that it stopped working, I had hardware compatibility problems. I was a little, I was more than a little miffed, to say the least. So I got the SPARCStation out. Oh, I don't want it to boot. I don't want it to boot. So I want to boot CD-ROM, and that's going to restart. I did program the ID prom before starting the stream. So, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's like the most unanimous poll I've ever had here. So this should start booting, and we get to see the banner twice. I think I'm the first one to ever stream SPARCStation to YouTube, and if not, I'm almost certainly the first to ever do it with NeXTstep, because I've done a lot of things with NeXTstep. It's such a fun system, completely cursed, but it is fun. You know, I'm going to start with diagnostic messages because I haven't actually used the disk pack with NeXTstep, so if it's going to die, I want to know about it in advance. Hey, it's Europa. The Spark is going. So I had the worst thing happen this morning. So NeXTstep's installer is incredibly basic. So you type 1 to do the English language. And it's actually even more basic on Solaris than it is on x86. So we do want to prepare installation. And then this is going to run for a bit. Yes. Yes, today is election day in the United States. So, if you are a U.S. citizen, you are entitled to vote. If you are not on the roster, you can do an affidavit ballot at any voting site. They may give you a hard time about it, but get out and vote, please. I'm going to be streaming as long as I can. For the first time, I'm actually going to intentionally try and go to the 12-hour mark, because we've done it by accident on multiple occasions. But we're going to actually try and do it this time. And we're going to have some good fun along the way. Like, I think no, we've had constant desync issues. It's a constant problem that I cannot fix. Essentially the Akka model is synchronized to me, and that's going in real time. The Blackmagic capture card has I don't know what's causing the latency. I don't know if it's the actual camera or the capture device. I think it's the Blackmagic card under Windows. I've also got a second capture card running, which is getting the SPARCStation. The SPARCStation is running through a scaler, so there's a fair bit of latency. Like, I actually have a little bit of latency sitting here on the console that's introduced by the scaler. So, yes. So NeXTstep was, so when NeXTstep is a very fascinating operating system. Hey, look, there's all the hard drives. That is also kind of a disaster. NeXTstep is kind of a hot mess, to put it very bluntly. It originally was created by NeXTcomputer, which is where Steve Jobs went after he got forced out of Apple. And they originally ran on their own Motorola 680XO hardware. That's this NeXTstation. The first one was the NeXTcube, which I don't have. Those are very rare. But the NeXTstation was a cost-reduced version of the Cube. To say the NeXTstation has problems is really putting it mildly. I actually have to have the CRT plugged into it to even run it, although I've disconnected the internal lead in the CRT so it doesn't try and run the tube, because the soundboard is in there. It's obnoxious. Yes. So, yes. Oh, and we got another donation. I just noticed that. Let me read them off. Oh, come on, YouTube. Radin donated 500 Polish zloty. I don't know how much that comes out to. So, let me reload my studio because YouTube is glitching out for me on the laptop. Yeah, okay, there we go. That's working. So, let me show you how complicated this is. So, you have two options: install NeXTstep to the first hard drive, or advanced installation options. And then advanced installation options lists all 4 hard drives. I'm going to erase disk 2. I don't think I zeroed these drives after I imaged them. So it's probably a good thing to do. I took disk images when I all got it. And then this is just going to run. Now the biggest problem is that this is a 4x CD-ROM drive. And it's actually, the built-in Ethernet is a 10 megabit Lance adapter. So to say it's going to be a bit slow is understating it. Wow, $100. Wow, nice. NeXTstep became Mac OS X. Like, if you are familiar with Mac OS X, especially the early versions, the similarities are incredible. Because so let me go back to the story. So, because Motorola could not ship a processor to save their lives, and due to the hardware problems that NeXT was having, they decided to port the operating system to other Unix workstations with the hope of essentially being bought out. So NeXTstep was available for NeXT's own hardware. Those were known as black boxes. You could run it on x86. Those were known as white box setups. You could run it, and then there was the RISC versions. Those will run on 32-bit SPARC. I believe it will run on a Sun 4M. Well, I know it will run on all Sun 4Ms. It might run on Sun 4Cs. I've never actually tried. And it will also run on some HP PA RISC machines. I've heard that it's incredibly temperamental on PA RISC. But the idea was that NeXT was basically trying to compete with Sun's Java. They were pushing what they were calling the OpenStep standard, which was their Objective-C coding libraries, as a write once, run anywhere. And that got actually ported to Windows. It got ported to a whole lot of platforms. And they really didn't get a whole lot of uptake, although the company was not going under. And look, now we're actually installing files. Hopefully this hard drive is good. Anyway, at the same time, Apple was deep in their Copeland efforts. Incidentally, I've picked up a Power Mac 6110, which can actually run the Copeland betas. I've really wanted to do that for a while, but I still need additional bits and bobs before that's even going to be possible. And I don't actually know if the CD-ROM drive in that machine works. So, it's on the project list. I really just need a PowerBook at this point to run the debugger, because you have to have a debugger attached to run Copeland at all. So, yes. Oh, Ashilinda. Wow, thank you for coming by. I get some interesting people in my chat. Recovered error retrying. The optical drive in this system is not exactly the happiest thing, but it hasn't failed yet. because it is trying different blocks. Uh-oh. This worked fine last night. What's gives? No, it's still going. It's still going. And for those who are familiar with NeXTstep, you might notice that we're missing like some graphical interface. So, yeah. Yeah. So after Apple bought NeXTstep, they discontinued the Motorola 680 XO, they discontinued the Spark, and they discontinued the PA RISC. They then created what was known as Rhapsody, and this was in 1999. Rhapsody was the effort to port NeXTstep to PowerPC. NeXTstep is actually fairly portable, and they also did a lot of work to separate the top-level graphical stack, the OpenStep parts, although Next did most of that, from the lower-end parts, and the lower system parts were called Darwin. And Apple actually published the source code to Darwin 0.1 and 0.3, which has the original Objective-C kernel stack. Apple rewrote most of the low-level kernel logic later, but I will get to that part of the story as we go on. Anyway, during the Rhapsody era, they started selling. This was when the AIM Alliance was still full blown. So you had Apple, IBM, and Motorola, and Apple was selling PowerPC based servers, basically as a low cost alternative to IBM's own AIX stuff. I actually did talk about this in passing in the AIX Doom video if you want to know more, but I'll answer questions as they come up. Anyway, the idea with this was that PowerPC was going to take on the Intel Windows monopoly. And macOS 10 Server 1.0 was essentially a port of the original NeXTcomputer NeXTstep, still using Display PostScript, and the kernel Objective-C driver layer. It's got problems. NeXTstep has serious architectural issues with its network stack and more. And if we actually get this thing running, I will demonstrate this. But NeXTstep is the reason why no one uses Mach. Apple made it work, but Apple had to gut it to redo it. macOS 10 Server 1.0 works. It is exceptionally slow. Like, it is watching molasses. And there's two reasons for that. The first one is that at the time, and especially when they built this port, NeXTstep was one of the few commercial Unixes that was built on top of GCC. GCC's code generator has historically been slow. It's fine on Intel, it's much more hit or miss on other platforms. And this was due to problems with GCC leadership. This was actually rather famously documented in the Citadel and the Bazaar. GCC had a very large change of management, and GCC 3 and later is considerably faster and has considerably better code generation. But this is not GCC 3, this is GCC 2.5. So I've never actually benchmarked it on Spark, but I have done some loose numbers. On PowerPC, you lost about half your system performance by using GCC. And Apple dumped a ton, and I do mean a ton of money to fix that. The reason that GCC's code generator got better was because Apple sponsored a lot of development on the PowerPC backends, as did IBM and Motorola. Something that continued all the way until GPL v3, but now Apple is financing Clang, which is well on its way to displacing GCC as the standard compiler. So macOS's XNU is based on Mach, but Apple essentially gutted it. That while it's based on Mach, there's very little of the original interface code. Like, NeXTstep still used the original IPC layer. NFS, which you should never use on NeXTstep, is actually built on top of the kernel RPC interfaces. It's why it's so god-awful slow. Like, I actually debugged it. It's miserable. Apple does not get enough credit for modernizing NeXTstep. Like, they threw a lot of money in it. And had macOS 10 not been a success, the company would have almost certainly gone under for the amount of engineering resources they threw into it. And it's kind of sad that most people don't realize that, because Apple kind of didn't document it. Like, I know it because a few years ago, the source code archives for Darwin 0.1 and 0.3 resurfaced. They were and they are under Apple's public source license, so they are free and open source. But there were no corresponding binaries, so NeoZeta and myself, we spent probably about 2 months and actually successfully rebootstrapped the system. We were able to build Darwin we weren't able to build 0.1 because of missing source code, but we were able to build 0.3 to the point that it will start up in multi-user mode for Intel. We did not build the PowerPC port at the time because we didn't have the hardware. Yes. I might actually, if people find this, enjoy VTuber or NCommander, I will do this on future streams. I have absolutely no problems VTubing. Like I said, I'm doing it mostly to send a message. This is essentially Season 2's Cat Ears. But I don't mind doing it for at least the programming live streams. If I'm working on hardware where I'm going to be doing my hands, I probably wouldn't do it just because Akka takes up a lot of the screen. And I will probably end up having to commission my own avatar, because there were 2 that I could have chose from. Akka is the one I've got going, and at least I like that she wears red, which is what I tend to wear in real life. I'm wearing a red Circle of Hope shirt right now, although I tend to wear red and black. The other one is Midori. I could load her up in a little bit. I don't have her tracking set up. She is very busy looking. Like, I found her very distracting when I was trying it, just because she's so bright. At least Akka's got a fairly muted palette besides the red skirt. I would commission my own model if I start doing this regularly, although I probably would also just switch the puppet out. Because, I mean, I am not very picky about my avatar. I mean, if you look on YouTube right now, my avatar is an @ sign. It's actually the player character from NetHack, which is why I selected it. Like, how you appear and how you choose to appear is an expression of the creator. I don't mind changing how I look. Like, if I feel like I want to send a message about acceptance, I wore cat ears. I wore cat ears for the second and third links from Scratch Screams. We even had an entire discussion on involving a maid outfit, which didn't happen because we didn't reach 10K, but it's nothing I'm inherently adverse to. So that's why I don't have a problem of using a very anime girl avatar. And she's cute. I've seen a lot of VTubers. I happen to. This one's actually very nice considering it's just Creative Commons licensed. Yes. I couldn't find the cat ears. I did look for them. I don't know what I did with them. They're probably in a shelf, and I probably put them somewhere safe, which is why I can't find them. Because obviously that's how this all works. Oh, and there's the first bot of the stream. And Sad Mac has got it. Oh, she can... The, Akka went a little bit, she just kind of went twitching when, I went to take a sip. The lamp is illuminating this wonderful stack. Without the lamp, the sun, you cannot see the sun. For the sun is a reflection of thy lamp. I can't believe it. I don't know how I have a cult relating to my lamp. Like, that was the weird... I was here for that. We were literally doing a programming stream on parsing COVID smart health cards. And I stepped away from the keyboard for a little bit. And I come back, and I literally have people demanding more lamp content in my chat. Yeah, okay, there's the lamp. There's the lamp. So the current plan I'm having is normally I'm going to be doing another charity stream closer to Thanksgiving. I'm going to be doing one for Christmas, and then at the end of the year, I am going to do the paint drying awards. I need to think of like a clever name, like the Rusty Wall vintage computing contest or something like that. Although I do like paint drying, where I'm going to go through all the paint drying entries that we have in the Discord, and we're going to do an entire fake Academy Awards thing for it, for most cursed, most possessed, most likely to cause someone pain, that sort of thing. Yes. Yes. Yeah. So, yeah. But, I mean, we've had some really cool entries. Like, we have one user that is dealing with an iMac overheating, and they have a fan pointing at it. And literally, you'll just be in chat, and someone will at someone else telling them that their build has failed. It's literally crowdsourced computer watching. It is the greatest, stupidest thing I have ever done. And I have to give full credit to Europa, because the whole way this got started was Europa is a VTuber. She does a lot of Sun content. She has an Ultra 5 and recently put OpenBSD on it and wanted to run CDL, but needed a newer version of GCC. Could not find SPARCS64 binaries, so she started the build process, and I was talking with her on how, yeah, like, we used to build OpenOffice.org on ARM. That used to take a week. And then I had the stupidest idea. You should live stream this, and that is how we started watching paint dry. We are installing NeXTstep on my SPARCStation. We are then going to install the developer tools, and unfortunately, we're really stuck at Progress Bar Simulator until we've got the operating system installed, because I could move to the desktop, because the tracking phone is right here. You can see it on the real life cam. But for the face tracking to work, that has to be directly in front of me, so I have to move it and then switch the scene over to the desktop, because you might notice that there's a window in the shot which hasn't been there, because I took my filming desk, that big oak, not the oak, that, and I rotated it so it's facing the back wall where the window is. So I would have OBS to my left, because one of the biggest problems I've been having is that if I'm using the desktop to run the stream, which I prefer, I'd have to actually get out of my chair, go to the left, and wow, we just had 2 donations. Anonymous, thank you for the $20 donation to the Trevor Project, and MPI1, thank you for the €50 donation for the Trevor Project. That now brings us to $311 raised for lesbian, gay, bisexual, and trans youth, and everyone else who is otherwise non-conforming, the plus part. It's really hard to... I should just say LGBT. So, yes. I mean, that's... I'll be honest, part of why I'm doing this is also so I'm just not doom scrolling. I don't want to think about the election. I really don't. And it's also sending a message. Yes. Well, no, apparently most of my chat just enjoys sunlight. Oh, yes, I forgot about this. We are going to try experimenting with the NetWare for Unix stack, because NeXTstep, of all things, supports IPX out of the box. And I have my NetWare server working. So we are going to try that. We are actually going to try and do file sharing with NetWare. Oh, maybe we should go back under Solaris and try that. Yes. Yes. NeXTstep has native support for NetWare. As far as I know, it is the only Unix that has it out of the box. You can add it to other ones, although I don't know how well the clients have been preserved, but NeXTstep supports it out of the box. I don't know if it's going to work, though, because I don't have the... don't go to sleep desktop. Hold on. I got to set the power management on the desktop because it was about to go to sleep had I not looked left right when I did, we would have lost the stream because it would have gone to sleep. Okay. Because this is the first time I'm doing the Vintage Computer stream and not working on Absolution directly. Yeah, so for those who've been following along on Discord and Twitter, I've been going through quite a bit of life changes as of late. So, I posted an entire season finale, but how content's going to be on the channel is going to somewhat change for the foreseeable future. Mostly because of time concerns, but, recovered error. Yeah, okay, that's just a CD-ROM, I'm not worried about it. So a lot of it's going to figure out what I can do, especially since I'm hoping to go back to working full-time again. I don't know if that's actually going to happen, but fingers crossed. I do want to see if the files to do a net boot for the NeXTstation is on here. If not, we're going to get creative because I like pain. Yes, I am in fact going VTuber for this stream. Just this. I'm only planning it for this one, but I mean, if people like it, I have no problem doing it more often. I mean, the audio. There are audio issues. There's the stream latency is fairly high. I think the stream latency is about 15 to 20 seconds from what I can tell. And then I've got a small desync, which I don't know what's causing it. I might just have to start streaming under Linux again, but I really don't want to. I have to figure out. I'm almost certain it's the Black Magic card is causing issues, but we'll just have to deal with it. The tracking doesn't track my mouth properly. That is entirely possible. Like I said, I had some help with getting this going, but it's hard to... This is the first real-world test we've done with it, although no one mentioned it on Discord. Then again, I don't think people were watching it all that closely. Because, yeah, oh, I know why it's desyncing. Oh, that's really annoying. No, the problem is the microphone. I think I'm going to have to replace the microphone. I don't know why the Scarlett mic has been having so many problems. It has such better audio quality than the Blue Yeti, but it is part of why we've been having ongoing syncing issues. The VTuber model is running on my desktop on the streaming system, but the face tracking is done on my phone, so I can't easily delay it. Yes. Well, I mean, I built Mixer's FTL on Linux. I understand how Linux breaks. I just cannot use it as a daily driver anymore. It's just such a disaster zone. Yes. Yeah, we mentioned that last night. Like, Palatone stuff. I hope those licensing fees are up to date. The problem isn't with Ubuntu. The problem is that no one cares. Aside from small volunteers, like GTK4 is not fit for purpose because it's missing functionality that should have been there 20 years ago, and no one is maintaining the patches that added it. Like, I tried other distributions. I tried Fedora, and I won't run a rolling release for a production system. That's just asking for pain. I can add video delay as a filter. Alright, well, let me see if I can fix that. She's gonna freeze just because I just moved, SPARCStation. I know I can add a delay, but it's limited how far you can actually add it. So let's see here. Render delay. Like if I do 800, yeah, like it only lets me go so far. Let me see how far I can take it. Alright. Right now, it's not even letting me type in a number. I'm just holding the up arrow on my keyboard. Wow, I'm just noticing that she's flickering as I do this. Alright, I'm going to just set a 400 millisecond delay. Let's see if that works better. Alright. Yep. I put a delay on the audio. Wow, the whole thing just kind of completely broke. See, now I'm watching the stream for the stream delay, and it will catch up eventually. So hopefully that works better. If not, we'll just deal with it. I might have to do an entire stream where I debug these latency issues. Yes. Yes, I've discovered that if I move in certain ways, it causes the motion tracking to completely glitch out, and I can basically make her dance. Like, if I turn 90 degrees, and I do this, I can get a head bobbing effect. So, it's an interesting experience, because I like watching the face tracking deal with things that are not faces. I don't know what type of avatar I would commission. I would keep the red. I would probably add black. But how do you create? I have no idea what my avatar would look like. Probably just look like me, to be perfectly honest. Yes, we have in fact gone full anime girl. But like I said, excuse me. The big thing that I want people to take away from this is content creators do something because they love it. I am sitting here on a Tuesday running a live stream with a computer that has gone to college, that is old enough to have gone to college, come back, and is now working on getting getting a job. I mean, this machine's from 1994. It's literally 30 years old. It's dealing with all the struggles that a millennial will have, like finding a future. And, I love doing this. But, I've gotten a lot of hate mail. Like, if you want to see hate mail, oh boy, just stand for anything. Like, the amount of things I got when I had comments about the Free Software Foundation, it was actually rather impressive, the amount of hate mail that came in. I still get hate mail about that. I also got a lot of hate mail involving when we did fundraising for Roe versus Wade. It doesn't stop, but it does it does drain a lot of energy. Now at this point, I basically sent it all to the bin, and there's a lot of people that basically all they want to do is just tear something down or think that that a content creator creates only for them. No, at least in my case, I won't speak for all content creators. I create something because I am passionate about it. Now, some of the streamers that do it for a full-time living, that may be different because there is an expectation that there is a character, but I'm just being myself here doing things. Like, when I decided to do research projects on ancient Unix, I just pulled the stream up and we did it. Like, there was no plan beyond that. And next time you're watching another stream or another YouTuber, please thank them. And remember that there is a human on the other side of that keyboard. Because you'd be surprised at how much this can be a thankless job at times. Like, how do I want to describe this? No, it doesn't stop. And, we are currently watching Elon Musk having a giant temper tantrum about Twitter. And since I'm not on Twitter, I don't have to worry about getting banned over that comment. Like, basically, he's trying to make everyone, he basically did what make a lot of comments and then got forced into a deal, without thinking about it. And now we're literally watching him burn, 40 billion? I forgot what the final price was, 40 or 50 billion dollars. And I was caught off guard on how big that meltdown was. I literally spent I basically had to speed run setting up a Mastodon server, which it's not that hard, but it's also not trivial. And Mastodon has a lot of sharp edges. If you do want to follow me on Fetty, the Fetty link is in the description, or the Fetty identifier is in the description. There is an instance on social.restless.systems. We will accept users that new users. It's not, but there is a manual approval as of right now because I'm still getting the gremlins out of the system. Yes. Yes. Yep. I have been hydrating. I have a, let's see here. I've got a, I can hold this up to the camera. I've got a 1.4 liter water bottle from REI. I actually, this is from my first bike tour. That I just put Crystal Light in, and I just been sipping on it all day. Although I gotta tell you, this is a travesty. For those who are not, for those who've watched my streams before, you'll know that I like Diet Coke. You may notice that I don't have Diet Coke. The reason I don't have Diet Coke is because they didn't have any at the store. Like, there was just a part of me on the inside that just turned to dust. Like, why don't they have the Diet Coke? I mean, they had the 20 ounces, but they're not the same. No, this is sugar-free. It's fine. And I'm not going to kill myself on a health thing. I really, like, it's not worth it trying to watch every little bit aspect of my life. I have enough things about my life and health problems that I'm not going to make myself miserable for the sake of potential benefit. So I'm going to enjoy caffeine and Diet Coke, and that's exactly, you know, I mean, that's what it comes down to. Oh, and I just noticed there was a donation I didn't catch. Hold on, let me read that. Trans Girl Gibbs, thank you for the 25 Polish zloty donation. So Diet Coke is actually a different flavor than regular Coke. Coke Zero is the original formula, but replacing cane sugar for calorie-free stuff. Yes. Okay. Yeah, this is sugar-free. I don't drink regular soda. Okay, it just finished copying all the files. Okay, so one thing I did do before the stream is I did actually disable DHCP on my network. Oh, I didn't even tell folks. So, I haven't had that interview yet. For those who watch the channel, we did an entire stream on DNS and DHCP. Hard drive is ready to use the startup disk. Restart. The interview got pushed back to next week, so I haven't had it yet. As soon as I have it, I'll be happy to tell you all how it went. But it hasn't happened. There was just, oh, that's where it was. I was spent an hour looking for this adapter, and it's literally been right here on my desk. Of course there is. Okay. Yep. So apparently you can still find apparently New Coke was still available in some countries for like way longer. I've heard that you can actually still get it on the island of Yap in Micronesia. And it's such a weird sentence that I almost am tempted to believe it. Now the question is this going to be able to start? Wow. Open firmware is having a bit of having a moment. Is it booting? It's not booting. All right, so stop A. Would that be boot disk 3.1? I don't remember how I tell it to boot off the second hard drive, because now it's restarting open firmware or open boot. The video adapter didn't work. It would start, and then I would get a blue screen saying that Windows NT cannot use this video device. It's a very unique stop code. I forgot to take a screenshot of it. Alright. No, that doesn't work. Let's see here. If I probe SCSI, what? Because that'll list all the devices the system knows about. Is it dev alias what I need? Yeah, it's dev alias. It's going to be boot disk 1. Man, all the time I spent solving open firmware issues on Power Macs. Really, really coming in use now. Okay, so it's running. It's running. Please work. I mean, I am tempted to do a stream where I try and bootstrap Ubuntu to Spark again. There used to be an Ubuntu Spark port. It's very old and very out of date. I would only try it with the 64-bit. There's too much entropy. There's very poor support in Linux. No, that's... Why is it... What? What? I didn't even know I had SunOS 2.6 on any of the drives here. Did I put this on the wrong disk? Okay, so apparently the boot numbers in OpenBoot and the boot numbers in NeXTstep are two very different things. I mean, the problem is that we didn't have the delays when I run the virtual camera. Yeah, oh yeah, that's a good point. No, the thing is in Loon order. I think something... Oh, yep, there it is. It's okay, so it is actually on disk 2. So the question I have now... Is disk 0 still got the the Solaris install on it? The problem is that I can't easily put delays. Let me see what I can do with this. Hold on. Filters. Video delay. Alright, let me see here. Alright, so I just put a one delay, see, that didn't even boot. So disk free. Like, boot disk. What happens? What is it trying to boot? Okay, so I apparently did not install to the disk I intended to install to. I intended to install to disk 1. But that's fine. I don't really want to reinstall, so that's okay. So yeah, so I did put a delay capture. I can't easily put a delay on the Akka just because of the way she's connected to OBS. I mean, I could try. I don't think I can do that though. Let me see here. Filters. Yeah, I can only put a render delay on her. I think we're gonna have to just do a dedicated stream in the near future to try and get all the desync issues. Okay. Yeah, so the disk pack doesn't tell me which hard drive is which, and I do at some point want to figure this out, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. Yeah. Let's see here. So disk label, once we're in the system, I can look at the disk labels and see how it figures it out. Yeah, so that's booting up. No carrier, yeah, because I don't have the cable plugged in. That's fine. I am happy that I have an SG6 in this system, because if we had an SG3, this monument to molasses would be even slower, because the SG3 is such a horrible frame buffer card. Okay, we don't want... So right now, it's trying to find a net info database on the network. There isn't one, so I had to hit Control-C there. Okay, that's net info starting up. Hey, look, a desktop. Hey, look, there's even color. And it panicked. Why did it panic? Async memory fault. What? Also, that is like the worst panic screen I have ever seen. That's different. I really hope this box is not failing. That was a panic. That's a really tiny panic. And that's open boot being open boot. Let me do a reset all. I don't want to turn this machine off because there's a very good chance if I turn this machine off, it's not going to come back. It's already been temperamental, so I'm really trying not to turn it off. Okay. I mean, it's entirely possible that NeXTstep can only be installed to disk 0. Like, that would be so on brand for Next. It would not even be funny. Okay, I'm going to give it the /c because I want to see what it's detecting. This is fine. This is all fine. Oh. It's, of course, it's not actually fine. The word fine is just a statement that things are going as normal. Okay. We might have to reinstall to drive 0. It is actually entirely possible that NeXTstep... Oh, I might have to give it the root argument. That may actually be what it needs. SD1B is the disk label. Okay. It's entirely possible that NeXTstep cannot actually boot like this. Like, that would be completely unbrand. Although it did actually boot because it did start loading netinfo and such, so it can find its root file system. It would have died earlier. Yeah, I've blown fuses. Oh, look, the file system corrupted. This is fine. This is fine. Help. Help. If I blink help in Morse code, will someone help me? No, I mean, NeXTstep doesn't partition the drive. It doesn't. It's all one partition. There is a way to do it, but it's not done normally. So if it starts at all, it should be able to find itself. So let's let it do its reboot. And it's rebooting into SunOS. Reset. I've seen file system check completely trash a file system. NeXTstep is not what I call a very tolerant operating system, because NeXTstep is based on BSD 4.3 with the mock kernel. So this is very old school UFS, and like more specifically AT&T improved that. No, wait, that's wrong. That's wrong. AT&T improved that with System 5. Wow, words hard. Which NeXTstep never got. See, the other thing that was kind of the kiss of death for NeXTstep, it was pretty much the last commercial BSD. Really, it and True64 were like the last ones at the end. True64 was actually mock-based as well. And if I ever get alpha hardware, I will show it. It's a very strange system. It's kind of like NeXTstep without the next. Because it's a mock kernel, its closest living relative is actually Lights of all things. It's weird. I mean, as far as other things go, now that I have the disk pack out, I also might want to try and get actual SunOS going, because it is there was a Spark version of Sun OS. Speaking of commercial BSDs, the problem is it doesn't support CD-ROM drives. It has to be installed off tape. But I couldn't see a technical reason why I couldn't just DD it to a hard drive and then boot from that hard drive. All right, so we're back into the display server. Please don't panic. Please don't panic. Yes! Okay, all right, so SG6 graphics subsystem, Sun Mouse, Sun Lamps, Ethernet. I do wonder if NeXTstep supports the Happy Meal Ethernet, because that's only... I have to buy one. The built-in Ethernet is only 10 megabit on this system, but there was the Happy Meal that could run 100 megabit, which would make using this system quite a bit less painful. Okay, so let's save configuration. So that gets written out to private drivers, and then we should end up at the desktop now? What? Why did it start build disk? Oh, I know why it started build disk. Okay, so build disk is the second stage Solaris installer. Not Solaris, NeXTstep installer. Okay. This lets me install it somewhere else if I want to. So SD0, SD1. I think I just hit exit here. And then hopefully it does what I think it's going to do. It should bring me to... It should launch the second stage install. Yeah, okay, it's not doing that. It is not doing that. Preferences. Because we booted from this. It did not do this last night when we tested it. And obviously there's problems with NeXTstep from running it on multiple drives. So disk space required... Oh, it probably got screwed up because the installer quit. Startup disk, hard drive. Because it crashed right when it started up. I don't really want to reinstall. Because, look, it doesn't list any extension packages, which means it doesn't know what the state of the system is. I think it got foobarred when the system crashed. Yeah, now I'm stuck in a loop. I mean, I could try and build one of these other ones, but see, I have no extension packages, which tells me... because this part should have an entire dialogue that tells it what to do. I think I am going to have to rerun the installation. Next step, quality engineering. I hate this. I really do. Like I said, Apple does not get enough credit for salvaging this. If you know anything about macOS, I'm debating on what I want to do here. So we could... So SD0 is target 3, target 4, target 1. Yeah, I can't actually continue with the installation at this point. Like, I could try hitting build. Yeah, it's not letting me do anything. Because build disk lets you copy a NeXTstep installation from one drive to another. It's actually intended for use in net-booted installations, because the way you install NeXTstep over the network is you actually boot into an interactive desktop. You run build disk, and then it copies from the network to the desktop. That's actually how I got the NeXTstation working when I got it. So I think because we crashed, something horrible has happened. I think we're going to have to restart and try again. Let me just see here. What? So that's target 1, target 3, target 4. I think I'm going to have to do a stop A. And that drops me back to the open firmware. And disk 2, yeah, so the target numbers are actually different. That may have been a bad idea to run that. Target 1, target 2, target 3, target 4. Because these should all still be on the same... See, because these are all on the same SCSI device. Oh, actually, no. Maybe they are different IDs. I think they are different IDs. Which makes perfect sense. Actually, yeah, if you look at this carefully... let me, you know what, let me reset, because I think we're going to... I think we have to reinstall. Yeah, well, I did notice something important when I was looking at this. So, once we get back into Open Boot, I'll point it out. So, if we look carefully... So, dev alias is a command in Open Firmware that just gives you the device tree mappings to lines. You really should never have to know this unless you've worked with Spark, PowerPC, or you're dealing with FLAN device tree, in which case I am really sorry. Because FLAN device tree sucks. But, and I can't easily point this out with the way the SAP is, but if you look very carefully, disk is aliased to target ID 3, and that's what I overrode to install Solaris on. Disk 1 is then and then you can see how the IDs actually change, because you have 0, 1, 2, and 3. Disk 0 under NeXTstep, which would be the default disk. Well, okay, so that explains the really screwy numbering, but wow, that's just really irritating. Alright, have a good night, Lena. See you here. Thank you for coming by, and we'll probably be streaming whenever you get up. So I think we're just going to try reinstalling, and if it doesn't work then I will actually switch it. I will just get the single hard drive out, because obviously this is not super well supported, because we've had some gremlins on this one. Okay, so -V, and I'm actually going to install to disk. Do I want to install to disk 1 or to disk 2? Like, I don't know how much I actually care, because I mostly am going to be using this disk pack and reformatting it whenever I need it. But having NeXTstep pre-installed has its uses, so whatever. Alright, I guess we get to try... I guess we get to do this again. Quality content here. Paint drying simulator. That really annoys me. Not gonna lie, that really annoys me. Yeah. So if you do want to run NeXTstep on a Spark, you need, I believe the minimum requirements are 32 megabytes of RAM, and it has to be a Sun 4M. It will not run on any Ultra Spark. It might run on a Sun 4C, but I'm not certain about that. I mean, if we really wanted to do Pain and Suffering, we could do... well, I don't know if I want to do Oracle on a stream, because Oracle tends to be very, shall we say, lawsuit happy, and the last thing I need is to be audited for installing NeXTstep, installing Oracle on Solaris 7. Like, that's just asking for Oracle to be like, so what are you doing over there? this is going exactly as I expected it to go. So, well, I think I ran out of all the content I was going to talk about originally. That's fine. We can work with this. We'll just have to go on an adventure to find the content. We'll have to roll up an adventurer and step into the mines of Mora. No, sorry, that's Agbon. Into the dungeons of Doom to look for the amulet of Yendor. I really should actually have gotten one of the R6000s out so I could do this all at the same time. Like, you know. Yes. I mean, what I can do is that while this is trying to start up, I can see if I can unscrew the installation on the NeXTstation. I still want to format and blow that thing, blow that one back, but it's not the end of the world. So hold on, target, actually it's listing the target loons. So I actually want to install the disk 0 because you can see right there how the loons map. So disk 2 would be the, yeah, so disk 0 would be disk 1 in, okay, so apparently NeXTstep is 1 index, Solaris is 0 step indexed. The interview did not happen. The interview got rescheduled at the last minute to next week. So, alright, so advanced startup options. Disk at target 1, which is actually what I want to install too. I'm just formatting all these drives today. But that's fine. There was personal data, and I did mean to zero out last time I did this, so this is fine. I mean, Doom was written on NeXTstep. I believe it was on the Intel version, not the Spark one. Unfortunately, the original Doom, Next Doom stuff never got released. I think the editor did, but I've never seen a copy of it. I have seen articles about it, though. I mean, so I've worked with Oracle systems before. Oracle is... The only reason that anyone does Oracle is because they've either inherited this or they are a government agency. Because Oracle, I don't know why anyone would ever try and deploy rack. It's the only, like, Oracle as a database itself is not fun. It's like 20 years out of date. Like, the only utility you get from Oracle is SQL+, so you really need a third-party tool to even start administrating it. You don't have things like auto-increment last time I looked. PL SQL got all the joy of programming in Fortran 66. So yes. And I'll repeat the story in a little bit, Joseph, if you stick on stream. Let me get this install going. Like, I've actually got a box copy. I got an entire box of vintage stuff that I picked up. I talked about it on Twitter, but I actually have a prototype copy of Windows NT 3.1. I believe it is the RC Final. It's the March 1993 beta. So it's been dumped, but I have the original disc and I have the SDK that goes for it. So, I was going to do that on a stream, and we might still do it for a stream, because I think we're going to be doing a lot more streaming going forward. But I don't know. I'm kind of a little bit directionless with where I'm taking the channel at the moment, because my own personal life has been... Oh, the bots are back. The bots are back. No, I mean, a lot of people that were dependent on Solaris and did not want to deal with Oracle jumped on the Illumos boat. Joyland has actually, from what I can tell, has done a pretty decent job at keeping Illumos going, but it's very much on life support. Like, I cannot imagine they have that many paying customers. The largest problem being, I mean, you can use it for ZFS, but at this point, people are doing Linux on ZFS despite the license concerns. FreeBSD has had ZFS for ages, and really the only other thing that you get from Solaris is D-Trace, so I'm not certain why. I guess I don't know what they're really pushing for. I mean, you have zones, which is containers on, better containers, but it's not that popular. And can we just get a shout out to the mod team for helping keep the spam out of my chat? I'm going to step away from keyboard while this installs. I'll leave the display up, so I'll be back in a moment. Yes. It was not... I am not currently planning on doing that. I almost feel like I will do the charity streams with the VTuber stuff, but there's going to be a lot of streams where I don't. I'm not going to be a full-time VTuber if I end up doing it. But I think I'm going to have to run a poll about this. Like, I'm going to run a poll, and then I'm going to go AFK for a few minutes. Future... Alright. And then I'm going to step away from keyboard. I will be back in a moment. Actually, I'm going to turn her off just while I'm AFK, because otherwise she's just going to be standing there. Oh, you know what? I just realized I didn't update the scene because, oh well. Alright. Well, my attempt to go AFK failed, but that's fine. I gotta fix this. Because if I change the scene now, it will... Let's see here. Yeah, she's... like I said, when I'm turned on an angle, the model gets a little bit confused. Okay, so apparently VTuber is actually... Why is she... Hold on, let me recalibrate. Yeah, okay, now she's actually tracking me properly. This is fun. The other problem is I have an Android device. Apparently, if you want to be a VTuber, you should do this. You need to have iOS if you want face tracking to actually work. And I was already considering going to iOS to begin with because... I gotta be honest, I am incredibly unimpressed with the direction Android is going. Like, I have a Pixel 6a, and the only thing good I can say about it is the camera. I didn't realize how much weight Samsung was doing. And I don't know if we'll try it on this stream, but I do actually have the original LaserJet printer for this NeXTstation. I have never tried to use it, so that might be kind of cool to try. Yep. I mean, we've done a lot of curse computing on this channel. I mean, it's inspired people to do their own curse computing. I gotta say, I really like having this desk facing the window, and I don't know why I never did this before. Like, this is actually really comfortable. Yeah, I've heard that, iOS, like, the IR camera can definitely help, although it's apparently not necessary. Because I was having a pretty long discussion with this in the Null Pointer Live Discord. So, hopefully this time we don't get a panic when we try to reboot. Fingers crossed in that regard. Okay. Went back to Apple. I mean, so here's where I've been is iOS really requires you to have Windows or a Mac. It really wasn't an option when I was running Linux as my daily driver. I have a MacBook Pro M2. It's right here. I don't think you can see it on camera. But what it boiled down to was that I got incredibly sick with just the state of Linux. It's just been getting worse and worse after each release. And I could not, like, basic things were completely broken, you know. I know I'm repeating myself at this point. So I made the decision that it was time to get a Mac because I like having battery life. And after experiencing what a good system was like, I put Windows 11 on Absolution. It was already on the desktop. I actually had it installed for Halo Infinite. But I've been slowly and piecemealing more and more of the infrastructure over to the point that I'm now running Windows full-time again. So yeah, so that's basically how I ended up where I ended up. Wow, squeaky chair is squeaky chair. Alright, so I am optimistic that we might be able to get TFTP network booting going off the SPARCStation. Like, I'm actually, like, if I really want to install it with a CD, I'd have to actually get the drive out because I don't have I don't have an external SCSI drive. I've been trying to get one. I have the enclosure, but it doesn't have the drive, and I don't have all the adapters that convert it from SCSI 1 to SCSI 2, because you need a lot. SCSI is more an exercise of how many adapters you need more than anything else. So, yep. Yeah, I mean, if the bots start becoming a real problem, I will put the chat in subscriber-only mode. We've had to do that before when it gets really bad. I don't like doing it because it kills engagement. So let me end that poll. So I have this distinct feeling that I am going to end up commissioning in the... my wallet just kind of started screaming. What I may do is because Akka is... That's the model I'm using, is under Creative Commons. I might open her up in editing software. I might at least recolor her palette. Like, if I make her hair... Like, if I make some changes, at least I'm not using the stock model. Or I might even try using Midori. Like, I easily could see myself using different models depending on my mood. But who knows? I mean, if we ever do an Among Us stream, obviously I'm going to need the face cam because Among Us with face cam is the funniest thing in the world. I mean, DaVinci Resolve works quite well on Linux, but it doesn't support anything but uncompressed codecs for the most part. There's a lot of pain with using Resolve. Tech Tangents, as far as I know, is the only other vintage tech YouTuber who has climbed that particular cliff, and has had similar things to say about it, because I know he's posted about it on Twitter, and I think we've DM'd about it. Like, there is a bunch of us talk about the pain of video editing. Like, I know Adrian Black of Adrian's Digital Basement uses Resolve, because we've had a lot of discussions about Resolve, doing Resolve things. I think LGR uses Premiere. He mentioned it when he did his new video on his new editing rig. I almost am certain he uses Premiere. I don't know what 8-Bit Guy uses. He's probably a Premiere because when he started his channel, he actually might be Final Cut because he's a big Apple guy. I'm trying to think of who else I actually know. And I am coming up with a blank. Like, I used to use Kden Live, which is not horrible, all things considered. It's just not great. Yep. Anonymous, thank you for the $20 donation to the Trevor Project. Halfway Ray Dude. I thought he was on Resolve, but I could be getting him mixed up. Because I have talked with Gravis on Twitter several times. But I also talk with a lot of other creators, so I may be misremembering. Yeah. I find that with enough pain and suffering, I have made Windows 11 usable. But I will say that basically macOS has done exactly what I expected it to do and has sucked in all the places I expected it to. Because I used to be a Mac user. I had a first generation Intel MacBook Pro. It was a lot when Apple started going very walled garden with at that time it was iPhone OS that I jumped ship. RMC. You know, we never talked about it, even though, like, I sent him when I did the NeXTstep cameo, I just sent him a bunch of video clips and asked him what he want. I have no idea what he was using then or now for editing. Yeah. So let me figure. I mean, for doing the offsite backups, I don't use iCloud. I actually have it disabled on the MacBook. I've been using Duplicity, which can do encrypted backups very easily to a bunch of places. Like, I've been backing up to B2. I have about 7 terabytes in the cloud. So much cloud storage, so much wow. And I've also been backing up to Synology's own backup service. Hyper Backup is not amazing. Like, there are things I really dislike about it, but you generate your own public key certificate, and so Synology doesn't have unencrypted access to your files. Like, I probably could do an entire video about the mess that is my storage solution, because I have 7 terabytes out of 16 in use on a SHA-2 RAID. That's Synology's take on that RAID 6. I've got a RAID 1 that's 4 terabytes that I actually am going to break and convert to RAID 0. I have a 2 terabyte NVMe, which is my Windows partition and was a dedicated scratch for DaVinci Resolve. I still use it as such. And I have a 1 terabyte drive that currently has the original Linux install on it. So, yeah, I've got probably about 22 terabytes worth of storage just in my general vicinity, not counting any of the vintage computers I've got. Yeah. I don't know anything about iPhones, like, besides the very basics, so yeah. I mean, Apple has done some... I will give Apple credit where it's due. Apple has actually gone through a lot of trouble to make their devices secure in such a way that, like, even they cannot access it. Now, obviously, you have to take that on faith to some degree, but they've given talks at Black Hat and other conferences going into quite a lot of detail on the steps they have taken to protect iOS. And while I wouldn't say the NSA couldn't get into a patched device, like, I wouldn't say that with confidence. I would say that it would almost certainly require dedicated effort to get into a given device, and they would not be able to do it quickly. Like, because 0 days for iOS has become a very rare event. Like, I'm near certain that there are unpatched 0 days that have been floating around on the black market for, well, I shouldn't say black market, in defense circles for ages. Like, I forgot what that company was. They dropped one not that long ago, just as a public demo. It was a few years, it was like for iOS 13 and later. Yes. So, did we lose the music? No, it's still playing. I just don't hear it here. I think I want a different track. Oh, and now she... Watch Aka dance. I also noticed that we haven't gotten any read errors on this install attempt, which is probably a good sign. So, okay. Well, progress be progress. The biggest problem with this drive pack is I don't remember which drive is which, although I think there is a label on the bottom that tells me which one's which. But I installed to drive 0 under NeXTstep, which should be drive 1. Should be target 1. Yeah. Should be target drive 0, drive 1. Wow, yeah. I'm not even. I just... SCSI devices annoy me. Yes, and that the lack of serviceability is a major problem. France recently pushed through a law that requires them to show a score on how easy it is to repair a device. And then suddenly, Apple actually started making it possible for independent repair shops. And despite... I have mixed feelings about Louis Rossmann, and that's an entirely different topic. But he has done a very good job at lighting a fire about repairability issues, and he did champion right to repair legislation both in DC and in Albany, which I do appreciate. I mean, I'm from New York City, and quite frankly, I do not like how he presents a lot of the stuff here. It's very much playing up the bad for the sake of the camera. That's my largest problem. And there are other things, but that's like why I stopped watching him. Well, here's the thing where it boils down to is that once one member of the EU adopts a law like that, it means that it tends to spread pretty quickly. Like, a lot of protection laws have started in one nation state. Like, I want to say that the EU designated food stuff, like, you know, why you can only call champagne if it's brewed in the Champagne region of France, that originally started as regional laws and then was adopted by the European Parliament. I'm not as familiar with EU politics as a local would be, but I do keep an eye on it. So if there is anyone from that part of the world here in chat, please feel free to talk about it. Yeah. I mean, the way I see Rossmann is the way I see many other figures in tech is they've done good work, but they're not, but they also, you know, just because someone does one good thing does not mean that they get a free pass for the rest of their lives. I mean, there's a lot of people that disagree with my stances on things like Stallman and such, and I have thrown daggers at the Free Software Foundation. I actually went through their financial information, what they posted publicly. I actually should do a retake on that thread on Mastodon, because it's really quite fascinating on how the Free Software Foundation doesn't actually do anything. Like, it is impressively bad. Yes. Well, I can understand why Apple, so the concern with Apple, and I understand why they did that, because if it was possible to replace the way the fingerprint scanner works on iOS devices is the fingerprint is kept in the secure enclave. I actually think it's kept in the Touch ID sensor. I don't actually think it even goes into the processor. So if you could switch Touch ID sensors, you could bypass a fingerprint lock. And I just noticed that we're installing the Oracle Adapter 6. And man, that just sounds incredibly cursed, like talking to an Oracle database from NeXTstep on Spark. Yeah. See here. Let's see. I'm just looking at chat. I mean, what really grinded me, and since this is a charity stream and it's not directly monetized, I'm not worried about angering the algorithm. His stance on COVID drove me up a wall. Like, that was like, are you serious? Is that what you're going to die? Is that the hill you're going to die on? But, I mean, in practice, at least in the United States, people have mostly given up any sort of COVID stuff. It really just, I find it depressing. I mean, it's really what it boils down to, but what can I do? You know, I don't own a car. Or at least at the moment, I do not own a car. I will likely be changing that in the next few months. But I depend on mass transit, and by and large, I don't see masks. I still see some on PATH, but I almost never see them on New York City subway or on Metro North. And they actually rolled out this entire... It was one of the most obnoxious things I've seen from the MTA, saying, masks are optional, you do you. It got panned horribly on Twitter at the time. And it's like... You know, it's like, as someone who has chronic disability, I have a sleep disorder. People do not understand what a disability is like to have day in, day out. I have actually been incredibly lucky. I have not gotten COVID. As far as I know, I got very sick a few weeks ago, but the test was negative, so I don't know what it was. I am up to date on all my boosters. I just got my 5th shot a few weeks ago. But that only lowers the chance. And long COVID is debilitating. Like, I mean, that was a lot of why... there was a lot of things going... there was a broader context of this, but... it's why... I have unlisted these streams because it was just causing me... I was just getting harassed over them. But it's why I spent a lot of time building a Python framework called Vaccina that could parse the COVID cards. They're actually a standard called Smart Health Cards. It's a very bizarre coding standard. Like, it literally goes... words do not do it justice how strange it is. So, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, this kind of put me in a mood. Give me a moment to get my NCommander back, and then we will handle it. All right. So on that note, if you are currently in the United States, it is election day. Please go out and vote. If you're a registered voter, you should know your polling site. If not, you can still legally vote as long as you're a citizen. You'll have to request an affidavit ballot, sometimes also called a provisional ballot. They are required to give you this. You will have to sign an oath that you are legally allowed to vote, but they cannot turn you away, although many places will try. I recommend looking up the specific rules for your jurisdiction, but it is illegal for them to ask for ID and the like. Not that it stops people, but so goes. So, yep. Yes. No, it turns out that every Spark user is secretly a cute anime girl. Maybe whenever I do Spark, I'll bring out Akachan, and then if we do a different system, like if I bring out the R6000, I'll... Oh god, I just saw what my future looks like. I don't know if I like where this future is going. At least I get to show some of my really neat photos. Since we're just kind of killing time here, I will show you what the background photo is. Let me go to standalone. Yeah. Actually, I probably have to turn the model off. The background photo is actually a photo I took myself. It's on the New Jersey waterfront. I did a little touch up to it, but it was one of the more spectacular sunrises I have ever seen. So, I really, really like this photo. So, all right. And I'll probably I'm really trying to experiment to figure out what does and doesn't work best. I mean, here's what it boiled down for me is, I never had an opportunity for normal. From what my parents told me, I had sleep problems even as a baby. I didn't start sleeping through the night until I was like 4. And I remember spending a lot of nights just pacing in my room until 11 or midnight. I mean, my parents gave up trying to put me to bed because I couldn't sleep. And when you can't sleep, I just read a lot. I mean, there was nothing else to do. I had a personal computer, so up in the attic, so it just came to the point that when I couldn't sleep, I would just go up to the attic and I'd be on the internet for most of the night because that was what it was. In my early 20s, it went from bad to worse, and I now have to free cycle or I get severe health side effects. I mean, part of why I went to boarding school was because the sleep issue was that bad. Like, I never had a chance to have a normal life. But, I made that work. I mean, I won't deny it's been very lonely at times, but it also means that I had absolutely no problems living out of a backpack for many years. I mean, I literally have been to 40 plus countries. I have seen things that most people never have or never will. You make it work. You don't have to be defined by disability if you don't let yourself be. And I am speaking from experience from that because my health took a real bad dump in 2000. I don't know where I draw the line. Probably 16 is probably where it really got bad. And I did beat depression. I'm still working on it, but it can be done. Yeah. Sorry if I'm getting a little soapboxy today. I'm trying not to doom scroll. I really don't want, I read what the projection and the polls look like. I don't think both the House and Senate are going to flip Republican. I do think we're going to lose the House, though. Senate, it can go either way. And, I mean, the idea of just... I don't even know what to say, just considering everything that's happened in the last 2 years. Okay. A lot of it is that people don't vote because they don't know that they can. A lot of it, poll access is a very major issue in a lot of places. In others, let me do a reset. Let me see. Boot. Disk 0. No, that would be disk 1. No, that would be disk 1. Yeah, no, I had that right. Disk 1. I'm just going to let it start up normally. I mean, to some extent, yeah. I tune it out where I can, but I have to keep tabs on it. Just so I know the state. I've watched a lot of the January 6th Commission firsthand, But you've literally are getting to the point that a lot of people are really embracing fascism. I mean, there's no other word for it. I don't think we're at the point that we're about to collapse into a dictatorship. Not yet. But we are coming very close to that precipice. And I don't know if it is or isn't avoidable, but it's scary. I mean, a lot of what got me to do a charity live stream, it has to be something you believe in, because you could be the best actor on earth. To try and sell something for 12 hours for multiple days that you don't believe in. It panicked again. What? The hell? Async memory fault. I think that NeXTstep has problems with multiple hard drives. I could switch the disk out, and we could try using a single disk pack. I just reseated all the memory when it was having problems earlier, but you may not be wrong there. I do know there's a diagnostic mode. Let me see if we can find where that diagnostic mode is. Hold on. Oh, it may not. It may be on the later BIOS, but let me see here. Do we have diag? Wow, that runs really fast. Yeah, okay, so that did pretty much exactly what I expected. You know, I should have gotten the diag message because I could have seen if there was a stuck bit. It's also entirely possible that the drive itself is having problems. I mean, that's an either or here. Let me boot into single user mode. Let me see if I can figure out how to fix this. Jay Renton, thank you for the $5 Canadian dollar donation to Trevor Project. I did not expect this problem. Okay, hold on. All right, let's boot into be mock kernel /s. Let's drop into single user mode. Let's see what I can see. So that's resetting the SCSI bus. I think I should do a full shutdown, but I'm questioning. Like, we had this working. Oh, that's annoying. SETI erase. Oh, cool. Now I can erase. Alright, so let's look here. So this handles the early boot stuff. Oh wow, this version of Vi is so old it doesn't even recognize arrow keys. All right, booting from CD-ROM. Also, the terminal doesn't work correctly. All right, that's gonna be irritating. Cat RC. Yeah, wow, that's some really exciting problems. Multi-user setup. Private. Host configuration, Sun RPC to port numbers. So this is all the network stuff. Lookup daemon, that's fine. That's all fine. NFS, also fine. Netmaster, let's see here, ARP loader. No, that's fine. Okay, so that's where SendMail gets started. ISDN, which we don't care about. NetWare, protocol stack. I mean, we're further down this. So there's Japanese language support, RC local, start UUCP, start complete. So it would actually be probably in the .me folder. Because here's where I'm thinking about. Yeah, so there's the system config file. VI. Is that really the only thing in there? Install hints? What does it have on the CD? Can I reset this terminal? Apparently not. Oh, that's okay. So it's actually, this is a directory. So system config, vi default table, install mode, graphical boot, boot drivers. Okay. Why do I know how this all works? Like, I really should not know how this all works. Okay, so do you need to be in install mode? So here's the install hints. So we're not in install mode, start graphical boot. Okay, yeah, so that all looks pretty much what I expect it to be. Default.table. Yeah, so that all looks exactly what I expect it to look. I probably am looking a little bit too far down. Like, there should be... That was not what I wanted to do. I don't remember how Next handles auto start. It has to be running as root. Viewer shelf. Default files for root. That's basically what I expect it to be. Like, I'm not sure if it's running as me or if it's running as root. It has to be running as root. There's no way it could be running as a non-root user. I'm literally looking for a needle in a haystack here. PS2 resources. Like, I could grep the hard drive, but I don't think I could find it. I don't have a serial console handy. I don't know why, but mine is not working. Does grep recognize -R? No, you probably don't. Yeah, you do not. Yeah, so that's all an index file. Well, this was not how I expected this stream to go. Alright, let me let it boot up. And let me keep an eye on the messages. Yeah, it's a GNU thing. But there are a fair number of GNU utilities in the base system. Okay. Yeah, it's NeXTstep on Spark. Alright, so it's... I mean, we get pretty far. I have that distinct feeling this is going to fall over. I actually have this horrible, horrible feeling that... Well, I also... Hold on. Well, that time it blew up for a completely different reason, but at least I understand why it blew up there. I think I need to pull the hard drive out, and I need to see... Because we literally ran the, Wait, did someone just donate something? Did I miss a donation? Oh, the bar has moved. Hold on. Hold on. This is a 94 and 95 SPARCStation. Holy cow, Black Coffee Drinker. Thank you for the $250 Canadian donation to Trevor Project. That is absolutely incredible. Let me let it start up multi-user. And then if this doesn't work, I'm going to shut down. And I'm going to pull the hard drive out of the disk pack. I'll put it in the little pack that I was using when we tested this last night. And we'll see if it runs. Because I think this is actually broken if you have multiple hard drives. Like, did I somehow manage to find the bug by being cute by using a disk pack? I mean, we've been at this for 2 hours. This is fine. This is fine. Okay. Newseed, thank you for the 10 British pounds donation for Trevor Project. We are now 10%. We're just past 10% of our goal for 5K. And if we do reach the goal before the end of the year, I will move it to 10K. We reached just over $6,000 for Planned Parenthood and National Network of Funds. I don't want to say the A word on stream because I don't want to get YouTubed. I mean, wow, it actually, the file system got trashed a second time. This is going well. This is going well. Well, Neozed, we're trying to run NeXTstep. We're not trying to run Solaris. All right, chat. I'm gonna pull the chat. Start a poll. Try again. Keep trying with NeXTstep, or do something with Solaris. Oh, did I? Yeah, hold on. I got 3 keyboards in front of me, so it's not always easy to type. All right, let's see how chat's. Let's see what the hive mind has to say on the subject. I have this feeling it's just going to go down in flames again. Like this is getting a little bit absurd. I literally ran through the entire installation last night, so I'd be ready for today. But watching me go mad, that's the gift that just keeps on giving. I almost feel like I want to just do an entire stream of playing NetHack, though. Come on. So so chat's kind of split right down the middle. 55 to 45. Okay. We practice democracy here. So I will give it one more try. If I have to reinstall. Wow, it actually panicked again in the same spot. Async memory. Okay, hold on. Let me actually jump into monitor. Although I really don't want to debug like this. Can I just continue? No. Would be nice. I might have a dead memory stick in this system. I would have to probably attach GDB, and that's... Hold on, let me see if it does that consistently. Because if it does that consistently, we can find the memory fault. I can figure out what stick is dead. So there may actually be value to this. So hold on. Let me do a full reset. Unfortunately, I don't have a memory test. Oh, Solaris is winning. Oh, folks want Solaris. Okay. Alright, well, we can work with that. Let's see here. So let me... But I do want to actually see if it does this consistently. And the reason I want to know if it does this consistently is... If there is a dead memory stick in here, it will cause problems under Solaris. I do kind of want to just, like, try upgrading through as many versions of Solaris as is possible. Like, that just kind of sounds like a interesting time. I would have to take half the memory sticks out. It's got 4 32 gig sticks and 3 8 megabytes, but I just reseated all of them because the SPARCStation did not want to start earlier. But that is possibly it's possibly I do have a dead RAM stick. It is passing its own memory test, but I don't have mem test on the system, and it's a non-standard type of memory stick. So let's see what it does. Because this is the first time I've really tried to do anything intensive with this machine. Okay, so it's going to have to fix the root file system again. Alright, that's fine. That's expected. Yeah, so we will go to Solaris if we can figure out this memory problem. Because if there's a memory problem, it will affect us under Solaris as well. And I might as well get this system going while I can. Okay. I'm going to step away from keyboard while this starts up. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, there goes the camera. Oh, that's actually different. Now we're getting a graphical boot. I haven't stepped away just yet. Probably because I just gave it no options. You know, I'm just going to see here and see what it does. Because we actually haven't seen the graphical boot happen before, so now I'm kind of curious. Yeah, I literally spent about 8 hours last night trying to be ready for this stream, because I was going to originally use the RS6000, and then obviously that didn't go as planned, so I had to get the SPARCStation out. Yeah, okay, so that's expected. I control C there because there's no net info daemons on this network. That's expected.
Let me see if it goes down in flames this time. Although, this is a slightly different run because... Okay, see, now this time we got summary of devices. Did we actually get the install screen this time? No, and we end up back here. I mean, if I just hit build, I'm just going to try this. But I think this is broken. I should not be getting this screen. Like, if I hit... Yeah, because this is what we got the first time. And there's no extension packages available, which tells me something has gone wrong. My guess is there's probably something hard-coded. Oh! Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Okay, hold on. Okay, so hold on. By default, Solaris uses ID3 for its internal hard drive. I am not installing to ID3. That is almost certainly why it's going boom. And it's probably breaking some internal script because it's looking for SCSI target 3 and it can't find it because there's no file system on it. And that's probably why the whole thing is just going completely kafugly. All right, I'm going to step AFK and then I'm going to think about what we do. Alright, I'm back. I am, in fact, back. Alright, I mean, honestly, NeXTstep is better than most as far as installation. Do we want to try it one more time with just a single drive? Okay. I'm going to just give this final poll. Oh, hold on. So try it one more time. Single drive. Because I'll pull the drive out of the disk pack. I will put it in the standalone caddy. And we'll try the installation like that and see if it succeeds. Well, no, the thing is, we believe in democracy here, so we're going to put it to a vote. We're going to put it to a vote. I mean, if we do Solaris, I'm probably going to... The system came with a burnt copy of Solaris 6. Where did I put that disk? Like, this was the disk that I actually was in the CD-ROM drive when I bought the system. So that's how I know it was reformatted. I kind of want to install Solaris 6. I've got a box copy of Solaris 7, and I've actually just recently got a second copy of Solaris 8. Oh, did someone just make a donation? Thank you, Lucas user. I have no idea what try is, TRY. So it looks like the poll is the poll... How is it 100%? Wow, that is actually really impressive. All right, let's shut the system down, and hopefully it will come back. Let me shut down. Let me switch the views. Hold on. So camera. Yeah, transition. 'Cause we are actually going to be doing stuff with actual stuff. So this is why we have the camera like this. So let me move the camera. Yeah, and you know what? I can see the lag from the Blackmagic capture device as I do this. I'm going to have to figure out a better way. All right, so here's the disc pack, and you can actually see my MacBook Pro looking at the stream. So let me get that off. And since I've got this, I have the lighters right there. I'm just going to light an incense stick. Neighbors have been cooking something all day. I don't know what. But if I'm going to have to be breathing magic smoke, I want it to be nice smelling magic smoke. Alright, so let me shut this down. Alright, and then turn you off. There's a switch. Alright, so that spins down. So now, inside this thing, let there be hard drives. And you can see here, there's a lot of setup stuff. So there's 4 separate hard drives. I don't know which drive corresponds to which. I believe this one I know is drive 3 because this is the one I've used independently. But I don't know which other physical disks correspond. But this is basically with Sun's El Cheapo storage solution. So let me get this drive disconnected. Oh, I just noticed what the fan looks like because of chat. That's actually kind of cool. Come on. I don't have this drive screwed in because I don't normally have. I normally keep these separate. All right, so let's grab this. Now I just gotta get the ribbon cable to come out, which it doesn't want to. Get this drive out. Like, it's at a very awkward angle, which is why I'm having trouble with it. Ah, there it goes. There it goes. There we go. Okay, there's the hard drive. So let's put this away. Oh, hold on. Now we have to disconnect the SCSI cables. So that's the terminator block. And this is the data cable. Okay. Let me go put this. Let me put this on the other side of the room, and let me go get the single pack chassis. And here I thought I was being clever. This is literally watch NCommander change a vintage tire. Just realized that. Okay. So here's this. I don't have the rails or any of the internals for this thing, but it does work. I use this thing all the time. Cable goes there. This sits right here. Let me put the lid on it. Okay, connect the data cable. This cable's never goes in easy.
Come on. Okay. Now we just put the Terminator pack in. I really hate SCSI. Like, I know it's better than IDE, but ugh. Power cable. Power up. Okay. Now, hopefully the SPARCStation reboots, because it was being temperamental earlier. Alright, let's... what we can do is I can put the fan like this. Alright. And I just realized I've had the coffee thing up. Let's see if it boots up. The caps lock light is still blinking, which means it's still in post. It takes its sweet time. Come on. That's why I didn't want to shut this down. Yeah, I think it's not posting. Is it still running? Yeah, I've got no error code lights, and I haven't gotten serial output out of this, although I think it's probably a cable than not. Hold on. Turn you off. Well, the machine died. Because like I said, it was having problems earlier. Off. Off. I'll turn the hard drive on after I got this running. Okay, turn on. Hard drive, keyboard LEDs. When it's in early boot, the caps lock key tells me that the post is running. Takes about 20 to 25 seconds before it comes out of reset. If it's going to do so. Okay, LED is still flashing. I can see it. So it hasn't crashed yet. Still blinking. It's not happy about something. Hey, there we go. Okay. Alright, now we turn that on. I'm going to let it run the full memory test. I think the problem we're having with NeXTstep is there's a bug. Like, there's an actual bug with NeXTstep. So, that's fine. I'm going to have to reprogram the, I'm going to have to reprogram, the NVRAM. So, bear with me. Sear. Actually, yeah, Sear. Sun NVRAM program. Programming the NVRAM after replacement. Because NeXTstep actually will not boot without this step. Okay. Right. Okay. So now I have to program in the MAC address. So
Real machine type 1 MKV 82. FF6 MKV 7 MKV 08 09. Okay, cool. That is actually programmed. Set defaults. Cool. Okay, then that is the NVRAM reprogrammed. Yep. So let me try boot it off that NeXTstep install. I am curious. It might not be happy, but let's just see if it can do anything. Okay, so NeXTstep was not on this. That means we're going to have to install it again. Oh wait, hold on. Probe SCSI. Let me make sure it actually has the drive. Okay, so what? Oh, did I? No, it's there. You're plugged in. What? Okay, something's not plugged in right. Let's... Damn it, I gotta turn this back off then. I probably don't have all the cables seated correctly. Oh. Did this... Oh, this latched when it closed. Damn it. Come on. SCSI. Yeah. Come on. Wait. I mean, I just had you open. Why are you now causing me trouble? And give me back my hard drive, please. I can't get this to come open. What? Okay, let me switch the view. Why is it doing this? What is going on? Okay, hold on. So, for some reason, this is now stuck. Like, I just had this open and now it's not coming open because the SCSI pass-through goes right to the drive. So either I didn't plug a cable in or I did something wrong with this is not showing up. Like, this is literally just an adapter and a power supply. There's no brains in this unit. And I apparently somehow managed to put the top back on in such a way that it does not want to come back off. Which makes me wonder how I did that. I'm apparently very talented. It's not how I intended to spend today. I want this hard drive back out. Come on. Okay. Let me unplug it. and put it in my lap and just see if I can figure out why I can't get it to come open. Where is this stuck? That's lifting on that side. It's not lifting on the other side. I know that hard drive's not actually secure in there, so I have to be careful. Seriously, how the hell did I do this? Because you are supposed to pivot forward and then up. And I somehow managed to lock it. Yeah, because that's moving. Put this carefully up here. I think I'm going to have to get a spacer and try and get this side to release. I don't know how I did this. This is incredible. There are hidden latches on the back that need to be pushed in. I remember that, but... Oh, something moved. No, it's stuck right here on this left-hand side. Let's see here. Alright, because I've gone to, I mean, obviously I've opened this thing before, but I usually don't let it latch, and obviously I did, and that was a mistake. Apparently this stream is watch nothing go as planned. Like, I do all this prep work and it goes for naught because, okay, where is this latched? I think it latched over here on the left-hand side. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab a screwdriver. Hoping this will work. It's what I've got sitting here on the desk. Just gotta get it pop out. Let me just get a bit on there. Alright, so let me see here. So you probably should be using a plastic bludger, actually. I got those. Let me grab one. I might as well not damage the plastics while I'm at it because my own mistake. I cannot believe I did this. I cannot believe this is a thing that is happening on this stream. Yeah, I can't even feel where it's latched. See, that side's moving. I think it's here. I vaguely remember there's like a release here in the holes. The release here is on the side. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. This is the first time it's ever relatched on me. There's a hole you insert a clip into. I'm just trying to find it. Okay, let's go find the manual for this, because obviously I'm not getting into it the easy way. So this is a Sun Model 411. Oh, why are we asking for help about a 4... Okay, Sun Model 411 manual. How to open case. Okay. Second hole from the rear of the box. You should hear a click when it releases. So there's second hole from the rear. So like, is that down? Let's see here. From On the back and top of unit, count 3 holes forward. Push something, then the top sorts of release. Sides near the rear, take a small tool, second hole from the top, from the rear of the box. So, does that mean this one or this one? I will drop the link that I'm reading from. It's an Ars Technica forum article from many, many years ago. And Remnant, C-Punk, thank you for the $20 donation. Okay. First hole on the top. Second row on the right. First hole on the top. So, either here. Oh, I heard something release. I heard a click. No, that's not it. Yes, second from the top. Go inward. I mean, I've had to do this once before, and this feels familiar, but I don't remember it being this hard. But it's possible it wasn't as latched. Well, this teaches me to make things look nice for the camera. Okay, hold on. Middle row, about 3 to 5 from the end. I don't even see anything on the videos. Alright, let me see if I can find the actual manual. Here. Sun SCSI 411 manual. Because between the lag... Okay, so Unipack... Wow, it's actually up on Oracle's website still. No, that doesn't actually help me in any sort of way. That doesn't help at all. Apparently, Sun used this model number for a whole lot of things. Okay, so 411 style. On the sides near the rear, take a small tool, second hole from the rear on the second row of holes from the top. So if it's the second from the top, that would be here. And then second hole from the rear of the box. So that would be here. Why did they make this so hard to get into? Like, what's the problem with screws? Okay. Yeah, it's not the top row. I think it's right here. Oh, I heard something click. I mean, I know I did this to myself, but this is ridiculous. Okay, so maybe... Okay, let's try this. I mean, I would assume that the... Well, I guess. Yeah, this is horrible. I don't know. Let me see how much I can get this closer so you can actually see how bad this looks. Yeah. So it's not locked on the other side. It's locked on this side. I've had to get, like I said, I've had
to get this open before. This one, I don't feel anything. People wonder why Unix lost its mind hardware. I mean, son, what the hell? Second from the top. Yeah, let me mute the music because I'm not facing the microphone while I'm working on this. So you're not going to hear me very well. Alright, second from the top. One more left. One more down. So right here. I mean, that doesn't feel like I got anything. Like I'm moving it. I don't see anything. Like if this is second from the top. Oh wait, I just heard a click. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay, so why is this drive not... Oh, okay, well, there's the problem with the drive. The cable didn't go in all the way. Chat, send help. I think I'm losing my mind. I mean, I'm pretty sure I didn't have it when we started the stream, but I really feel like I'm losing my mind at the moment with just how this has gone. I feel like this would be like a ticket for Sunsolve. Okay, is that cable in all the way? I can't tell. I think it is. The power cable is in. All right, so let me, let's just reconnect it. I'm gonna leave the lid off. No, the drive didn't spin up, and it didn't come up on SCSI Pro. So that tells me that it wasn't plugged in properly. So let's try this again. I really wish we had the internal drives. Actually, I want to leave this off. Let's start it up. No, I just didn't. I think we found a bug in NeXTstep. I don't think it works properly unless you install it to disk ID 3. Well, we got it. All right, the caps lock is still flashing, so it hasn't crashed yet. Hopefully it starts on the first try. Anytime today, computer. Oh, is it really going to do this to me? Power light's still on. I probably just need to power cycle it again. And SPARCStation is just like all his other computers. Incredibly cursed. Okay, caps lock is on. Means it's still posting. I don't know why it's developed this issue. I feel like there's probably a memory problem, but I took all the RAM sticks out and it was still doing this with even one stick. It wasn't starting consistently. And I don't get any serial port output, so I have no idea. This machine's pretty much on its last leg. Okay, I still got flashing caps lock, which means it is running. Caps lock just went out.
So are we going to get open boot firmware stuff or not? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. All right, another try. Another try. This SPARCStation is cranky. Like, it was fine. Like, it was fine yesterday, and then this morning it was just, it has refused to start up, like, consistently. Like, you don't know what the syncing in my, in what the syncing feeling was when it started doing this. I do think it might be related to the CG6 in there, because it's not original to this machine. I put it in there. So it's possible the graphics card in there is having problems. I have the original CG3, which I could put back in there. But that graphics card is kind of poop. Alright. Caps lock went off. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Just does not like me today. Yeah, I have the termination pack installed. Where's the off switch? Let me let it sit for a moment. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I mean, I've got the Ultra 10, which works reliably, although it's an Ultra 10, which is not good. No, ID Prom, it just has a dead timekeeper. It is a SPARCStation. It's just I have a NeXTstation on top of it. Here, let me load the camera slightly. Unfortunately, this is proving to be a hardware debugging stream more than anything else. I honestly think it's the SG6 has gone flaky, because the SG6 that was in this system, I took it out of an Ultra 1 that has had issues. Alright. Let me turn it off. Let me unplug it. There is a drive inside. I just set the ID to 3. Alright. There is a serial console, but I don't get anything out of it. Because I was testing that earlier. Like, I get no early post messages. I get the post progress light on the keyboard. But that's about it. And I get no error codes. It just stops. So I think I'm going to... Chat, do you want me to go grab the SG3 card and we can put it back in here and see if it comes back from the dead? It's an actual timekeeper. No, I detached the keyboard and I don't get anything on console. I've tried when it does this. Like I've tried that. I mean, literally, we just had this thing working. Okay. What I do know is it's dying very early in the boot process. I mean, I could go scrounging around for... I know I have one here. I mean, if we're gonna do debugging, we're gonna do debugging. Okay. No, that's a Mac IBM adapter. That's not what I'm looking for. I know it's in here. Yeah, okay. I've got the 25 pin dB null modem. Oh, wait a minute. What? Okay, then. I was not expecting that. What? I'm just gonna put the background music back on. I'm just gonna just sit here. I think it knew I was coming for it. Alright, hold on. Oh, there's the hard drive. I think it's possessed, folks. Like... Okay, set defaults. Reset. So, okay, I'm sorry. I did explain this earlier in the stream. Sun systems keep the MAC address and host ID numbers in non-volatile memory, but because the non-volatile memory chip on this system is dead, like it is on most old Suns, the settings get lost at each reboot. Like, if you look at Ethernet and host ID, you can see that they're 80 coffee, which is literally what I just typed in. Hard drive just spun up. What's it going to load? I think it's going to load... Oh, yeah, okay, so that's actually got... Oh, the hard drive has a status LED on it. I didn't know that. That's going to load Sun OS. We've come this far. Are we going to try NeXTstep again? Suzarin, the NVROM is dead on this machine. As soon as I turn it off, it's not going to work. It's going to get reset again. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm going to... let's just ask chat. Okay. Start poll. NeXTstep. Because I feel like we've come this far. Let's see it through. That's the... Oh, Yo Soy, that is complete win. That is complete win. Let me just load the camera a bit more. I will say that I'm having a lot of fun with this, even though we haven't actually managed to do anything this stream. Like, we have not even managed to get where we past the starting point on this stream. That's not a bad idea, but I've already booted up Solaris at the beginning of the stream. Like, I literally did that at the start. Yeah, no, folks want us. Apparently we have come this vested. We are going to see this through to the end. Though, so far, this is a 3-hour stream of failure. But failure, like corn, is tasty. All right, let's just do it. Let's do it. No, this is a stream that documents the amount of perseverance. I mean, probably in terms of preparation for this stream is probably about 20 hours. maybe not that high, but I had a lot of help getting the VTuber avatar working. Again, you know what? I meant to do that earlier. If her Discord, her Git is not here. Let me grab that. Let me grab that. I don't want... No, confirm. Yeah. If you want to support the developer of the free and open source Inochi 2D software, I meant to put that in the description. I will add that now. She supports GitHub. If you wish to support Inochi 2D development, I highly appreciate if someone could put a few dollars in her jar, and if you can, leave a note. I don't actually know how Git sponsors work. I've never tried to use them. Yes. Well, this is all the stuff that becomes... So, here's the funny part, is probably in terms... I probably had about 100 hours... No, not that much. I had about 40 to 50 hours of raw footage for IBM AIX. And I still... Which means that you only saw about 1% of that in the final video. Here. Yes. I gotta say, 101 concurrent viewers for a weekday stream is outstanding by this channel's standards. Although it's good overall. Like most people, they're lucky to get to 10. I am curious if this actually works. Do we want to put the disc back in the disc pack and see if it behaves? Like, I am really curious if this is a bug in NeXTstep. Because it is quite possible they never tested it with multiple hard drives. Oh, the bots just showed up. Like, this is so stupid. Why is it so much? Like, the reason I put multiple disks... Okay, so we're just going to hit 1 and we're going to install NeXTstep. Alright, now it's installing NeXTstep. Okay, so now that we are doing this again... This is fine. This is completely fine. I need a facepalm... I need a facepalm animation for Akka. I really do. The installer is a shell script. It is a shell script. OpenStep probably is no better, though. We could try it. I could actually burn it to a disk and try it. Well, you know what I'm going to take away from this? We have a faulty RAM stick. Because it just panicked. And it doesn't tell me the address at which it panicked on. So I think we're going to have to pull I think we're going to have to start pulling memory. Okay. This is fine. Let's whoa. Okay. Yeah, I was told. Alright. We are going to start pulling RAM sticks. We are going to succeed here, one way or another. It was not doing this yesterday. But we have come this far. We might as well see it all the way through. So, SPARCStation gets turned off. This is off, so I can unplug this. We are going to start pulling RAM sticks, and I'm going to see if we can make the Chrome go away.
the NeXTstation. I'll put this to the side. I don't think we're going to get to use it tonight. I need a screwdriver. Screwdriver. I feel like, you know what I realize my future feels like it's going to be is I'm going to end up playing a bare metal memory test. Oh, that is far enough out. Okay. Behold, the inside of a SPARCStation 5. Okay. So I think the easiest thing to do here is we literally take everything out but one stick of RAM and see what it does. Because the odds are I only have one dead stick. Because it's mostly working. This one. I mean, I did promise everyone Cursed Sun Shenanigans. Okay. So that's the only stick that's in there. I can actually run this. If I just move the cables a little bit, we can just run it like this. Let's see if it turns back on. And what I'm probably going to end up doing as like this is going to be my stupid project for November is I just see writing a bare metal memory tester for Spark 4M because I could develop that. I could launch it off Silo because if I start from Silo, I don't have to do all the early initialization stuff on ARM or not on Spark. Like, it would really not be hard to cannibalize Silo into becoming a memory tester. Okay. Yeah, I'm having a mood with this right now. Trust me. There are feelings being said in my head about how this is going. And I keep telling myself, it's money being raised for a good cause. The more I suffer, the more we raise for Trevor Project for LGBT youth, and hopefully get people to go out and vote. I think it's not good. Well, you know what? I'm going to wait. I'm going to give it a full minute to boot because we have seen that you need to be very patient waiting for this to start up. Yeah, I could probably do it from the fourth interpreter. You know, I'm just going to lower the camera a little bit. I have this distinct feeling that it's not going to start. Let's see here. Timer. Oh, no, never mind. All right. So now we're down to 32 megabytes.
That's the CD-ROM drive. Oh, I gotta turn this on. Okay, all right. I mean, this was not the way this stream was supposed to go, but so be it. I mean, NeXTstep should run fine in 32 megabytes, but now I'm gonna have to figure out how to write a memory tester in Forth. I don't really want to know how to do that. Like, I legitimately do not want to know how to do that because that just sounds painful. You missed a whole lot of failure. I think we've got a memory fault in this SPARCStation, but we can't find it because we don't have a memory test program. And you know what? This is the same problem I had with the Blasted Ultra 1. I ran test memory. It passed. We ran test memory. It's an intermittent issue. It doesn't happen every time. Although I just realized it might be in the first RAM stick because that's where the kernel would be. So if it's going to fault, it probably is going to fault there. Like, I do vaguely remember, like, there was a memory test program you could run under Linux. It wasn't particularly good, but you could do it. Yeah, watching people... I think at this point, you know what? I did say that we were going to have cursed SPARCStation 5 shenanigans. And you want to know something? There was no lie in that statement. I mean, probably test memory probably just makes sure that you can read from every byte. You could do it that fast. What you need something is like memtest 86. I'm trying to think on how we could do I really want to send down the road of madness to write a memory test program for Spark? Because the problem with doing it from OpenBoot is I don't know the memory regions that OpenBoot is using. The Linux kernel has something built in. Can you give a... Why did that just... Did that just panic? Oh, no. I didn't set the NVRAM. I didn't set the NVRAM. That's expected. It will panic if I don't do this. I really need to buy a timekeeper for this machine. Or, well, I have to do the Glitchworks thing, because I have the board, I just haven't done it. It just requires me to, like, do it. 20... Yep. This will, Leonardo, this will not be the only charity stream I do. So don't worry. Don't fret if you're not in a position to do it. Okay. Let me back up the microphone if there is actually. Okay. Apparently I screwed up because ID prom is invalid. So let me try that again. Machine type 182 MDK. I really despise Sun for doing this. Like, there are so many other ways you could have handled this. Even if this was necessary, like, why couldn't it have just been a blasted battery? Like, because this was a problem back in the day, because these timekeepers do fail fairly frequently. Like, I found posts from the 90s talking about this. I mean, CR2302s generally do not leak. I know they can, but I have not seen one personally, unlike Varda batteries, which just do. What did I do wrong? Why did it say the content? What am I? 10 MKV, real machine type 1, so that writes to byte 1. 82 MKP. 4. F0 do ID prom XOR loop F. Okay, that time it's right. Alright, reset. I mean, that being said, I could probably, if I was to just... I mean, I wonder how hard it would be to modify the Linux kernel to have that work. Okay, program terminated. So boot CD-ROM. This is going well. This is fine. Okay. We're now at 3 hours and 14 minutes, and we still have not actually successfully done anything. This is your host, NCommander, and I'm losing my mind. Akachan is just going to cover for me because my brain... It's still not as bad as PA Risk. Like, PA Risk is worse. But this is bad. I actually don't know if it's a micro or turbo spark. There's no label on it on the chip unless I took the heatsink die off it, and I don't really want to do that. So, and nothing I've found can identify what clock this is running at. Well, okay, I have to admit, as far as paint drying, your PDP-10 has this beat. Maybe we'll do ITS in a future stream. Like, I think we're going to be doing a lot more streaming on the channel going forward. I might even try using the video toaster. I've been wanting to do something with that for quite a while. Or at least anything with Amiga. Alright, it's thinking about it. Like, I don't quit easily, but this is becoming, like, really a freaking memory error of all things. This probably just developed, like, it probably was marginal beforehand, because... So the biggest problem with PA Risk is that parts of its BIOS are on the hard drive, not on the system itself. So if you've got a completely dead hard drive, the only way to get that system going again is either to image it from another
HP machine, or to start it with UX Ignite, at which point you can load a new LSL and actually get the system running. Okay, 32 megabytes should be enough to do the install. Well, if there's anything I've learned as a content creator, novelty and pain make all the difference in the world. Like, if we can get this working, I will get the NeXTstation out, and we will try NetBoot. No, the C800, the C8000 is new enough it doesn't have that problem. It's the HP 900 that I'm thinking of. It's like the last, the earlier ones had more issues. Like, I'm thinking HP Unix 9 and 10 era. The last PA RISC ones were considerably less stupid. Alright, let's try this again. Chat, I'm going to take your odds. I'm going to take odds on this. And did I miss any donations? I don't think... Oh, actually, I did. There was Ann SEK. I don't know what SEK is. I think that's Korean? South Korean economic. 250 SEK. Let's see here. Who else have I missed? If there's anyone I haven't read out, please let me know. And Gun for Hopper for $5. I mean, you want to know something? I do have SGI hardware. I've never actually used it. I literally bought it for $200 at a Vintage Computer Fest. And that indie has been sitting on my shelf doing nothing. So maybe this is a good time to try it. Because it has a hard drive, and I can use this chassis for a CD-ROM drive. SEK is Swedish kronas. NeXTstep doesn't run on an Ultra Spark. Trying to light an incense stick, because if I'm going to have to deal with magic smoke, it might as well be pleasant smelling. Well, it got to the install step. So, I guess the question now becomes, while this is looking, I'm going to do a little bit of research. What does it take to do bare metal programming on Spark? Like, if we do Spark bare metal programming, like, has someone written a guide for this? Wow, okay, I'm probably better off patching Silo or the Linux kernel to do this, because, oh joy. I really want an alpha station. Like, I desperately want an alpha station. And as a reminder, as we come up on the 3.5 hour mark, if you're in the United States, today's election day. Please go out and vote. You can do more. You're doing more by doing that than anything else. And try to get as many people as you can to go vote. If you are a U.S. citizen, you are entitled to vote. If you're not on the roster, you can ask for a provisional ballot and then sign an affidavit that you have the right to vote. I feel like I'm going to have to make that sacrifice unless someone can find, like, Sun had to have utilities for this. Like, Sun had to have a proper memory test utility. It's possible it's been archived somewhere. I mean, realistically speaking, you could do it in user space if you could know how much of the kernel, I voted last week, personally. I have this distinct feeling we're going to see Akka-chan or another VTuber avatar in the near future. I might have to open up Photoshop or really GIMP and just change her palette a little bit. Well, you know, AIX for Itanium surfaced recently, so there's a decent chance that a bunch of the old Sunsolve stuff might come back from the dead. Like, I mean, SPARCStation 5s were one of the most popular Spark boxes. I mean, it's not unheard of the diagnostic tools might actually come back. I would probably change... If I was going to continue using Akka as my model, I would change her hair. I might remove the leaf. I don't know if I would keep it. And I would change her blouse from white to black. I would personally prefer a much more androgynous model, but even... I don't know what it would take to commission a... I would go with a PNG one. I wouldn't go with a 3D model, although... A 3D model I could import into Blender, but I don't like how that looks. I think it falls right into the uncanny valley with the 3D ones. Like, yes. And for those who don't know, the Akka model, the reason I'm VTubing today instead of just doing the face cam like I normally do, is there are VTubers, I for you at the beginning of the stream, I apologize, you're going to get to hear this again, but there are a lot of people who get harassed over being VTubers. People who try and find out who the person behind the puppet is. And there's a lot of reasons why people may or may not use a VTuber. They may not be comfortable with how they look. They, in Japan, the way VTubing got started was, it was done by one of the model companies, if I remember correctly. They basically created a virtual model so they would only have to hire a voice actress. They wouldn't have to have a pop idol for every single event and then just put it on YouTube, and then it kind of just took off from there. But content creators are people that do the things they do out of passion. You cannot be a content creator if you don't love this. I mean, there are some exceptions, like, there are people that play games just for money because they've been doing it for so long that it's the only thing that they can do. But if this is not a thing that you do for your livelihood, then every stream, every content, every video is someone's passion. It's why I go the stupid extra mile I do for my projects. Because let's be honest, I make my projects a bit over-engineered. I don't think anyone who has seen my videos is going to disagree with this. So, with that being said, I mean, I've literally had to watch, I've seen harassment. It especially I forgot her name. She was a very large Twitch streamer. I mean, she was basically being forced to do exploitive, was it Aurelian? I cannot remember her name. She isn't someone I normally watch. She was basically forced to do hot tub streams, and her fan base basically attacked her over it. It was one of the more notable times I've been disgusted by how some people treat other people. Especially, it's more, it happens on YouTube, but I've seen it a lot on Twitch. I watch a Minecraft Let's Player, Lashmark. He's done Greg Tech New Horizons, and basically he decided to start playing a different pack for a bit, and a lot of people just started harassing him over it. The thing that got me to do VTubing is Ashi Linda. There are people who are trying, basically because she's a VTuber, there are people who have tried to dox her by asking those in her social circle, oh, do you know who she is? Oh, do you know who she is? I mean, what can you do? I find that I've enjoyed VTubing more than I've expected to. Like, I don't, as odd as it sounds, I do not typically watch streams. Like, if I watch a stream, it's because I know I'm watching a friend, I'm watching a very rare event, or I was at Mixer. The only time I ever watched streams regularly was when I was at Mixer, and which is actually what got me into streaming, because I used to live stream developing FTL. Ashi, did I say it wrong? Oh, also, Alex, Taradoff. Thank you for the $50 donation to the Trevor Project. Lina. Sorry, I didn't even realize I was putting the D in. Lina, not... Yes, I have some issues with pronunciation. I don't talk to people that often, strangely, by and large, it's all text. So, sometimes I get the wrong pronunciation until someone corrects me. Yeah. A model that represents Itanium. Well, I'm not going to verbalize my first thought, but Itanium, up until Elon Musk started burning Twitter, I would say that was the previous example I'd use for a money pit fire. So, I would just I would just put a burning stack of money would be a pretty good Itanium model. And I could almost see, like, pulling out the ZX 6000. No, okay, that's not a critical failure. That's just the CD-ROM drive being a little flaky. I do keep an eye on what goes on in social... Yeah, okay, this is fine. I mean, I keep an eye on Twitter. I keep an eye on other things. This CD-ROM drive is probably on its last leg. I mean, it's a 30-year-old CD-ROM drive. What do I expect? Problem is, it's not a standard CD-ROM drive, so when it dies, I'm going to have even more problems. Radian, thank you for the 41 Zolish Zolati donation. And now we are at 800 raised for Trevor Project. Thank you so much. I don't think block lists work in and of itself. By and large, what you need is good moderation. The reason that Twitter had so much problem with toxicity is that the trust and safety team freaking was a failure in a lot of regards. They did a lot right, but there were so many obvious failures. I don't know if it was a problem with the management blocking them, but I mean...
I recognize they were in a rock hard spot with Donald Trump. But Trump should have been removed from the platform long before he got to that point. I mean, and the fact of the matter is, when Trump was actively calling for a lot of hatred on Twitter, if you followed him directly, and, you know, because Trust and Safety decided to leave him on the platform, now I can understand, he was the president, you know, that is a rock hard place. It basically signaled the floodgates that this was acceptable on Twitter, and that's a lot why it got as bad as it did at times. Like, I don't know if I certainly probably was not the only one who noticed the change after his account got banned. It's a custom faceplate, although maybe a regular drive will work. I don't know. I got this SPARCStation, and then I never ended up using it for the project that I had bought it for. I mostly got it because it had the keyboard. It had the keyboard and the mouse. It has the optical mouse with it, which you could see here. So, I don't know. Zolati. Okay, well, today I learned. Alright, so let me end this poll. I think I kind of want to, like, make a sandwich. I bought some Gouda when I was at the store the other day, and I've got some sourdough bread, and that sounds really amazing. Although I feel like with this much vintage computers going, if I run the microwave, something will die. Like, from what I am seeing right now is I'm hoping in the near future I'm going to be working full-time again. What I'm sort of expecting as a result of that is that I will probably end up doing less in-depth videos, but hopefully I'll be able to hire an editing team to do more. Because right now I'm just a one-man person, you know, a one-man team. For certain type, and for some of the content I do that really, I would need an entire team of people that had similar amounts of expertise to what I do. But it would be possible for me to make simpler videos with an editor and drastically reduce my time. Like, if I wanted to do a video on building worldwideweb.app, as long as I gave concise notes of how it needed to be edited, as long as someone was relatively familiar with computing, they'd probably be able to do it, and then I could just make final adjustments. Like, because I used an editor. I hired actually someone in the Discord. I don't know if they want to be known, so I won't say who. To edit the NT4 embedded video I did, and that video is one of my best performing ones. Well, what we've discovered is that we appear to have a faulty RAM module, but because there's no diagnostic tools for Spark, we don't know which one. So I took all the RAM sticks out of it except one, and we're going to see if we can actually complete this installation. And then if I do, then I'm going to have a really big problem because I'm going to have to figure out how to test these. Like, I have no idea how I need to test this. Like, I guess... Does anyone... Like, I am open to ideas on this one. Like, I could probably start something like a SETI at home job and just let it run and see if it completes without panicking. Like, what would use all 256 megabytes? You know what? I could set a GCC compile going, and I could run it each time with one stick, and see if it dies. That would do it, because that on 32 megabytes, it's going to completely max out the system. No, because if I re-add them, what I'll do is I'll just run it on one stick at a time, or I'll use, because it's 4 32 megabytes and 3 8 megabytes. We could lose the 8 megabyte ones, and I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Unfortunately not, because these are proprietary. These are called DSIMs, and only Sun's hardware use DSIMs. I think these would work in my Ultra, in the Ultra 1. The Ultra 5 uses standard memory sticks. So, I mean, that's actually not the worst way I could do it. I wouldn't go as crazy as we did with Europa, because if I install Solaris, or even if I just ran it under NeXTstep, as long as I was taxing the system and it doesn't panic, I could rerun a no bootstrap C compile over and over again. On 32 megabytes, it will start paging. Like, because I could do a no bootstrap one, which will only do the one pass, so it would only take a couple days. Yeah. Well, we could let it page. We could let it page. Like, I could put it in paint drying. Like, if I end up doing this, I would put it in the paint drying channel. I just don't know how much I really want to do this. But the fact of the matter is, we did get this to fail multiple times installing NeXTstep. So I could just install NeXTstep over and over again with one memory stick and see if it dies. I mean, it's not what I call a good solution to the problem, but yep. Oh man, I am congested. Hold on. I do feel like if I had to test a whole lot of Spark machines, I'd probably sit and do a memory tester. But that's a lot of work. Because I'd have to figure out how to map in every stick. Like, if I could do it from Open Boot. I mean, the thing is, I would have to still load the program from another system. It's not trivial. Oh, I apologize. I apologize. Thoughts on the wet paint. Well, obviously, Europa got the party started. I really like the 66 megahertz Pentium to Windows 7. That's so fun. That one wasn't very long, but that one is probably I enjoy for a lot of reasons. The wet paint thing is that you run a very slow task, and then you're just reporting on it to a bunch of other people that are running very slow tasks. So, if you want to build GCC on a SPARCStation, let it take a couple of days. Huh. Oh, and that light bulb is still flashing. So I didn't expect to try and install NeXTstep 3 times today, but here we are. I'm gonna step AFK for a bit. I'm just gonna let this run while I'm AFK.
Okay, and I'm back. I am back. Let's see here. I mean, I'm going to be both really happy and really annoyed if we successfully manage to install NeXTstep. What I'll probably just end up doing is I'm probably just going to end up repeating the install over and over again with just one stick and see if it fails. Because that's probably the best way I'm going to find this problem if I have a faulty RAM module. So, I mean, maybe, I don't know when I don't want to do it with an Ultra 10, it's too slow. But I could be convinced to do an ongoing project to try and compile, to try and bootstrap Ubuntu for another platform. Like, it would either be Ubuntu, it would probably be Ubuntu because Ubuntu I know best, although I could do another Linux distribution. I could try and bring back the Spark or Itanium ports. The Itanium port would actually not even be that hard because my ZX6000 is actually quite beefy, although it is only an 800 megahertz processor. So I'd probably want to cross-compile parts of it, but I could do it. Like, that would actually be a fairly interesting stream and edited project. And right now, if I just move Akka a little bit, I could use the same footage twice because I can record in 4K and then just stream in 1080p. You know, actually, I have enough bandwidth. I could stream in 4K. YouTube will just downsample it. Because I don't... does YouTube support 4K streaming? I don't remember. So... Alright, well, it's going. I am legitimately questioning, though, if the problem we had with NeXTstep is it dying because of its multiple hard drives or not? Like, I'm going to have to do some testing on this because I'm going to want to know offhand. I know there's people that have made 486 compatible Gentoo, but I don't know if they built it on a 486. I mean, theoretically it is possible, but you'd have to really just want to die inside to try it. Well, I don't want to port an entire operating system to Spark. Spark is both very well and very badly documented from what I saw. Like, there's relatively good documentation from Sun that describe how it works in userland, but from what I saw, the kernel stuff is a little bit more... what's pmemtest? Like, this is a very old Spark system, so it's only 32-bit. So, yeah. Like, I could definitely... cross-compiling is kind of a black art, especially if you have to do a full bootstrap. But I could do it. There's probably... There's a few dozen people that I know could do it with... I should say have done it. But it's something that is only ever done once, for the most part, on any platform, and rarely at that. Like, you have to understand how the entire system is put together from start to finish to do a raw bootstrap. I did one out of curiosity for Debian several years ago. I did it on x86. I mostly just figured out what it would take to bootstrap the system from scratch. In the real world, it would require more modifications, but it would not be impossible. It's in the Sun VTS reference manual for Spark.
Is that the Sun Verification Test Suite? Because I think I have that. Sun VTS is Sun's online validation test suite. Yeah, I think I have this. I do have this, actually. It's, hold on. Hold on. Hold the phone. I think that's on the supplemental desk for Solaris. Hold on. I've actually got my copy of Solaris 7 sitting right here. Like, I am almost certain that's in the supplemental. Because I know I've seen it. I am reading the manual! I'm looking for the manuals to see if I actually do have it. I've got Sysmon. Installation instructions. Installation library. Like, I believe it's actually... If it's not here, I know it's in Solaris 9. Hardware platform guide. Okay, so... This talks about installing patches and hardware stuff. So... Supplemental CD. Ah, here it is, here it is. I found it in the manual. Okay, so, just make sure you can... I can't hold it in a place where you're going to be able to read it, but it's here in the manual. Validation Test Suite software. The Sun VTS Validation Test Suite is a diagnostic tool designed to test Sun hardware. It works on 32 and 64-bit devices. Alright, so let's see here how this works. Within this environment, you can run individual tests designed to validate most currently supported Sun hardware that Sun sells. The Sun VTS environment allows for programmers to develop their own tests and run them on the Sun VTS interface. So what does it actually do? Let me make sure I'm caught up to chat. I mean, I've got the PROM update. Oh, this actually just finished. Unfortunately, the manual is only online, but I at least have I have an actual copy of it. A period correct one as well. Which means it should run on this system, because Solaris 7 was officially supported for the SPARCStation. So, we might actually end up doing that. Alright, let's see if we can start NeXTstep, though. Because we've come this far, let's see this through. I almost want to pull out another hard drive, install Solaris on it, and then run the VTS software. Let me look at the VTS manual, because if there's a more extensive RAM test, we should actually... That's actually worth installing. So, okay, so let me read here. So I'm reading the Sun VTS documentation. System mapping. Test selection. Communication ports. Where's the list of tests? Text execution options. Okay. So while we watch this, I am reading about the VTS stuff. Yep, okay, that's expected. That Control C. A lot of pain and suffering here. Alright, let me see here. Like, I'm not seeing a list of tests. But, let's see here. It was called PMEM test. Physical memory test. Oh, look, it didn't error out that time. Let's see if we actually can run for the entire install. So here's the one problem with the PMEM test that I can see. It doesn't write. It only does read tests. Yeah, see, that's kind of useless. Without a write test, you don't know if there's a read test. We've got a screen, we've got a spinning beach ball. We've got this far before, though. I mean, I hear the CD and the hard drive spinning. Hey! So here's the question. Was the installer broken because the installer was broken? Or, like... because we had multiple disks, or was it because of that RAM issue? I'm just going to install everything. It doesn't take that long. See, now I'm torn. Do folks want to see us try to run the VTS option? Yeah, it's running the install at this point. Because what I can do is I can pull out a second SCSI hard drive, and what we can do is we can install Solaris, and then we can run the VTS test. All right, let's actually do this. So let me start a poll. What to do next? NeXTstep. More NeXTstep. Sun VTS. Stop. Like, we really haven't gotten anything done, but I'm having fun going nowhere fast. No, we're going to finish the NeXTstep install, and then I will use a different hard drive for this. I will actually go get a second hard drive. Yeah, I'm getting another hard drive. Just need to get a screwdriver real quick. Screwdriver. Screwdriver is where? You know what? I could just plug this in and it would work. there's no reason why that wouldn't in fact be the case. So, let me put this to the side. We'll come back to this. Alright, I'm back. Oh wow, that hasn't even gone 1%. That has not even gone 1%. This might take longer than I expected. Yeah, you know what? We can just plug the other disc pack back in, and we'll use that. But we haven't even gone to 1% yet. Oh man, this is going to take a while. Why did I install Swedish? That was... I should not have installed the Swedish language. Sorry. We're going to be here for a while. It's only 2.3 megabytes. How long could it take? Why did I install the Swedish? I mean, I could hit that stop button, but I know for a fact that that will actually break things. We're just going to have to accept the fact that the Swedes have us hostage. I mean, they're installed by default. It's just the CD-ROM is very slow. At some point, we'll get to 1% done. I'm trying to figure out, like, which... Yeah, see, it's copying from folder... I think it's copying in alphabetical order. Oh no, that disproves that. Yeah, okay. Yes, you know what this is? This is a paradox game. Sweden is overpowered. I've really been considering doing a very cursed Europa Universalis run where I start as Great Britain, form the United States, and then I make the United States become the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Like, the amount of shenanigans that I would have to pull off to make that work is ridiculous, but there's no hard rule that I can see that would prevent it from being done. All I would have to do is move my capital from colonial America to the old world, and there are ways to do that. Hey, we're at 1%. Like, I could load up Europa Universalis as a stream. Like, I almost am tempted to do so. I almost wonder if how much my engagement would drop if I did the occasional gaming stream in addition to the vintage computing. Because, let's be honest, while the vintage computing is a lot of fun, I do want to be able to... This channel is about expressing myself more than any particular topic. Like, I almost want to do a stupidly overpowered run in Europa Universalis 4. I've been tempted to pick up Vicky 3, but because I love that era of history, I find it fascinating. But on the flip side, Vicky 3 is like missing flavor. Yeah, no, we're still waiting for Sweden. Sweden is not overpowered. Oh god. Somehow we have found the intersection between Paradox Games and I mean, I could actually do that. We could load up NetHack. I should try and free a hard drive from that drive pack though, but it's going to be annoying to do that. We're just going to plug in the... Oh, I think it's on to the next part. I think it's done with... Yes, we're on to Spanish. Mi amo de NCommander. No, mi amo es NCommander. I used to actually be conversational in Spanish, but it's just gone completely away. The interview has not happened. They rescheduled on me to next week. So, as soon as I know what happens, I'll be happy to tell everyone what happens. I would love to load up NetHack on the SPARCStation. I was expecting to do that 2 hours ago. It's taken a while. So, you know, this is fun. Mi nombre es NCommander. Mi llamo Comandante N. N. Am I going to have to start live streaming Duolingo stuff? I think I'm going to have to start live streaming Duolingo. What is my life? I'm going to be live streaming Duolingo with cute anime girl learning Spanish. Like, what is my life? What is my life? I'm just kind of sitting here with my soul leaking. And the Akka is kind of glitching out. This is fine. This is fine. Duolingo, I think, is okay for learning the vocabulary. Obviously, nothing's going to beat talking with a native speaker. I'm pretty sure I could... I mean, I forgot who started it. I think it was Benny, the Irish polyglot. He talked about learning a language in 3 months. And he's not wrong, although... Because realistically, the biggest problem for doing anything is to actually do it. And learning a language is extremely difficult. But, I mean, I picked up esoteric programming languages for projects. It can be done. But if you never speak, if you never try, you'll never succeed. Yes. So I'm half Hispanic, but I don't speak Spanish. It wasn't spoken in my house, so there's that. My family, the rest of my family does on my dad's side. But I do not. Well, there's more, like, when I was living in Panama, I was okay enough in Spanish that I could order from a menu. I could have a couple it was never any in-depth conversations. But I could do it. Like, I used to go to the bar all the time, and I would at least understand bits and bobs, but it's been about 8 years since I last did that, so it's all gone away. So we're now at 2%. I should not have installed the languages. On the plus side, I do suspect we did determine that there is a memory error, although this all worked fine last night. Alright, let me see here. Let me see if we can figure out a memory test solution while we're waiting for this. Because let's use our time for... So, let me see... Linux memory test. Let's see here. Let me try, like, Spark memory test. Let's see here. This talks about running a Spark Solaris memory test. Apparently there's a tool called Orion that could do this. And it was from Oracle. Which actually does make sense. So here, Bonnie++, I think that's a hard drive. Yeah, Bonnie++, I've run that one before. That's a hard drive one. Let's see here. Let me just look at Sun VTS. So server diagnostics. This is all talking about much more advanced machines than what I have. Exercising with Sun VTS. I don't even know when this was written. Like, there's no documentation, no date on this. I just, like, how does it not have... Let's see here, mem test. Well, actually, hold on. There's multiple steps here. There's PMEM test, VMEM test, and RAM test. It's not just one test. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the boat. Sun VTS VMEM test. So there was a bootable CD-ROM that could run the CD. But when did it ship? Sun, okay, hold on. CD, Sun VTS. Let me look at the tests, like memory test, component, swap space. Okay, so if it's running the VLOC test, which is virtual memory, it does do writes. It only does reads for the physical memory. So that's both good and bad. Because it won't tell me what stick has failed, but it would tell me that something has in fact failed. So I think that's where we need to go with this. Well, there's multiple copies of VTS. I have one in Solaris 7. I believe the latest version of Solaris that this system will run is 9. But if I'm going to... I think I would want to run 8 if I'm really... Hey, look, we're at 3%, and we're installing Italiano. Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours, and we've only gone this far. We had a memory failure. Or we believe we have a memory failure. So after we finish installing NeXTstep, we are actually going to install Solaris. And once Solaris is installed, we're going to run Sun VTS. And from there... Yep. I mean, we be doing things. We be doing some things today. I think after it finishes with Italian, it's just going to go really, really fast. I was planning on streaming all the way to the 12-hour mark, because 12 is the upper limit for YouTube. I have to shut down at that point. And I just realized that my laptop battery is about to die. So, let me plug in the laptop. I must have not been full charge, because this is a MacBook. It should never have... It runs off good intentions in the Apple Reality Distortion machine. The camera should be fine for a while, because I'm not recording. I'm just streaming. And I have a spare battery, so... and even if we lose the camera, it's not that big of a deal. What I may do is, in a little bit, I might order pizza. Although, I probably think I'll be okay. I'm just leg cramping a bit. I mean... I didn't have much of a plan going into... The original plan was, when I decided to do a charity stream for Election Day, I was going to do the Windows NT on PowerPC setup. And,
And when that was all said and done, it just kind of... I was going to install Visual C++. I think I was planning to try and get NetHack going. I was going to do a couple of things with it, but there wasn't any specific mission plan with it. I was thinking about maybe doing some POSIX stuff, because I've done an entire research bender on that one. Yeah, my what can I say? I actually have very high engagement. I don't know if the average has changed since 2015. I don't think it actually has. But, I mean, the turnout and engagement I get is absurd, all things considered. Okay, what? Yeah, we're still on Italian. I like it. You know what? I like anchovies on my pizza. I'm not a fan of pineapple. So, I'm going to stretch my legs while this installs. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the joke. That's kind of the joke of whenever I do live streams, is like, this will be done in 5 minutes. NCommander is still streaming 10 hours later. Like, that has happened more than once, and we're in the 4% club. That's almost 5%. I think after it finishes French, it's going to go a lot faster. See, there's an entire subreddit dedicated to things that don't belong on pizza. And what I've learned is that Scandinavian countries put some things on pizza that don't belong on pizza. Yeah, I mean, I understand how my streams work. I mean, this is just how it goes. Yeah. This is just a normal NCommander stream. I have a pretty good idea what I'm going to do going forward. Like, getting this SPARCStation back to operational status is a good use of my time, even if I'm just kind of sitting here. You know what? I could get behind squid on pizza. I could actually get behind squid on pizza. I did eat before the stream. I went to Subway and I also had a bagel. When the stream is done, I will summon Domino's to come to my doorstep. So, there's that. Yeah. Well, this is a good one to watch because apparently YouTube has decided that I make a good VTuber. So I think this is probably... I have this distinct feeling this will be a thing that I do, although I'm going to have to look at getting a model commissioned. Although I could just use Akka, I just haven't decided yet. We'll see. Yeah, I could definitely get behind, like, if you wanted to make, like, the most awesome seafood pizza, steamed clams, lobster... And, I could actually really go with mushrooms on that slice. On a thin crust with tomato sauce and 4 cheese. Mwah.
Like I'm just sitting there and it just sounds amazing. Autumn, after I get off stream and stop twitching excessively, which is what usually happens on these very long streams, I wouldn't mind giving you a crash course in getting VTubing going. Yes. No, but mushrooms make pizza just better. Actually, no, I just realized I have a tin of Spam and I have Gouda cheese in the refrigerator. I can combine these two things. Well, if I'm going to cook with NCommander, if we're going to do cooking with NCommander, it needs to be cursed cooking, which means I'm going to need a Prescott processor and the hottest AGP video card I can get. Because then I can put oil in the pan, I can put it on top of the Pentium 4, we can load up Crisis. Yes, we're going to go full meme here. And then I can fry an egg with a Pentium. Like, the problem is I don't have a wireless streaming setup, or we could go to my kitchen and I could cook a sandwich. I could go to, like, I mean, we now have a ping roll in the Discord called Ends Life. Because I have come to the conclusion that my life is not normal. That's really what it comes down to. I actually do have a Power Mac G5, but I like it, so I don't want to use it for cooking. I like black olives. Like, I like properly bitter olives, but I've spent a lot of time in Europe. Well, there is an upper limit of how far you can run an HDMI cable, and I'd have to run it all the way from my desktop and around a wall into the stove. Like, I don't think there'd be enough interest. Like, if there was enough interest, I could do a cooking stream. I'm going to regret this. I'm going to regret asking the jury this. Like, if I'm going to do a cooking stream, it's going to be done... Like, I could do an NCommander Foods channel. Like, because I can't imagine that would be that interesting on the main channel. Oh, dear God. Why? Why? You know what? I could do bread, and I could put the webcam looking at the bread. And we could literally commentate on dough rising. Why do you people... Why are you doing this to me? 37 of you are... Why? Why? Why can't you be doing the 50-50 thing like most... Okay, hold on. I've done sourdough from scratch, but I'm not going to do sourdough for a stream. Let me see here. White bread time. Like, we could do a white bread. We could do that in, like, what? 2 hours? Yeah, we could do that in 2 hours. Yeah, we could definitely do this. I have a bread pan. I have everything we need. I don't know if my yeast is still good. I'd have to do a proof test. But I could go buy yeast. I think I even have bread flour still. If not, I could do this. We could literally do a bread stream. Alright, I'm taking a screenshot of this and I'm putting it on Twitter and on Mastodon because you maniacs have driven me to this. Why? Why is this a thing? I think I know what I am doing this weekend. Alright, so that's on Twitter. And then let me just put this on Mastodon. I gotta tell you that setting up Mastodon is a really interesting experience. Alright, let me re-screenshot this. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing this weekend. What is my life? Mine is the G5 model that will actually run the Xbox 360 SDK. I don't remember the exact one. Hey, look, we're installing French. Maybe the SPARCStation will surrender now. But, Sorry. I don't know why that's where my brain went. I'm sorry. I'm getting really tired of seeing the locales install. I didn't think it was going to take this long. I mean, bonjour. Oh no. Yeah, I set up my own instance. I set up an own instance for the 71 votes and 92 concurrent viewers. Oh, that's awesome. No, I mean, realistically speaking, France should not have on paper, France was equal to Germany, more or less. The problem was that there were multiple reasons on why Paris fell as quickly as they did. The main reason is that neither Belgium nor the Netherlands would allow French units to enter to reinforce on defensive lines, because the belief was that the Maginot Line was impenetrable and that the Germans would have to go around, which is incidentally what they did in World War I. What had happened, though, is that due to long-standing political problems, the French army was not allowed entry into Belgium. So, and the belief was that Germany was not going to declare war. I mean, France had declared war on Germany along with Britain once Germany declared on Poland in 1939. So, what had happened afterwards is that after Germany declared war on Belgium, they basically blitzed through, I don't remember the name of that forest. They basically went through the forest and were able to encircle the French units. And due to the geography of Paris, the Seine River, is that what it's called, is on the wrong side of Paris. You can't form a defensive line to hold the city. It's basically a straight shot once you're past the forest to Paris. So to save the city, because Paris is a very historic city, it was declared an open city. There would be no armed resistance, at which point France surrendered, even though they actually had quite a bit more force to muster. I mean, no one had expected France to collapse that quickly. The Vichy French administration was then put in place to take control. France was divided into metropolitan France in the north, which was directly controlled by Germany, and then Vichy France in the south, which also claimed control of French's colonial holdings. Figures in the military unhappy about this, more outraged about the surrender, including Charles de Gaulle, declared the Free French Army, and that's how that all played out. So, yes, so this has been History with NCommander, but the honest truth of the matter is France basically got screwed over multiple ways in World War II, which is why they were forced to surrender as quickly as they did. But on paper, their army is actually I don't know, like,
on paper, their army composition and technology was not as far behind as many historical, like, they basically, they have, to get historical results in games like Hearts of Iron, they have to buff Germany and they have to nerf France compared to what they had in actual force at the time. Vichy. Okay, well, today I learned. Yeah. And I do apologize for making that joke. It just, I don't know why. It's like, it's not, it's... Yeah, I do apologize for that. I didn't actually know that about the Ardennes. I may have read it, but I vaguely remember it essentially came down to a coin toss. The German tanks could go north or they could go south, and the French could intercept one or the other, and that was basically what determined it, from what I remember. Like, there was no possible way that what happened in reality actually should have happened. So, okay, we're now at 93 votes, and you all want me to cook. Okay. You know what? This is fine. Yeah. No, my father was very big into history. He had, he made sure I knew a lot about it. My grandfather was a journalist, actually. He was a journalist in Cuba and was imprisoned for it. He did get out eventually, but he made, my father made sure that when we used to road trip all the time when I was a kid, I've been to almost every major Civil War battlefield in this country. And I know that before he got married, he personally went to most of the major ones in Europe for World War II. But personally, I've been to Gettysburg, I've been to Antietam, Fredericksburg. I want to say we went to Fort Summer, but I can't actually remember that for a fact. But I've been to most of them. Like, I've been to all the major ones and a good number of the little ones. We're at 7%. We're still installing French. No, we're done with French. We're now installing, we're installing something. We're installing a CD player. We're in the demonstrations. We are making progress. I've been to Greensboro. I have family in North Carolina. Actually, so this is one of those great canonical stories. We were told, so the leader of the Colonel team decided that we had to have a face-to-face, and I was the liaison from the mobile team, what was called mobile at the time, for the Colonel team because, I was the FNG. So Pete, instead of doing the thing that people normally do, which is book a venue and everyone flies, let's have everyone come to North Carolina. So we all flew into Asheville. And then we had to go out to Greenboro. And Greenboro is really interesting. They have this... Well, I shouldn't say interesting. I would say it's very picturesque, but after about 20 minutes, you've seen everything. But there's a very large artificial lake where the original town is that they filled it up, and then they put mansions all around it. And there's also a natural rock foundation that's very similar to, like, Chimney Rock. So, yeah, I've been there. Let's see here. Where else have I been? I mean, I've been to all 50 states. I'm from New York originally. I currently live in New Jersey. I lived in Connecticut because I went to boarding school. I also lived in Massachusetts because of the same reason. I've lived in Texas. I've lived in Alaska, and I lived in Oregon. You could say I've lived in Florida, but that one's a little bit more harder to make the case. But with the amount of time I spent down there, I think that's legit. Okay, so now we're at 8%.
It is actually moving faster. Yeah. I've been to QuailCon in Raleigh. I was sent down there to evaluate what would become the Snapdragon. They hadn't shipped the Silicon yet. It was a very weird development board. It was essentially a cell phone. Like it had an actual 9-key, 9-pad, T9 pad on it that was used for mobile phone development that they had converted to use what would become for Snapdragon. And I gotta tell you, if you've ever looked at how QuailCon stuff works, it is fascinating. I'm not a big fan of VR. I understand why some people like it, and it's important for... Hey, look, Web 2.0 is installing. Look, Web 2. Obviously, that's Webster, but I find that funny. Considering the web as we know it today was created on NeXTstep. But let's see here. I'm not a big fan of VR. I have some vision issues on the right side, so I'm kind of biased. I have trouble using binoculars. But by and large, I have not really seen anything that makes VR a more interesting experience than just using a bloody controller on a screen. Like, I've heard Boneworks is like that. I tried Half-Life Alyx when it came out, and I was like, okay, this is VR. Why? Like, it didn't make anything better. So, wow, that's a big file. It's taking its sweet time to finish. Okay. So, yeah. So what you know what VR reminds me of? It reminds me of all the hype for motion controls on the Wii, and we all saw how that played out. Yeah. Like, I've heard people, like, I guess it's just not my type of game. Like, the game I play the most is modded Minecraft. I've got a world that we're coming to the end of, but it's an expert level mod pack that I've been at for on and off for about 2 years. It's Dungeons, Dragons, and Spaceships. Yes. No, I can understand it. I can understand using VR for, like, VR chat. Like, I get it. I really do get it. Especially for people, like... Here's the thing. If you're going to do VR, it's no different than using a VTuber avatar. It's no different than having Akka-chan. Because it floats, you know, if it makes you happy, there's nothing wrong with it. But then you get people like Zuckerberg trying to push the metaverse as the next big thing, and it has no actual value in it. Like, when you get head pats in VR, you're there because you're enjoying it and you're willing to pay the pluses and minuses for it. It's the same like daily driving Linux. But what does something like the metaverse give over, say, Slack? I mean, I'm not going to make 3D objects to show what our prototypes look like. I just realized that my hand has been in the shot, and you can basically see me emoting. So there's that. Like I said, I've really gone into Minecraft. I should like Factorio. I have actually launched a rocket. The problem I get with Factorio is it gets very repetitive. And not in a good way. Like, if you go all the way to launching a rocket, then the things that you have to do to build a mega base, like, the thing I hated most was building defenses, and ultimately I hated building outposts, because even with a blueprint book, building trains is tedious. It's gone somewhat better because now you can do a chunk-aligned blueprint book, but it's not it's like, it's an exercise in patience and not the good way. Yeah. So, I don't know. It's something I've got very mixed feelings about, to say the least. I haven't played Satisfactory. I have seen it played on YouTube. I wouldn't mind trying it. Like, I really enjoy watching Let's Plays of Factorio. Zisto is currently playing Space Exploration. Michael Henderson, I think is his name, the name of the channel. He is doing a Ultimate Death World run, which, props to him. That looks like pain. Like, and not the good type of pain. Those are the, and Dosh Dorlington, I've really enjoyed his Factorio videos, but Factorio does not have a lot of high quality content. No, let me rephrase that. It doesn't have highly edited videos. Like, you mostly get this is part 16 of 122 of my 1K signs per minute video. So, yeah. I mean, yes, you could turn the bugs off, and that is a completely valid way to play, but the bugs do actually have a purpose. And the reason of the big thing about that purpose is that you need to automate dealing with the bugs, and that means you have to deal with artillery. And artillery has an incredibly difficult logistical challenge, because not only do you have to mass produce explosives, which is not trivial, you have to deal with the fact that artillery does not stack. You have to be, and you either have to build artillery turrets, or you have to put it in an artillery wagon and then wheel it to where it's going. I think it's copying in alphabetical order. I'm not certain, though. So, right now it's installing the documentation. As mod packs, the first, I know I played back in the Technic era, but I don't remember what packs exactly. The first pack I really got into was Project Ozone 2 Kappa mode. I have finished Age of Engineering. I have played with friends Modern Skyblock 3 Expert until the world literally fell apart. We played Regrowth, which is actually a very fun pack, very weak endgame, and proved that you can do absolutely bonkers stuff with Botania if you know how it works. I am currently playing Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttles. I am determined to finish this pack. I'm almost at creative vending. I got the creative tank, which required a literal month of AFK time to just get enough resources to do it. So I've got the tank. Vending is not far off, which is at the point I can call the pack done. After that, I honestly am thinking I might just go... I'm either going to do Omni, or I will do a Greg Tech New Horizons. Like, I recently, like... For those who follow me closely, I have a second channel that covers my travels called Restless Yankee. And the only reason I have it separate is I actually started it separate. I never intended to become a vintage tech YouTuber. That was kind of an accident. I was originally bike touring across the United States when COVID hit. I had made it all the way to the Florida state line. I started Stone Block. I found it incredibly claustrophobic. It may have been Stone Block 2. I suffer from claustrophobia in real life. I can deal with it. I mean, I was a firefighter, but I don't enjoy confined spaces. I never have. Like, even if I get stuck on the subway for too long, I get really antsy. I did play Crash Landing. I didn't find it that interesting. Like, the problem with Crash Landing is that once you have the slime suit, all the challenge in that pack just disappears. Like, it was not a fun experience. So, let's see here. What else? What other packs have we tried? I played a lot of these with Balzek, who is one of the moderators. I actually knew him before I formed Descent Cord. So, as far as Factorio, I've gotten a C block game off the ground, but I never got very far because that really becomes AFK Simulator. I got Krastorio to just before the rocket, and then I kind of reached the board now point. I haven't played space exploration, which has my interest because I do like circuits, and they're criminally underused in the base game. But it also makes my least favorite part of the game, which is outpost building, something you have to do like 30-something times. Let me think. What other ones have I played? Like, I would be really tempted, if I got the G5 out, to try and get Tekkit working. Or at least a modded pack with Railcraft, Forestry, what are ones? Industrial Craft, Buildcraft, maybe equivalent Exchange, although EE2 was busted. The problem I have with so I do have Kerbal Space Program. I've actually, if you look on the official KSP forums, I've done some Let's Plays in text form of KSP. The problem I have with KSP is you spend a lot of effort going somewhere, you plant a flag, and then you spend a lot of effort getting back. So, that was my general experience with KSP. Like, I've made it to the moon, I made it to Mimnus, I've sent very large landers to Duna, I've landed on Eve, but I've never worked up enough of a dam to actually do a full return mission from Eve. I've bounced around the moons in Jewel, I've never done Elu, I've never done Moho. I mean, here's the thing, you know, if you want to understand how I ended up the way I have, is I spent most of my life people watching. I mean, when you're living out of a backpack for years on end, I do literally mean years. I mean, you know, a lot of people decry the war on terror as basically bombing most of the Middle East into oblivion, but I went to Iraq. I literally saw a shrine to George Bush. It gets a lot more nuanced than what people like to admit, and from there you kind of realize things. P.S. Bird, thank you for the $5 donation to the Trevor Project. Oh, this would work on Linux. I'm using Inochi 2D, created by Luna the Fox Girl. Please support her with the GitHub sponsor link in the description. I would really appreciate if someone could put something in her tip jar. She is awesome, and she actually spent time with me to get this set up, because I told her that, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to repeat this one more. Content creators don't have to dox themselves to create content. If you are more comfortable using a VTube avatar, even if one that does not, you know, for whatever reason, doesn't matter what, then more power to you. You owe nothing to anyone unless you are selling something, and in which case that's completely different. But if you're just out there creating content, do it. It's all that, and do it in a way that makes you both happy and more comfortable. It's really that simple. That's all I can tell you. So, yes. So, actually, Inochi 2D also works on Mac, although apparently the most recent nightly build is busted. And then I just have VTube Studio running on my phone right now. It's directly in front of me. I mean, if I was to ever do a gaming stream, I'd probably do an Eve mission, because, yeah, that's kind of how this channel works. Like, I would do an Eve send and return. I could even do it in career mode, although that is a flipping grind. I don't like career mode. I've tried it several times, and you just end up doing really pointless missions to get money to go to the next place. I mean, it's, in theory, you're supposed to be building up infrastructure, but realistically, you can build a full commnet around Kerbin in one launch if you know how it works. Like, when I used to play Kerbal a lot, I've done Real Solar System, but my own personal game before 1.0 was I used to run Remote Tech. I used to run MechJeb because I didn't really want to build KOS scripts, but dealing with the speed of light delay is actually quite difficult, and MechJeb doesn't always get it right, and I would usually play a no revert game. Like, I would save reload for Kraken strikes, but that was about it. Let's see what else. I've played most of the Final Fantasy games. Well, I've at least played 1 through 12, not counting 11. I haven't played 15. And I don't... And I did play 13, but I didn't finish it. 7... I honestly consider 7... 7... I have mixed feelings on. I really dislike the remake for a lot of reasons. The remake just feels like cash grab to me. 8 has its moments, but it's not well executed. I consider 9 to be the strongest. 10 is excellent if spotty. 6, I really like it up until the World of Ruin, and then it just kind of gets boring to me. Like, right up to the point you get the Falcon, it completely had me, and then it stopped having me. Like, I've never made it to Kefka on 6. 5 depends a lot on the translation. The Game Boy Advance one is somewhat better, but I've only ever made it as far as the second world. It just doesn't hold my interest enough. 4, I never finished it, although I intended to. I made it to the Lunar Dungeon, but that game suffers a bad difficulty spike near the end. And 1 and 2 I've played, I never got far in, and then I know 3 got re-released on the DS, but I actually haven't played 3. Yes. No, I do not have a Chromebook. Okay, we're at 30%. I should have really turned off. You know, it's probably copying all the files for... Wow, this is like obscenely slow. Yeah, it's installing all the illustrations. This is how long it takes to copy 25 megabytes. And then we have to install an entirely different operating system. We have to install Emacs. I have played Persona 5. I not only finished it, I also did the 3rd semester. I've got feelings on Persona 5. My largest problem with Persona 5 was the confidants were all weak. Like, I enjoyed some of them, but all in all, the only one I actually found interesting was Kamari's. Not Kamari's. What the hell is her name? The one they added in Royal. Why am I blocking on her name? Because I remember a name, but if I say that name, yeah. I haven't played Persona 3. I have played 4 to the secret base. My problem with 4 is it's not a fun game. I enjoy the story. I enjoy the plot, but it just hits a cliff and just gets boring. I know that if you get through to Eden, it gets a lot better, but I did not. It's like it was bad enough with the first culprit, and then what's her name? The detective. I have played Nier Automata. That is an incredible game. I have not played Gisat. I want to. I just haven't found the time to. If I was to play any RPG on stream, any JRPG on stream, it would probably be Nier. And, you know, I almost kind of would want to do that. I mean, we're really kind of rocking the paint drying vibe here, but if we were to do an actual gaming stream... Because for me personally, I am basically just doing stuff and then talking with chat. I mean, I'm kind of like a very long podcast, and I do know that people watch my streams like that because I don't have a lot of dead air. something to drink. You know what? I've got soda in the fridge, so I'm gonna go get a drink. Say I'm congested is I think I gotta take an allergy pill. I just don't know where they are. Wow, it's still working on that day. I knew this, like, we skipped this step last time we were streaming. Like, all I did was uncheck everything. I didn't think it would take this long. Wow, the avatar really, I don't know how far behind the stream is behind me, but I'm just watching her kind of twitch. I haven't played Shenzhen IO. I have played TIS 100. Here's the problem I have with Zachtronics games, and it's something you find with a lot of people who do engineering, is I could play a Zachtronics game, or I could code something I really want to. Like, if I was to do a game stream, like, if I was to more seriously do a game stream, it would either be NetHack, or I'd probably do a Zachtronics game, but I wouldn't play one just for myself. Yeah, so... I could definitely... I mean... No, I mean, I'm thinking about... I'm almost thinking I kind of want to do that bread stream. God, what? I've literally been just talking for 3 hours because we're not even... We haven't even successfully installed the damn operating system. Ooh. Like, how is it that we are 5 hours in and we have not successfully installed the blasted operating? Granted, it looks like we have a hardware failure here, which is why we're going to install Sun VTS after NeXTstep is done. Because I have to know if it's an actual failure one way or another. What are study sims? I don't actually know. I mean, I could ask. Problem with NetHack is I have to really focus to do it. And I'm not super in the mood to today. Like, I really have to put energy into doing NetHack. Like, I was planning on doing NetHack once we got NeXTstep installed, but I'm kind of just watching it. And look, we're installing German again. Oh, it's installing the help. So we are actually here. Yeah, okay. Chat has made themselves known. Nope, chat has made themselves known the other way. I don't have the ingredients to do bread. I literally don't have it. I have yeast in the refrigerator, but it's old enough that I don't know if it would proof. I'd have to do a proof test with it. And I would have to set up the stream to run off the laptop. Folks want to see NetHack. Okay, how am I going to do that? I would have to set up a new scene. Bear with me. Let me move the mic. I did set up this microphone so I could easily pivot. Alright, so let me see here. So, let me grab my terminal scene, and let me grab this. Grab a terminal. Why is Windows being all glitchy? Close some windows. Windows terminal. Okay. Show. Okay. Give me a sec. I'm just getting things set up over here, and then we will just turn off. Here's how we do this. Then we turn off the Blackmagic capture card. Grab this. And then we bring you to the top. And then... Cool! Let me now just grab my phone. That was my fire extinguisher falling over. So now it should, as soon as I bring the phone over, it should be able to track. And hey, look, it tracks. And now the last step I gotta do is just bring chat up on this screen, and then we can actually start playing. Come on. Be okay. Oh, there we go. I need a much better mount for my phone. That's what I'm learning. Okay, so let me just grab chat, and then we will be good to go. We would not be using a bread machine. I would literally be doing this from scratch. And, okay. Come on, I gotta just load Studio up. Okay, and there we go. So now that we're literally watching paint dry in the other window, I just happened to look when I was signing into Studio on this machine. I've lost subscribers again. Every time I do a charity stream, I lose subscribers. And I lose a notable amount. It's annoying. I mean, I get it. People come for the cursed computing. They don't exactly like the politics. But I'm going to do what I'm going to do. So, whatever. If you want to help me, promote me on social media. And as a reminder, we are fundraising for Trevor Project, trying to reach 5K before the end of the year. So, okay. What version? You know what? Let's go with Evil Hack. Because, of course, I'm just going to roll random. Oh, I really got a tourist? In Evil Hack, you gave me a tourist. Okay, so tourists are a really difficult role, and I actually... Let me save and just make the font bigger. Ugh, really a tourist. So tourists don't start with any good weapons. They do have darts, but they won't last very long. and I do have a camera and a tinning kit. The tinning kit actually has uses, so we might be able to make this work. But let's just see. Does this version have Auto Explore? I don't think it does. I'm gonna let my pet take care of this. I'm gonna die right here. Yep, that you can't use Eberlith in this version until you've learned it. That was a splat. That was an actual splat. Like, what am I supposed to do? Ooh, I got a priest. I got a priest. What's my alignment? I'm a chaotic priest. Oh, I could get Stormbringer. Oh, priests don't have their innate, let me see here. Enhance. Yeah, so priests... Oh, well, that's interesting. We'll come back for that. Priests normally... Let me just see what my options are. Maybe I don't have it set. Auto look. Priests are able to see if an object is cursed or not the moment they pick it up, or at least they're supposed to be able to. That may not be a thing in this version, or it may be abbreviated. We'll know as... Oh, teleport trap right there. What am I? I am... Oh, I'm a giant as well. I'm a giant with 10 strength. Yes. Okay, Goblin Core. Okay, so I did actually see... See, you see how this is detected as blessed? Okay, we're at 56% done. That's something you normally can't see, and... Let's see here, take off. Let's see here, remove J. What is it? And I accidentally was wielding the skull cap, not actually wearing it. And I don't know where my pet went. So the problems with priests is they don't have any good weapon skills that they can unlock. Like, it's really pretty pathetic. The absolute best is quarterstaff, and that's not good. They really are dependent on other things to kill. But I have ascended a priest. It's actually it can be a very powerful role. That actually could be very interesting. Hold on. Loot. Okay. Even if that's just a standard bag, which I don't know if it is or isn't. Oh. Like, one of the big measures you can play Priest is to try and do what's called Protection Racket, which is to get Divine Protection about as early as you can. I think if I put consumables in, they... Wait a minute, hold on, take something out. 20... Put something in consumable. That's a bag of holding. No, it isn't. The weight would have 15 plus 20. Yeah, no. Okay. All right. And I'm actually gonna put the spell books in there because the spell books can get damaged, as can the holy water. The holy water can be amazing. Now we're saturated, so I have to be careful. So this is where we found the teleport trap. We still haven't found the stairs. We're at 60% done. Yes. Oh, I just realized we had donations. Yosoy, thank you for the $20 donation. Lay Burkus Samuel for the €20. See, this is the problem when I play a game, is I get distracted and then I realize that other things are happening while I'm distracted.
Let's see here. So, to catch up with chat, I could run Zork on a lot of things. I could run Zork on a K-Pro. Not that I really enjoy text adventures. I mean, I do to an extent, but not really. Let's see here. So, let me just make sure. The VTubing thing is essentially Season 2 version of the Cat Ears. I've already told the story several times, and I guess I'm going to tell it again. But by and large, there are content creators who get harassed because they are VTubers. Where's the bloody staircase? And the fact of the matter is, if you're trying to find out a VTuber's life information, there's a word for that. It's called doxing. And, you know, it's something that how you choose to present yourself as a creator is entirely up to you. It's not anyone else's choice, and you should never compromise yourself for that, because it's just a path that leads to sadness and misery. I mean, why would you want to create for someone who is not yourself? I mean, if you're being paid, that can be different, but I don't know. The whole conversation. Let's see here. Put in. I think the gecko corpse will probably rot before I can use it, but just in case it doesn't. Let's see here. Giant rat. I might. You know, I probably should let the dog level up now that I'm less squishy. And I do need to name the dog just in case the dog dies. I need to be able to see where the corpse is. So if I move. Every time the pet kills something, it gains 1 HP, oh, this possibly changes everything. Hold on. What do we have to look here? Banded male. It's cursed, but that might be worth uncursing. You know what? I have holy water. Plate mail, scale mail, studded, mithril arrows, hiking boots, and cursed plate mail. This could be quite useful, especially in the early game. But that could also be a helm of opposite alignment. That could also be very dangerous. Let me see if I can grab one of these plate mails. And watch, I'm going to actually steal my pet. Because wow, that's a lot of weight. Goblin War Party in the distance. Okay, picks up a pair of hiking boots. Well, if it's right there in the door tile, I can pick it up without fear. So where W? Take off the where. Yeah, those are worse in every way. So so basically, you're never penalized for the actions of your pet. So if I can get the dog to steal something here, it really would help with the account. Like, see, he stole this arrow. But you have to be patient. But this is how you get some serious loot if you are determined. We are at 66%. Wow, $200? Did I just see that? Thank you, Petro. God damn. That's one of the largest ones we've had. Yes. I'm doing VTubing as a message of acceptance. I apparently there's a lot of people who like watching me be a VTuber, so I might end up doing this more often, even though I had not planned on it. Alright, let me see here. And this shopkeeper is actually racist. You can tell by the messages. And newts are always good to eat because you can get an energy boost from them. Come on, pick up something. They may have patched it out of Evil Hack. The dog exploit It's not. It's intended mechanic, but there's a lot of people who think it's very gamey, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, that was acid. Okay, I should not have killed that, but I didn't take the bad thing. Yes, we're at 1.1k raised. Yeah, that is seriously incredible. I mean, we got to 3,000 on the... Oh, NeXTstep just finished. Hold on. I just looked to my left. NeXTstep just finished. Okay, let's move back. Let us move back. Anonymous, thank you for the $50 donation. As a reminder today... Oh, hold on. There's my microphone. As a reminder, today is election day in the United States. Please go out and vote. It really... If you can do... Even if you don't... If you can't or do not want to make a donation... Doing voting means more, especially with the current state of affairs in the world. That is a huge deal. Thank you so much for that $200 donation. 1.1k raised already, and if we reach 5k, I will think of something to do as a special. I didn't think we would get to it on one stream. I mean, I knew we were going to get to it. I know from just how we've done fundraising before, but... Okay. I've got one NeXTstation that we're going to try and resurrect using this SPARCStation, but this SPARCStation is having problems, so we are actually going to shut down after we confirm that we can boot into NeXTstep. And then after that, we're going to install Solaris. Probably Solaris 8, although I want to make sure I have the VTS disk for Solaris 8. Otherwise, I'll install Solaris 7. And then we need to run a much more rigorous diagnostic. I mean, Solaris 8 will take a very long time to install. Like, it will take an absurdly long time to install. But we have NetHack. Well, this is... I don't get... I was going... You know, that's what we do. When we reach to 5k, I will do the VTuber for other live streams, charity live streams, and I just need to... Does anyone know how much... If Europa is around, do you have any idea what I would pay to have a custom avatar done with rigging? Here. Okay, there's NeXTstep. Okay. All right, English language and USA. Okay. Let there be NeXTstep. Well, this has been a lot more painful than I expected. But before we reboot and start installing Solaris, I want to just get a cursed screenshot. Oh, right, there's no uname command on this system. And where is is it info panel? Not there. I have to bring up the workspace. Spark generic, mock, next mock 3.3, release Spark. That is a thing. Okay. I don't want a 3D commercial 500 to 2,500. Honestly, I could see if there is enough demand for me to do VTubing on a regular basis, because I can modify... The Akka model is under Creative Commons attribution, and I have the attribution in the description. So all I would have to do is make some modifications, and I could realistically use her as my VTuber for the foreseeable future. I would probably just dye her hair, and I might change her skirt,
but I wouldn't have to do much. But I would probably want to have a custom one commissioned. Like, I actually... I will talk about it on... I guess on Discord tonight. But I think what we should do at this point... Yeah. See, hold on. I just want to read... I'm just trying to catch up with chat. I mean, I could afford it once I'm working full-time again, which should hopefully be in the near future. And I don't mind investing stuff into the channel, especially if it's something like this that makes people really happy. So, with that being said, I don't have to modify the rigging all that much. If I really want to change the Akka model, I probably would keep the fox ears and fox tail, but it wouldn't take all that much to modify. Yeah, hold on. Yes, DF. So I think what we want to do now is, we could install the developer tools, but let me pull the community. Processor active. I think that means processor 0. So I guess since we're in here, I will just give a very brief system tour. So if you're familiar with Mac OS, a lot of this should be very familiar. Let me go desk. Yeah, so let me open. So this is essentially Workspace, which is Finder in now. But we have a bunch of applications here. So let me send you to the dock. For example, we have Librarian, which I believe is just the system help documentation. Like, we have a list of titles. Like, yeah, here we have a bookshelf. I've never actually figured out how this application works, but it's like a digital briefcase. We have a copy of Webster, which is the Webster dictionary. So, like, if we want to look up... What do I want to look up? You know what? Let's look up Sun Microsystems. Oh, no, wait. That's a dictionary, not an encyclopedia. Let's look up computers. Define. Computer, one that computes. A programmable electronic device that can store, retrieve, and process data. Yeah, I would say that counts. Let's see here. There's more demo applications. They should have gotten installed. Yeah, here, demos. We have a CD player. We have chess. This one should be familiar to most people. Are you really Lampchan? Like, wow, this actually does not look any different than the early macOS 10 versions. I think they probably, like, changed a little bit. I'm not very good at chess. Let's see here. Black is considering. Black goes there. I'm going to threaten... Yeah, I'm going to threaten that. I guess we're going to play chess for a bit. How is Black... Okay, that was not the best move I could have taken. Like I said, I'm not very good at chess. Where do I want to go from here? That's not where I want to go. I wonder if the AI is smart enough that if I were to move my knight in such a way it would put things in check. Actually, you know, I'm going to take that pawn because that puts my queen out on the board. I'm happy to take that for advancement. Because right now, black has almost no pieces besides that knight out on the board. So if I bring this out, I threaten a whole lot of black's pieces all at once. Because I play very aggressively, but I'm not very good at chess. So black moves there. Where do I want to move now? I think I want to get this bishop out. Because that directly blocks the queenside castle. Black can't get his pieces out. I mean, not that the AI in this game is particularly good. But, you know. Oh, I need to respond to that. That's annoying. Where do I go? If I move here, yeah, I will move here. Apparently, we're just going to be playing chess for a bit. What did black do? I looked away for a moment. Did black advance that pawn? I really want a queenside castle, but I can't with the board in the current setup. You know what? I'm going to continue this aggressive play, because if I go here, he can take my knight, or because I will trade a knight for a bishop. Yeah, I've seen the recent chess move. I think anyone who watches... Okay, that's fine. So we are... Let me see. Cancel that move. I take that. That would put him in check. Actually, do I have a better move than that? Yeah, I'm just gonna take it. Like I said, I'm not expecting to do very well because that leaves the king out. I pretty much demolished most of his pieces, and I've got his queen is still trapped. So I've got a much better board position. Well, I did. I'm going to queenside castle and get that rook out. Okay, so that gets that on the board. I'm going to advance this knight. Okay. That's fine. What can I do with that? I'm going to move this rook over here. Let me see here. Where can I put this that makes it a pain? You know, if the AI takes that rook, I can take that queen, and that's a better move for me. I'd rather advance pieces on the board. Which probably makes the best move I can do. What is the best move I can do here? Do you focus? I guess people are interested in chess, so let me think about this. I can move the knight here and support, but I think I'd rather... You know what? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to move the queen here. She can and either you lose a piece or has to back off. Yeah, that's a safe move. So I'm going to do that. Okay, that's fine. Where do we go next? That was actually a decent move by the AI. I think I want to move here, because that then friends all of black's main pieces. That bishop is a problem. I haven't tried. Oh, white is in check. Hold on. White is in check. Oh, wrong piece. I mean, you take my queen, I take your queen. I'm still in a much better board position. Oh, wow, the AI made a major mistake. AI is going to lose their queen. Actually, no, I have to make this move because the AI... Let me think about this. If I want to... I think I want to move the rook here. That would force the queen to go there or be sacrificed. Yeah, that's actually a good move for me. Yep, okay, that's what I expected. Gonna move the knight, take the queen, and then grab that bishop. My board position's now a lot worse, but it's not horrible. Where do I want to go? And I am in check, which means I have to take that move. Yeah, I probably lost this. Oh well. I never claimed to be good at chess. Pawn, yeah, pawn takes that. Okay. Oh well. I think this is a good tour of chess, although I think the AI is actually going to try and advance, which could be interesting. That bishop being there is a real problem. Yeah, I think I want to call it here. I've proven how this works. There's a few other applications. We have the Mandelbrot set. Run. Look! Fractals. Yep. Molecule. I don't even know what this one does. Sample plot? I have no idea what this does. But it's a molecule. Or something resembling a molecule. Text view, 3D, and then what is Zilla? Probably a network app of some kind. So the last one is Dark Forest. I have no idea. Oh, it shows me DF. DF. I thought that was the game. It's like, didn't know that was there. All right. So I think at this point, let's see here. Let's ask. Let's see here. Sun VTS testing, or NeXTstep development tools. Because that's what will come next. And while the chat answers that, I'm going to step away for a moment. Alright, and I'm back. Alright, so Sun VTS is winning this by... Yeah, Sun VTS is winning this. And I'm using the wrong mouse to... Alright, so I think what we need to do now is let's power down, and this will drop us back to... Okay, something just ejected. Oh, the CD just ejected. Okay. Please wait until it's safe to turn off your computer. Oh... we have to, yeah, we're going to have to install Solaris. I don't know if we want to install Solaris 7 or 8. Presumably, the later version of Solaris would have more things, but... Question mark? Alright. So that's shut down. Let me move the... Alright, let's go back to camera view, because we need to plug some stuff in. Alright, so now we need to turn this one on. So that's our NeXTstep drive. So that's the cable, that's the terminator, and that's the power. I'm just going to move this as is. So this is the hard drive with NeXTstep on it. Alright. And this is the drive pack. So let's just plug this in. Because we've got 3 perfectly good hard drives here. We might as well use them. Cleaning up from this stream is going to be fun. This desk is probably the messiest it's ever been, and I've had this desk pretty messy. Oh, there goes the distributor box. This goes like this. I don't know why, but this cable is very hard to plug in. I have to like hold it. I think there's something broken. There's this clip here, but it doesn't sit in the right place. Like I had trouble getting this plugged in earlier, and I never figured out what I was doing wrong. Why, but it's always really hard to plug it in. You have to get like just the right spot, or it doesn't fit. Okay, that's it. Terminator pack.
And then, nope, I did not have that bottom one in. It just popped right out. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's very specific. Okay, do I have that sitting? I think I have that sitting in the right place now. Like, I don't know why this panel is detachable in the first place. Like, there's no screw holding it in. Alright, that's in. Terminator is in. Okay. So now, let's just spin you around. Now we wait. Well, we'll definitely come back in a little bit to it. Let's see if the system will turn on. Hopefully it will not be problematic. Come on. Work. Uh, 4.2 was the last one that worked. Or 4.2 was the last one with Spark support, as far as I know. So we know from experience that this takes a very long time for it to actually turn on. So we're just going to kind of chill here for a bit and wait. Yeah, like I said, I'm not very good at chess, but... Okay. So the next question is, do we install Solaris 7 or do we install Solaris 8? I kind of want to do Solaris 8, but I don't know if that has VTS on it. Okay. We're still kind of just waiting. And we're still waiting. Uh-oh. Oh, wait. I heard something seek. I think it's still trying. Hey, there we go. I probably should install more memory before doing this. But we know the memory is flaky. I'm going to install a second sim for 64 because I know I can install on 64. I don't know if 32 will be enough. Like, because I was able to install 64-bit on 64. So 32-bit, which uses less memory, will work. I just have to put another sim in. I'm going to let the chat vote. What version of Solaris are we going to install? I have 9 somewhere, but I only have it on DVD. Or, no, I have 10 on DVD. I'm a little tired. Yeah, you know what? I actually... Black Coffee Drinker makes a very good point. Why am I... Solaris 8 on that little bit of memory is going to be really, really painful. I really should probably go with Solaris 7.
I mean, let's... Solaris 8 is winning that poll by a lot. Like, that is an uncomfortably large margin. Let me grab the Solaris 8 box. See, the thing is, I've never installed Solaris 8. I literally just got this box set the other day. You see? Let me open it up and make sure the discs are even in here. So unlike my Solaris 7 box, this was used prior to me getting it. So I have server software, I have installation, software 2, supplemental, Sun VTS 4.3. Okay, well, all right. I guess we're going to do it. So Solaris 8 installation. All right, let's take out this disk. And come on. Solaris 8 disc going in. Disaster at the moment. All right, so let me look at dev alias. There is no disk free. So I'm going to install from disk 0. That shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, target 1. What is target 1? Target 1 is... Target 1, target 2. That target 1 would be disk 0. So that's fine. So boot CD-ROM SV, because we have to format and partition. Or we have to label it. So, alright. No, wait, stop A. I have to program the NVRAM. NVRAM. Come on. NVRAM. Cool. All right, set defaults. Reset. Okay. All right, there we go. I know there's a shorter way to do it, but I always get the commands wrong and then bad things happen. Oh yeah, it's trying to boot off the network. Boot CD-ROM. Alright. Oh wait, I didn't want to boot CD-ROM. I need to boot into single user mode. You know I've been doing this for too long when I can remember these commands off the top of my head. So there is that.
Initialize memory. I think once we've got the install going, I'm going to take a bit of a longer break, and I might order Domino's, because I am actually quite hungry. Why is... Come on, calibrate. What I'll do is I'll put the AFK screen up, I'll order Domino's, and then when they get here, I'll just put it back on pause, and then there's that. I don't know. I'm mulling it. I think I'm fine, actually. Now, hopefully the RAM stick I put in works. Okay. Yeah, I can lower the background music. Alright. That should be better. Sorry, I didn't realize it was too loud. Yeah, I am tempted, although I think I'll wait until actually I'm done streaming, which, granted, probably won't be for another 6 hours, but you know what? It's just a transcontinental flight. SunOS release 5.8 version, blah, 32-bit. No, memtest would not run on a machine like this because this is a Spark machine. We literally have to install Solaris to run the VTS test, and hopefully we'll be able to run it. I've never actually tried this before. Yeah, I still don't know why Breadstream is apparently a thing, but apparently it's a thing. I do actually want to just check something. You're back to full battery. Okay. Oh, that's fine. I'm just checking something real quick. Yeah, that's fine. All right. I just wanted to make sure no one was trying to send me a critical message and didn't want to accidentally put DMs on screen. So, alright. Root Nexus is SPARCStation 5. Okay, so this is just going to take its very sweet time. The Solaris takes a very long time to boot, and Solaris 8 is... It's a web-based installation, you'll see. Oh, there's the hard drive spinning up. Okay, so SD1 is target 1. Hard drive 2 is spinning up. That is going to get really annoying really quick. SD2. And then the next one's going to spin up. There it goes. That is really loud without the cover. Holy cow. Oh. Let's see here. Yep. Okay, let's see here. There's the SG6. Or CG6. Holy cow. I think my brain is... Oh, look. It's a 70 megahertz processor. Wow. This system is... I mean, NeXTstep is slow. If we had it running on the NeXTstation, you'd see that I actually do think the Solaris one is less responsive, even though the clock is nearly twice that. It's impressively slow. You know, I got a Diet Coke, and I never actually got around to drinking it, so what did I do with it? There it is. Because caffeine is amazing. It's a heart of pure arthritis. I did actually think the system was faster than that.
I thought it was like 100 megahertz, but okay, I'll take it. The nice thing is because it's Solaris 8, Internet Explorer for Unix will just work if we end up going down that road. Sooner or later, this will finish. Might take a bit, but it will finish. Sooner or later, this will finish booting. All right. Before I completely just like, how is it already 4 p.m.? I mean, I know it should be 4 p.m. But so I don't know if you could directly compare this to a Pentium because the Spark architect, you really can't compare megahertz to megahertz. This would be 1994. This system was probably about $5 to $6 grand when new. Actually, probably more given the amount of memory it had in that configuration. I don't know if that memory is original or not. But, by and large, let's see here. I'll probably end up loading NetHack because this is going to run for a real long time. Spark mostly competed with the Unix workstations. It was never price competitive with performance with Pentium from what I could tell. What you really got out of it was the whole package. You got, the hardware from Sun, you got the operating system from Sun. You didn't have to go kind of piecemeal like you did with Windows. Because you'd have to get the operating system from Microsoft, the computer from, say, Dell, and you would have various hardware compatibility programs. I mean, but Windows certified for Windows 95 or certified for Windows NT mostly solved that problem. I feel like the face tracking is getting confused on the boom mic, why it's sometimes glitching out. Yes. Hi, Aki. How you doing tonight? We are now on hour 6. We've discovered that there's a hardware fault on this system, so we are installing Solaris or are going to attempt to install Solaris to run the Sun VTS test suite. I'm not going to get to what I want to do today, but that is perfectly okay because I'd rather have this hardware proven and known working. And so running the comprehensive test is worthwhile. So we are currently installing Solaris 8. Yeah, good luck is the correct words for this. But we've currently managed to raise $1.2 thousand for Trevor Project. And I do hope that people have gone out and voted because of the stream. I do hope that people remember that the content creator, how they choose to present is entirely up to them. There's nothing else. So, I mean, I really do hope that gets across. I mean, I feel like a broken record at this point, but it was part of why I decided to make this a charity stream. So, yeah, I might be living a bit dangerously with 5.8 on this hardware, but it should be fine. I think I want to force the text mode installer. I think that's going to be. You know what? I'm gonna use my lifeline here. Start a poll. Text mode, web mode. Those are the actual options. Like, I'm not pulling your leg. Oh, it's gonna try and get network information. So, yeah, so no carrier. That's expected.
In all seriousness, I would actually, like, if enough people were interested in it, and honestly, I've been kind of wanting to do this for myself, I would be really tempted to try and port a modern Linux distribution to the, not to this machine in particular, because 32-bit Spark support has never been good in Linux. But I would be really tempted, probably Itanium. I would probably see if we could bring Debian back, Debian or Ubuntu back for Itanium. Debian is in many ways more easier, but Ubuntu is smaller because I only need the main archive. And once I've got the base bootstrap, all I have to do is run build D and call it good. Yeah. Okay, we are in single user mode, so now I can run format. And amazingly, these are actually Sun hard drives. They are not knockoffs. In fact, they actually still have the original Sun label on them. So we are going to install to 0. We are going to label it. Type. Wow, this is new enough. It knows what a zip disk is, but this is a type 14. Label it. And now we go into multi-user mode. Vroom. Let's see here. It would be an Itanium 2. The funny thing is, I've jump-started more Sun systems than I've actually used CDs for various reasons. I'm out of curiosity, what did you think of me jump-starting the Ultra 10 if you watched that video? Yeah. The problem is my only Ultra Spark is a 400 megahertz one. It's a very slow machine. Like, Europa knows my pain and suffering all too well in this regard. Like, I am going to probably be talking weeks if I try to run Ubuntu on that. So, I like to think the ZX6000 would be less pain, although, question mark. I probably couldn't even bootstrap the most recent one, because then GCC dropped support for Itanium. I actually just realized that. Yeah, that'd actually be kind of really sucky to do. I'm not gonna lie, that would actually hurt. I'm not against doing it, but that is going to be a level of pain that I'm not sure that I'm willing to bring into the world. Oh, the bots are back. Well, let me think about this. Hold on. If we were to seriously try and do a SPARC64 bring up, I could do it in emulation. There is no rule saying I can't. I mean, and I could use distcc to cut some corners off this build. Yes. Oh, you've joined the Ultra 5 Club. Why do I have the only Ultra 10? I mean, the largest stream we ever did got to like 220 people. I don't remember which one that was. And, you know, I just as an annoying, you know, just as a note, not that it really affects everything, but every time I do a charity stream, I lose subscribers. Like, it's you know, I'm going to just look it up right now just so I can tell you exactly how many. So I'm at 34,990. And yesterday, yeah, so I've lost 40 subscribers. I mean, it's negligible in the grand scheme of things, but I'm always surprised seeing that graph go negative. Yes. So, I mean, realistically speaking, if you can get 10 concurrent viewers, you're pretty much in the top 1%. Maybe not as much anymore, but the distance between 0 to 10 is less than the distance from 10 to Who's the largest streamer on Twitch? Is it still XKC or XQC, or did he get displaced? Yes. Yes. No, I know. There's the human part of the mind that likes big numbers go up. I mean, that's just what it boils down to. But the fact of the matter is, that's 1.2K raised for Trevor Project. I'm really going to be interested seeing what the comments are going to be on the VOD. Because when I did the row streams, it was a lot of people basically commenting, you know, it was all the really stupid pro-life arguments. So I'm really, I'm assuming they even realize what I'm fundraising for. It'll be interesting. Hey, we're starting X up. Yeah. I think my camera battery just went dead. Because the camera just turned off. Like, I heard it beep, and then I think it just played the sound of its people. So let me plug this in. Let me plug the camera back in. Not that we really need it. I mean, at this point, it's running. Like, yeah, I think the camera battery. Yeah, camera battery did actually die. Hopefully it will just... I've never actually tried to restart it. Yeah, that looks like that works. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright, camera battery's been plugged in. I'm Thomas. I'm VTubing for this stream. Mostly as a statement of creators have a choice to express themselves however they want. It's entirely up to them. It's entirely valid. There are people that choose to VTube. There are people that choose to just do their own voice. There's people that choose to do text-to-speech. I mean, what's his name? Ambiguous Amphibian, I think is the channel name. Does all sorts of gaming videos through text-to-speech. How you choose to create is completely valid, and no one how do I want to put this? No one has a right to more than what you're willing to put out there. I mean, that's really what it boils down to. And you know what? That opinion might upset some folks, but as a creator, I can say that I can say that to other creators, don't worry that you haven't done a face reveal. I mean, I don't like bringing him up, but I mean, Dream went a very long time without anyone knowing what he looked like. You just saw the avatar in game. So that is a lot, you know. People choose how to present on the internet for a whole number of reasons. Maybe they, some people don't like how they look, or maybe they just feel that using something like a VTube avatar like Akka, as I'm using for this stream, is just as valid. Yeah. No, the VTube thing is essentially Cat Ears Season 2, which was also the last time my subscriber count really went negative all at once. I actually had a $32 or $60 a month Patreon cancel, leaving the maybe it wasn't that high, maybe it was only 16, but they canceled their Patreon subscription. They had been there like from the beginning, saying the cat ears were too far. Yes. It's running off a CD. It's running off a... Hold on, how fast is the CD-ROM drive? It's an XM401B, which tells me absolutely nothing on how fast it is. Someone wants to Google that, but I think that's a 4X speed CD-ROM drive. It's not a fast drive. I mean, we really take it to an art form watching paint dry. I mean, we're literally watching paint dry with a VTuber. That was the reason. The exit survey. When you cancel a subscription on Patreon, you can give a reason as to why. And there's like a bunch of generic ones, and then there's a box you can type in, and they literally said the cat ears were too much. Yeah, I remember posting about that because it was like the stupidest reason I've seen for quitting Patreon. I can't find them. I've been looking. I was looking for them yesterday. I don't know where I shoved them. They're probably in a desk drawer, but for the life of me, I cannot find them. Like, I'm looking at my desk right now, and I'm not seeing them. I could always order another set off Amazon. They're not like they're expensive. Maybe I'll get the blue ones this time. Because I was torn between the purple and the blue, and we could go for the Season 2 blue. Although, I have this distinct feeling I'm probably just going to end up VTubing more than not. No, I mean, but there's a lot of people who take creators for granted. They basically go, haha, dance for me. And they don't consider them human. I mean, I've seen some pretty... If you read our live stream fails, you see some really, really horrific shit, to put it bluntly. So, I mean, it's just... I mean... Here's how it comes down to it, and I'm going to, you know, again, I'm going to get my soapbox because this is a charity stream. It's not monetized. I don't have to worry about the algorithm. But here's what it boils down to. If you take the arguments about LGBT youth and, like, summarize them all, it really boils down to the question is, should people have control of their body, or should other people, namely parents and family, have the right to control others? And, well, given the fact that I'm fundraising for Trevor Project, my answer should be obvious. But, I mean, that was the same argument with, for ending abortion. It was, oh, no, it's the state's right to decide, not the person's right to decide if you have control over your body. I mean, but I mean, think about this. 40 people have gone through the trouble of actually hitting the unsubscribe button. Since today. Since I didn't put a community post out about this today. I had a community post on Sunday, and then I had to put an update because I blotched it. I had to announce that this topic was going to change from what I originally said. So, I mean, 40 people have loaded up the stream, decided that what I'm standing for is a bridge too far, and actually hit the unsubscribe button. Okay. So, it's looking for root devices. Well, I mean... No, you know what? I'm not going to bring this one up on stream because I don't want to talk about hate speech. I'm already... I gotta tell you, half the reason that I'm doing an Election Day stream is so I'm not doom scrolling. As I said earlier, yeah, I'll format that. Oh, that might take a really long time to format. Yeah, half a gigabyte of swap is the correct sentence here. And I will place it at the start. Please don't do a low-level format. Okay. After files are copied, the system will reboot. This is different. I've never... Oh, it probably doesn't have enough memory. This is the failsafe installer. It doesn't have enough memory. Yeah, it doesn't have enough... It actually doesn't have enough memory to start off the... Oh, no, it's because... I'm not jump-starting it. I jump-started it the last times I've done this. I don't know if it's copying files or not. Hold on. Can I should be able to open another terminal here. Oh man, that's lag. That is lag. I don't know how I'm a little bit afraid to see how much available memory we have at the moment. We are all right, let's run free. Assuming we have it. We do not have it. What is it doing? Or it wouldn't be EF. It would be EF. Wow, that is running slow. What is it doing? Yeah, no, it looks like it's doing things. What it's doing, I don't know. But it is, in fact, doing things. We'll give it, like, 5 minutes to see if this advances. Might have been a mistake to type exit in that window. God, it's struggling. No, I put 64 in. I put a second stick in because we don't know what is. Okay, it's copying the mini root. Okay, this isn't going to take too long. So when we used to build OpenOffice.org for ARM, the build system only had 256 megabytes of memory in an era where our buildies had 4. On top of that, OpenOffice used a Java-based build tool, and Oracle, was it Oracle? Was it Sun or Oracle? I think it was still Sun at that time. They had not been purchased. Sun did not make a version of Hotspot available for ARM. It wasn't freely available. You had it for x86 and you had it for Spark, but you didn't have it for ARM. You had to license it. And Ubuntu and Canonical's policy at the time, and I believe still is, that you cannot depend on any proprietary software for main archive builds. Actually, I know that's still the policy. Which means we had to use the OpenJDK 0 on effectively, I think we were building. What was the original build hardware? It was bad. I think it was Qualcomm 256. Like, we had USB hard drives attached to them. The IT team was really unhappy because it wasn't rack mountable. They had to put a shelf and put all the ARM hardware. We had like 9 of them. So, and then we had to tell IT, and IT was really not thrilled about this sentence, that they should put like an 8 gigabyte swap partition for a system that had 256 megabytes of RAM. And because Launchpad is a ZOP-free application, there is a ZOP-free daemon that has to run on the buildies, and this is actually open source. You can check this. Actually, I don't think we needed ZOP on the buildies, but we had to run a fairly beefy Python daemon, so we only had about 150 megabytes free. So to say it ran at the speed of Glacier is accurate. Open Darwin. Oh, there's an idea. Actually, I wouldn't mind doing Open Darwin, but I wouldn't actually do Darwin. I would actually try to compile Darwin 0.3, but we do it live on stream. Yes. Yeah, I've done things with Darwin. Darwin, I helped bootstrap Darwin 1.3 with NeoZ from source code. Yes. For building OpenOffice, because we ran into a problem where it would crash on ARM and ARM alone, it was a really depressing crash, in what was called Uno. And the thing about Uno is it's basically a re-implementation of Windows COM, but it throws C++ exceptions over the process boundary, which, if you know anything about C++, is a thing that you should never do. Yes. Darwin is the entire user space of macOS 10, and it was a freestanding operating system until 10.4. I know Pure Darwin has tried, I don't know how successful they've been, at trying to keep the later releases going.
I mean, I remember bootstrapping Think for Darwin x86 10.3. It can be done. See, the thing is, I don't know what part Black Coffee Drinker is responding to, because I've just been sharing my little House of Horror build stories. Like, I've been doing this for such a long time that the gray in my beard has gray. Not that I have a gray in my beard, or a beard anymore, actually. But I feel old. Like, I feel authentically old. I've gone to old man territory. I thought Pure Darwin had 14 running, or maybe I'm thinking of something else. Like, it's not on their website, but if you go into their Discord, because I pop my head in there on occasion. C++ exceptions over IPC. So who re-implemented DCOM badly? God, half the jokes are only funny if you're me or if you know too much pain and suffering. Haha, I'm in danger. I'm just really trying to stay as optimistic as I can. It's hard. It is hard. The kernel is called XNU because it's essentially a partial rewrite of the original NeXTstep mock kernel. Like, I don't know how to classify it. Basically, when Apple modernized Darwin from NeXTstep, or modernized Rhapsody, because the original invocation of Darwin was Rhapsody, if you want to be technical. They ripped out most of the kernel infrastructure and rewrote it. Like, the original Objective-C driver kit and K Object-C runtime was completely replaced with IO-Kit. The kernel API was completely redone. The base core libraries were all replaced with FreeBSD code and linked into libsystem. They did a lot of plumbing that is just not appreciated in this day and age. Like, I honestly have to salute Apple for salvaging it. And I will note that probably the use of C++ in the ABI was probably the main reason why Apple went with Next instead of BOS. Well, okay, I was given an impossible task, Black Coffee Drinker. If you have an impossible task, you're going to perform some miracles, or I'm going to call it probability engineering. You know what? That is how I'm going to describe that. Because here's the thing with FTL and Mixer. Is if you are a novice engineer, you will believe that the network is reliable. If you're a seasoned engineer, you will know that the network should never be trusted. And if you've been doing this for far too long and you understand the rules of the game, you will know when you can throw out the truth, which is the network is unreliable, and treat it as reliable, at which point you have reached networking ascension. And that's how FTL works, because I do all sorts of things that would make people that know the CAP theorem cry. And it wasn't just the data center. I was treating the internet as reliable. Oh, that is horrible. That is horrible. Yes, that was the other big thing with Darwin, is Apple removed all the AT&T code, because NeXTstep is a Unix. It has a direct line of lineage to Research Unix, although it doesn't have a lot of the code, because they threw out the original Research Unix kernel, and it's a lot of other stuff. But a lot of the utilities are original to AT&T. Darwin replaced almost all of it. Most of it came from FreeBSD, but I do believe some parts came from Net and possibly even Open. Yes, I had to remove a cactus from my boss. Yes. I mean, by and large, I feel like if I'm going to start NetHack up, the moment I start up NetHack, it's going to finish copying the mini root. but this is probably a sign and portent of how long this is going to take. God, we literally have to install Solaris to run Sun VTS. Probably be faster to install it into a VM and DD it onto the hard drive. Like, I almost wonder if that's the correct way to do this. I had some help with Mixer. Sorry, some help with FTL. But by and large, I wrote 98% of it by myself. The only parts that I had coding help in was the JavaScript front end, and I had a little bit of help with Tachyon. I wrote the entire backend daemon. I wrote the client code and the network routing code all from scratch. There was a little bit of help with the database schema because I abused MySQL in ways that should not be abused. But yeah, that was about by and large of it. Yes. Man of Mars, you are... That's... Yeah, I almost want to pin that. Like, I forgot. Does YouTube actually have pins? No, if I pin it on a charity stream, we lose the counter. I learned that one the hard way. Because YouTube's... It's gone a lot better, I will say. It has gone a lot better compared to what it used to be. At this point, I don't know what else to do to find a memory failure, and because Sun did this, you know, use non-standard memory modules, just for the sake of being a pain in the ass, because this is, I believe these are electrically compatible with DSIMs. You just have to move the notch and rewire them. But no, Sun had to make sure that you paid the premium for those PBCs. Like, that's about as asshole of a move as it gets. Like, that's something I really hate that Sun did. At least IBM used standard RAM chips. They're not common, but they are standard. It's buffered PC 133 chips. With I don't remember if you need the error correction. I have ones with ECC that work in the RS6000. I don't think HP did anything either, although you're always better off using FRUs if not. I've got 4 32-bit DSIMs, and I've got 3 8-megabyte DSIMs. Probably the 8 megabytes were what this system originally came with, for a total of 152. So, yeah, well, yeah, I kind of wonder how much this mini root is, because it ain't so many. Well, you know what? The problem is that the mini root not only needs the Solaris base system, it needs X, it needs CDE, it needs the console, and it probably needs Netscape. Why did I go with Solaris 8 again? Yeah, they're basically regular SD RAMs. These actually probably predate SD RAM. I don't remember offhand. But, like, it's a standard memory chip. They're ECC RAM. That's about the only thing unique about them. Kind of oh, copying platform-specific files. Cool. No, it's copying. It just made progress. I am going to just do a minimal install because I honestly don't know how much I run. I've got better hardware for running Solaris on this. Like, for this machine in particular, I'd probably try running SunOS on it. Well, yeah, I mean, I believe in democracy. I believe in America. Oh no, I should not do the Godfather speech. I should not do it. I could do the Cave Johnson speech. Oh, this is going to be weird with a VTuber avatar, but hold on. Hi, this is Cave Johnson. Welcome to the Aperture Science Virtual YouTuber Experimentation Lounge. Here at Aperture Laboratories, we use the absolute best cutting-edge technology to create the absolute best anime girls for showing you Solaris and more things for your entertainment. There may or may not be some, shall we say, teething pains, but that's all what science is for, and apparently cute animated avatars. So, here at Aperture Science, and specifically for me, Cave Johnson, we get hired the very best to understand what makes people interested. Anyway, this is Cave Johnson, signing out. Do you want me to do... Hold on. I will do the... If I can get... Let's see here. We're at 122 likes. I will do the lemon speech. I will... I don't know why I'm pulling this. I know what the answer is going to be. I know what the answer is going to be. I'm actually curious on how far that... I want to see how close to 100%. You guys, I was really impressed. We had something like 90 votes and they were all yes. Like it was actually 100. Oh my... A Cave Johnson VTuber model. I think you just... The perfect VTuber model does not exist. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Son of a bitch, the perfect VTuber model for me would be a Cave Johnson one. I'm just sitting here thinking about that, and I hate it. Alright, I'm going to do the lemon speech. Let me pull it up. Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Get mad! Make life rule today. It thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's going to burn your house down with the lemons. I'm going to get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down. Oh, I really hope that doesn't cause... I'm having this brief moment of, oh yeah, this is YouTube. That should be fine. We should do a Portal 2 stream. Like, I should just play through the whole game in a single sitting. It's not that long. High energy density lemon. So many lemons, so much wow. Alright, now that I have a voice again. I mean, I was on Linux for over a decade. You know what? Probably closer to 15 years, give or take, before I finally just said, yeah, this is enough. Alright, so now it's searching for configuration files. So we are almost we are now at the step where we're going to install Solaris 8. We have now finished the step where we were preparing to install Solaris 8. In the next episode, we are actually going to install Solaris 8. Hey, look, there's X. Man, we are actually doing quite well. I mean, average view duration is 20 minutes and 19 seconds. Like, I am shocked how many people watch my streams all the way through. Okay. It wasn't that hard. I already had Windows 11 installed. DaVinci Resolve and Blender already had Windows programs. And then I had the novelty of, like, I could load a file off my NAS and I wouldn't have to go to the command line to do it. I mean, that was kind of like a... You know, I realized how bad Ubuntu has gone. Like, that used to work fairly reliably in GNOME, and it stopped, and it doesn't even work correctly in KDE unless you install add-on packages. Alright, we're just waiting for the UI to draw in. I'm literally looking at a blank dialog box. Oh, look, there's a purple bar. Welcome. Okay. Hey, look, we get to use the mouse. We are not networked. I don't have the cable plugged in. This system is called... I don't remember. It was originally called, like, Nelson. We're going to call it Pyrophium because apparently I called the NeXTstation Cryophium. No, do never enable Kerberos. Geographical region. United, like, I don't know why I'm saying the clock. It won't remember it, but okay. It's 2022. 11. 8. 16. 32. I really wish this was a mechanical keyboard. It would be so much more satisfying to type on. I do wish we got to do, like, the original stuff as planned, but this is fine. Kerberos is a way of doing authentication and encryption over the network. It works very well for what it is, but it's also immensely complicated. It's how Active Directory, Microsoft, and Microsoft Windows does authentication over the network for hosts. Although Microsoft's version has modifications, that's where you get, like, NTLM. So, okay. So far, Solaris 8 seems to be going fine. Obviously, this is taking a lot longer than, say, Solaris 7, but I'm okay with this. I mean, memory usage is just a variable. Hey, look, Netscape. So, yes, this part's cute. Sun basically runs the entire installation as an interactive web page. Like, it's literally loading up Netscape. I believe this whole thing is a Java applet. It's a Java applet that it may not have enough memory to load. Stefan, I'm just gonna mangle your last name. Thank you for the €5 donation to Trevor Project. I mean, it's still going. I probably should have put more memory. Yes, this is the, at least it's not using Hotspot, or Hot Java. Should I double click it? Solaris CD0. Oh, there it goes. It's loading an animation. Look, we have a loading prompt. Yeah, there's a way to do the text mode install. Wow. This is like a bit... That was a really fluid animation right there. This is just a bit painful. I probably should have... I should have just installed Solaris 7. This is beautifully painful. This is like watching a first-time driver on a standard transmission pane. And Anonymous, thank you for the €10 donation to the Trevor Project. It really does make a difference. It's still going! Oh, look at that render in! That... Did you see that? That was literally like watching dial-up. And now it's checking network. I didn't have the interview because they had to reschedule. It's next week. Wow, this is... I don't know how much of this is due to lack of memory, but probably all of it's due to lack of memory. You know, we're just going to go with it because it's kind of funny at this point. Even though this is a horrible, horrible, horrible idea. I really enjoy the paint drying aspect of this. I really should have gone with Solaris 7. Oh well. We've come this far, we might as well see it through. Yes. DVD. Oh, I think it wants the other disc now. Yeah, it wants the other disc. Okay. So I guess it's done with this one. You know, at least I don't have to jump start it. That's the discs changed. And now it's got to initialize the system, because what were we doing up to this point? Yeah, I probably should put more, I probably should have put more memory in. But we don't know which sim is failing. I'm kind of enjoying this from the pain and suffering perspective. I mean, it's going. Like, I can move the mouse here, we can just watch it move. Yeah, it's being initialized. It's going very slowly, but it is going. I still don't have... I can open a terminal. We're initializing the initialization so we can initialize your initializer. What is this? What is this? Honestly, I'm kind of just doing this for the meme at this point. Like, there's less painful ways to do this. And again, it's 1.2. We've raised $1,000. I mean, you're not wrong that this poor SPARCStation probably doesn't deserve Solaris 8 being shoved down it. Like, this system would probably be really... This system was built to run Sun OS. It was not built for Solaris. I mean, it's going. Very slowly, but it is going. Does anyone want to take an estimate on how many hours this is going to take? Like, oh wow, you know, that's a really depressing question the moment I said it out loud. I should have done a text mode install. It might have been less miserable. Oh well. Less fun, though. I mean, Solaris has... I personally think Solaris gets a lot of unjustified hate, but, yeah. I mean, we've had exercises in patience on this channel before. I really hope I was here when we did the OS2 upgrade fast. Because that was 2 days of suffering. That was literally 2 days. That was what, a 10-hour and a 12-hour stream, respectively, to upgrade all the way from OS2 1.0 to Warp 452. No, I'm going to keep going all the way to the 12-hour mark if I can. I've still got energy in me. I'm going to feel it tomorrow, but I still have energy. And honestly, this is preventing me from obsessively refreshing news websites. I'm just trying to think what cursed shenanigans I should get myself up into. I mean, the disc is trying. I hear it spinning. It is definitely trying. It might even spin. Well, I do believe I am under the minimum requirements by just a little bit. I mean, a 70 megahertz I think this is a micro spark. No, I'm good. When we get to copying files, I will go AFK and I will cook some bread, Spam, and cheese. You know what? That's what I will do. And we will just let it run. Okay. I mean, it's still trying to initialize. I mean, the thing is, I actually do have to watch it. Like, I can't multitask while I'm doing this, so I'm just sitting here talking with y'all. But it's fine. There's days like this that it's just going to be like this. And this is not a bad way to spend a day. So, okay. Yeah. Yeah, it's still going. Okay. We're waiting for the initialization system to initialize. Literally, actually, waiting for that. I thought the Ultra 10 was bad. This is worse. And imagine if I had to install patches. Like, I'm almost sitting here thinking, should I hit stop A and put the Solaris 7 CD in? See, this is why I like to build things manually for paint drying, because at least then I could just type make and it will resume. I don't have to do anything. You're going to try in daily with your Ultra 5. That is impressive dedication, Europa. I think it's stuck. This is literally an exercise in watching paint. Oh no, the bar moved. The bar did actually move. Okay, so it's still going. Yeah. This was a good idea. ... No, that's if you do a regular build. I don't know what build system you're using. I'm going to ask. Because we're not even copying files. Continue. I'm just going to ask. We'll see. Let's see what chat has to say. I mean, I already know what the answer is going to be. Actually, chat is surprisingly... Wow, chat is actually saying Ghost Slayer 7? It's only 19 votes. We need more democracy in here. It's going. $31 votes. We've got 83 people on stream, so I'm gonna wait until we get if we get up to 40 or 50. No? Okay. Apparently the Slayers 8 crowd is catching up. Oh, this is an exercise in pain. And chat is, coming from behind victory. Slayers 8 is at 48% to 52. This isn't an Ultra Spark 5. This is a SPARCStation 5. Yeah, I'm a little surprised by that. Chat is being merciful? What is this? 50-50. It is perfectly okay. Chat, why did you have to go why did you have to go all Thanos on me? All things perfectly balanced as they should be. I should not be laughing this hard. You've literally Thanos'd. Here. Oh, someone broke the deadlock. Oh, you voted for me to suffer. You voted for me to suffer. Well, the installation is actually almost right to the end. I feel like this is like the neutrality like meter. I have no strong feelings about this one way or another. Yeah, it's literally one more vote for Solaris 7, more or less. You know what? I'm going to just see how long this is actually going to take. Like, we can do it reasonably fast, we might as well just keep going. Because it takes quite a bit of time to get this far in the Solaris 7 install. Oh, now why did I put it for our vote? $65 votes and 83 concurrent viewers. Okay, then. I know it's almost there, but I also think it just froze. Look how slow, like, look how jerky the mouse moves. Yeah, that's why did I put this up to democracy? Is it doing anything? It's back to 50-50. I'm kind of enjoying watching the poll simulator. Now, I'm pretty sure it's 30 seconds per frame. Oh. All right, custom install. If we're going to continue with this, I mean, now the question is, what's the distribution breakdown? Like, do we have to worry about some sort of electoral? No, I'm not going there. Okay, I just want to use C. Let's not install the documentation. Let's not install, from the supplemental CD, the only thing we would actually want, like, Sun VTS. That's the only thing we actually want. Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to grab the core group. I'm not even going to install anything else. There are ways to add it later, although it's kind of annoying to do. Because honestly... Okay, so you probably need the end user group then? We don't have that much disk space! Required disk space. That's not gonna work. There's a problem here. We don't have enough disk space. Unless I add the other hard drive and I split the install over 2 hard drives. And people want me to continue as is. I hate this. All right, I hate myself for doing this, but we're going to install Solaris 7. We're doing Solaris 7. With this CD-ROM drive, we are literally, it's going to take hours. It would literally take hours. Yeah, all right. I'm doing it. I'm pressing stop. My finger's on the A. Oh, that hurt. That actually hurt to do. No, it's not for Sandy's sake. It's for hardware's sake. We don't. I don't have enough hardware. Well, let's throw the Slayer 7 CD in. Because at least with Solaris 7, it's going to be quite a bit faster. Alright, let me grab the Solaris 7 binder. That's right here. Because when I did this last night, it took about an hour to install, so that's not too bad. And what's annoying is that this hard drive had a perfectly usable Solaris 7 install, and I overwrote it for NeXTstep. Well, not this hard drive, the other one. Alright, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment while this boots. Okay, it's still booting. Patience is a virtue. Alright, since I know I actually have a very good idea of exactly how long this is going to take, I'm going to switch over to NetHack. I need to do something that will prevent my brain from just turning into goo. Alright, so, alright, let's get back to playing NetHack. Alright, yeah, so let's go to Evil Hacks. This is where we were. So, ooh, potions. That is actually really useful. So, potions. Okay, I actually shouldn't have eaten that because I am saturated, but that's fine. Because that, if you eat too much, it is an instant death. Oh, that's not a death trap right there. Okay. Yeah, never do anything with Greystones in this game. It just ends badly. Unless you know exactly... Oh yeah, I forgot. I can actually pick up boulders because I'm a giant. I'm actually going to note, because there's a grate here. If you kick a grate enough times, you can get a ring out of it, but you can also get some less than good things.
Oh, another... Wow, another store? Oh, this could actually... This actually could change everything on the account. Let's see what we've got to work with here. Cursed Amulet. Topaz Ring. Okay, so it didn't do... Wasn't a self-identifying ring. 200 rings... Oh, it cursed after... Okay. Alright, so I have no idea what those rings do. They don't make a message. A lantern would actually be very useful, so I will in fact buy a lantern. Spellbook of Light, a leash. You know what? This is actually a general store. Let me get my spellbooks. Let me see here. Why is that as low as it is? Is that because... Yeah, okay, so that's as low as it is because of the skull cap. Alright. Did I not... Oh, did I not take... Let's see, take something out. Spellbooks. Yeah, I already have a Spellbook of Light, so... So general stores are very useful because you can sell any item at general stores. And I should have been much more careful there. Oh, yeah, that's why. Zombies can cause permanent illness. I have only one way to get rid of this. I have to pray. And I have to be immensely careful. Because that's a delayed insta-death. And zombies get back up. Okay. What's in this bag? Let's see here. So we found another spell book. Bag containing spell books. Oh, those are the mines. Coming down here can be risky. I think... Yeah, I think I do want to actually be down here, but I want to cast Protection. And I actually do want to cast Light. So the nice thing about being down here is... So the Gnomish Mines are a really good place to find equipment and gear. Hard Shoes and Pickaxe. Those are both very useful. And I just realized I don't have chat up. So let me bring chat up. Yep. SunOS is still booting. And I will grab that gold. If we can get down to Mine Town, it means a lot for the run. And I'm also getting a chance to work on my magic skills, which is very helpful. Light is not usually a very good spell. Like, it's like one of the worst ways to deal with the mines, but I'll use it where I can take it. I'll actually light this lantern. Blindfold is useful if we can find a floating eye. Steel arrow, yeah, okay, there's nothing here. I will, however, eat that. Because once we get to a high enough power level, we'll be able to cast Protection pretty much constantly. And that will make the rest of the game considerably easier. Yeah, so we're already back to power level 20. I'm going to turn off the lantern. Let's grab that scroll. Eat that corpse. We've got 2 scrolls of the same name, so... Okay. Protection. Ooh, that is I gotta be careful. I'm close to death. Alright, we can just stay here on the stairwell. Yeah, we can just stay here on the stairwell, healing up. Unfortunately, food just keeps coming to us, so this helps. I don't think I can get skills with any ranged weapon. No, I can't, so it's not worth grabbing that. Ooh, Team Ant. That is actually really dangerous. Crud. What do I have that works? Go down the stair. That's not actually an improvement. Light. Yeah, that's not an improvement. That's like... And we're dead. I got hit by a poison crossbow. Oh. What did I have that would save me? Scroll of Amnesia, 2 scrolls of light. Rip. Spellbook of Cancellation might have been useful, but... No, actually, probably not. Rip. Oh, Open Windows is just starting up, so, okay. It's going slowly, but it is going. We should have a UI up and running in a little bit. Do I want to play... I don't think I want to play Evil Hack. I think I want to play one that I'm not going to suffer excessively about. I mean... Slex is on this server, if I remember correctly. Let me see here. Actually, it doesn't look like it's here. Maybe... Huh. Oh! Hold on. Hold that thought. We have things to do. I don't know, maybe I will install Europa Universalis. I'm kind of in the mood to play that game. Or we could do a bug-free Factorio. Or I could load up our Minecraft world I've been working on. Yeah, that's why I put the game up, because I'm actually going to load Steam while that goes. Let me see here, Steam. Because I can start because this will take a bit, but once we get through to the end, it's not that bad. Let's see here. Apparently, there's also a NetHack tournament, but oh, I probably did. Hold on. I'm currently doing stuff Steam powered. Yeah, okay, I did change the password on this. Okay. And then I have to enter an email. Alright, I will deal with that in a little bit. System is coming up. Yeah, we know. We know it's coming up. We're literally watching a gray screen collectively. I am thinking going forward, I might start a Europa Universalis campaign. I don't have all the DLC, but I don't really need it. Like, I should get Lions of the North. But EU4 I can have a lot of fun with, and I haven't done that in ages. Oh, wait. I just realized I didn't swing the microphone over. You probably couldn't hear me at all. I've been doing this for how long? 7 hours, 12 minutes. I'm good at this. I really am good at this. That was... It's still going. It's still going. Yeah, it'll be here. It is an exercise in patience. It's a very slow exercise in patience. Let me get my Steam verification code while this loads. Okay. All right, there's that. Let's see here. All right, we're good. Just making sure some stuff. Yeah, it's a 70 megahertz machine. Oh, look, there's the installation dialog. So let's do this in English. I have to do laundry. I really do have to do laundry. Short sections. Host name is Pyrophium. I'm just going to turn off the network. I mean, I probably need to install everything, like the entire development group, but I have enough hard drive space for that. A lot of it is because it's the 4X CD-ROM. It's because we're doing the install, not because it's running. But we also only have 64 megabytes of RAM, and we have faulty hardware. We're trying to run the diagnostic test. That's why we're going through so much pain. You know, I'm really amazed that YouTube still has this much trouble with bots. I really am kind of impressed. Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you install a less bloated version. Now, hopefully we can get this installed. Install VTS, and then I find my fault. Assuming it's actually a memory fault, which I am not I'm starting to have my doubts about, but we also saw that it's been very flaky, so at least I want to do a burn-in test. And you know what? I'm congested. Alright, and now the mic is unmuted. We're still waiting. We are still waiting. No, I turned the microphone off so I could blow my nose because people complained the last time I did that. So, I did mute it. It's going! It's going! It's probably stuck, but it's trying to go. We are probably
probably still trying to initialize the initialization system. Why did I do this to myself? Of all the choices I could have made involving vintage computing, why did I choose the one involving the SPARCStation? So why is the camera... Like... Oh, I see what happened. Okay, hold on. There, I should actually be moving again. Yeah, I am. I just realized the camera was not pointing at me, so Akka wasn't moving. There we go. Now I be all Fox Girl moving, and I can just head bob for a bit while we wait for the system to boot. Yep. Okay. There it is. Now we can see it was executing jumpstart pre-install phase, searching for Soul Start, checking for rules okay. Wait a minute. Why is it running jumpstart things? Is that part of the Solaris 8 install? Hold on. Please tell me that's like... I need a command line. I need a command line desperately. No, but it's not stuff it should be doing. I feel like this is about to try starting Netscape. What's mounted? I guess it's not actually loading the hard drive, although it looks like it should be. Actually... Alright, well. Fair enough. I guess I'm just not used to it being this god-awful slow. At least the background music's nice. Alright. So while this is going, I'm going to grab your Europa Universalis. I probably need to buy the DLC for it. But... like, I have most of the DLC. I just... wow, how do I have 400 hours in that game? I mean, I bought it at launch, but still. Alright, that's going to just download. Because I'm not feeling NetHack. I really am just not feeling it. Yeah, it's still going. Slowly, but it is still going. This is fine. Ah, here we go. Interactive installer. We're not going to do diskless clients. We don't have a big enough hard drive. We could use the other hard drive. We are not going to install Swedish. I do find it interesting that that's the same set of languages supported by NeXTstep. As much as I don't want to do this, I don't want to have problems going... yeah, I'm going to install everything as much as I don't want to. And the reason I don't want to is, besides the fact it's going to take a really long time. Alright, we're just going to install everything to here. No, we're going to override... actually, hold on, go back. Yeah, no, it's fine. Continue. Actually, root location... yeah, it's fine. Manual layout. Wow, why would I ever hit that button? Customize disk by cylinder. Let me let it do auto layout. I don't want to create user. And then I want to customize. I'm going to do that thing that you're not supposed to do. I probably should give it more swap than that. Like, a lot more. Have I gone negative? No, I have not gone negative. Let's see here. If I give you 280. Okay. So now we just add 47. I mean, that should be fine. Yeah, that's good. That's a perfectly normal Solaris install. Yep. That's fine. Auto reboot. The progress bar simulator is progressing. That is progress. Okay. Let's just see how long this is probably going to take. My one concern about loading up Europa Universalis is a content ID thing, but again, this is a non-monetized stream, so I'm not that worried about it. I just want to check something before we continue onward. I'm just seeing what the stats are in the studio panel. Yeah, nope, they're fine. Alright, I'm going to wait until it starts copying files, though. Ow, 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 and my legs are all cramped up. I need to buy some larger SCSI hard drives. Like, I really am going to need larger SCSI drives in the future. Because I have this set of 4, but they're all just 2 gigabyte drives, so I probably need... I would like to have... The problem is that I think these are 68-pin drives. It's hard to find the larger ones. Hey, look, it's actually installing stuff. Let's see how slow this is going to go. Because it's got to do the entire disk. I mean, it shouldn't be too bad. I mean, well, you know, it's probably going to be really horrible. It's going to be hideous. It's going to be the absolute worst thing ever. Maybe it won't be that bad. Or am I being overly optimistic? I mean, it probably took, what, an hour and a half to install NeXTstep on the other hard drive? Yeah. I mean, it's going. Oh, wow, my back is like really stiff. Yeah, some 4 is decent. Like I said, the biggest problem is I have small hard drives on this. I just want to see how long it's actually, like, so far nothing has actually moved. I'm debating if I want to look at how the voting results have turned out thus far. Like, hey, look, it's installing KVM and it's $19.99. I mean, that bar is actually moving decently. That I'm debating if I want, like... Let me just look what else is in my games library. You know, we can do Europa Universalis. I just probably should mute the... I probably can leave the in-game audio even. Let me see here. I'm not going to say I'm going to play a game, but I kind of want to see how folks are playing. Like, I'm tired, but I'm not... Like, I don't want to spend the mental energy to, play either NetHack or something. Like, let me see what else I've got in my library. Ooh, Endless Sky might be interesting. At least I'll install it. Let's see here. Actually, you know what? I'll play Super Meat Boy, because that doesn't require... That's just reflexes. I don't actually have to think while we're playing that. Yep. John Jetless, thank you for voting. Although, did you really vote for... Did you really vote for... Okay, no words for that. Yeah, so we are streaming today. Please get out and vote if you're going to. I don't have Tux Racer. I don't enjoy Tux Racer. Like, I know everyone says play Tux Racer. I don't enjoy it. Oh, there's an idea. I do have RimWorld. Dwarf Fortress's formal release comes out soon. I think I'm going to do Super Meat Boy for now. I think it's just less energy on me. I do have Stellaris, which I do enjoy. Oh no, I'm doing that thing where I stare at all the games in my Steam library and cannot... You know what? I'll load up Minecraft. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Oh, I have to boot the server up, though, and the server... It's not a problem, Sarah. I appreciate you still coming out to vote. I haven't actually played Celeste. I really should just do it, buy it, and... Because it looks like an awesome game, I just haven't done it. I don't play a lot of platformers. The only reason I have Super Meat Boy is it was part of the potato sack. Actually, you know, I'm gonna take 2 Tylenol because I just had a migraine aura pop. Alright. I took the headache removal pills, also known as Tylenol. Oh, Sarah, thank you for the $5 Canadian donation to Trevor Project. Our goal is to try and reach $5,000 before the end of the year, and I'll probably be doing fairly regular streams towards that goal.
Well, you know, here's the thing: is if you don't exercise the, I don't think I'm actually going to play a game. I think I'm just going to talk for a bit, and then we'll see where I am in 20 minutes. Because if I actually have a full-blown migraine, I will shut the stream down because I can't be in pain and do this. But I think I caught it in time. But by and large, I mean, it's a lot of people take things for granted. They don't appreciate choice. I mean, and that's actually a more broader topic. Like, you know, in school, you know, we're taught democracy is good, but we're also told that by and large, you're supposed to conform to society and, you know, do what is supposed to you. Like, the version I heard is you go to school, you go to college, you get good grades, you get a good job, you work for the next 40 years, you have kids, and then you retire, and then, you know, you eventually make it out, you know, you reach the end. So, well, I already took 2 Tylenol, and there's a limit of how much acetaminophen you can take in a short period of time, so I should be fine. As long as I take it during the aura, I usually get to avoid the pain. I am going to, however, turn off the background music. Or, you know what, I can mute it without muting it on air. Alpha Lone, thank you for the €5 donation. So, I don't have Excedrin, and I've got enough caffeine. I actually have another bottle of Diet Coke waiting for me in the fridge, which I may go at some point, because I'm enjoying watching Progress Bar Simulator. I mean, I'm a little surprised at how many people enjoy watching this, but I guess it's the commentary, which, you know, I never really thought. Well, you know, let me go back to my original point, because let's try and be slightly focused for once. This is something that kind of drives me a little bit crazy, is fundamentally speaking, for me, having the ability to decide where I want to go in life is paramount. You know, I am only happy when I am doing what I want to do. But most of my life has been mostly dealing with the whims of others. Like, when I was at the first job, I had to deal with some very bad decisions made by managers that don't like, you know, essentially they could not deal with not having absolute control. And I was talking about this earlier, that one of the big arguments against, I shouldn't say the biggest arguments, the argument that gets made, which is completely bunk, in my opinion, really comes down to, should the state or parents have control of others? I mean, if you get right down to it, it's basically saying that you are going to conform to what society says, or you are going to die. And I'm not just referring to, like, you know, and I'm referring to in all aspects, not just, you know, orientation, gender, so forth and so on. Like, if you are unable to work because of disability, you are told, oh, Social Security exists, but Social Security in this country is not enough to live off of. I mean, by and large, that's how a lot of people end up dead. There is, I mean, here's the thing, is the state, there needs to be a system for dealing with people that take advantage of others. I mean, the nature is that one person sooner or later will basically accumulate all the wealth. I mean, the top 1% has 95% of all the wealth in the world. I mean, essentially, we literally just watched Elon Musk make a $50 billion impulse buy. You know, X-Ray Spy, thank you for the $20 donation. What is our exact total at? I actually cannot see the exact total, so if someone can tell me, I would like... It should be directly below the chat box on the normal view. So... You know, it's like... There needs to come a point where, you know, that's the reason of democracy, is to ensure that the direction of the state is not controlled by a few people. Because a single leader with the best intentions can do incredible things. But the vast majority of people will keep status quo no matter what. There is, you know, and it's not necessarily a moral thing. It's most people do not fear the unknown. I mean, I am uneasy with the direction things are heading in. Now, I have very justified reasons to be so, but by and large, I am perfectly happy to get on a ferry and have no idea where I'm going. I've done that. I've actually done that. Wow, we are just short of 1,300. You know, I mean, when the pandemic becomes better, and I'm guessing this is going to be late 23 at the earliest, I may seriously try to go all the way from Alaska to Argentina by public transit. It can actually be done. You can take Greyhound from Anchorage to Whitehorse, and then so forth and so on. Like, it is actually possible if you're determined to try and basically overland the entire Pan American Highway. I would love to do it driving. And maybe I won't do the Alaska segment, because the Alaska segment is very hard, and just prove it can be done. I mean, I literally biked my way from New York to Boston 2 months ago. I mean, this has been on my mind a lot. I mean, the full implications of what I ran into while I was biking is starting to percolate to some bits. Sarah F., thank you for the second $5 donation. As a note, I do have a Discord community that is welcoming to any individual who is LGBT or otherwise non-conforming. And I do make active effort to make it a nice place. Yes. So, I mean, the problem is that, by and large, climate change is an accepted problem. It's just the pain of it. How do I describe this in a way that's going to make sense? But there are people that never leave their little soapbox, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, one of my best friends from middle school, he went to high school, he graduated, and then he ultimately ended up working at the post office and actually is the union representative. But, you know, most of his day is he works at the post office and he plays Xbox when he gets home. He's an awesome dude, but by and large, you know, I could explain the stuff that I try and raise awareness about, and it has no impact. And that's true for most people. You know, it's how I can understand how someone can vote in certain ways, and I get very frustrated by it. But I do understand how some people just vote for, you know, they see that Biden is doing a bad job. They don't understand the issues because it's, you know, they don't watch the news, so they vote for the other guy. I mean, there's a reason why support for the presidency is quite literally correlated to the price of gasoline at the pump. Yes. No, I actually think I'm hoping to go back to a nomadic lifestyle, at least part-time, because if I get, any type of work I'm going to get is remote, and by and large, this YouTube channel was created as a pandemic coping mechanism. Don't get me wrong. We have done some incredible things as a community. We've seen a lot of software get archived. I like to think
I have made the difference for people. I probably will never know how many people I have impacted. Assuming I've made, like, I will never know what the road not traveled is. Thank you for the $8 donation, Sarah. Yes. I mean, I would be very happy spending a lot of time just living out of a backpack and traveling. I honestly, and I like sitting here telling my stories, knowing that people are listening to them, because I didn't really realize this for a long time, but when you're at Mixer, you watch a lot of streams. It's just the nature of the beast. And what I learned is that if you want to be engaging on a stream, you talk. Dead air is quite literally the enemy. I should note that this was 2015. We didn't have ASMR streams. There was no hot tub streaming. None of that. And we've reached $1,300 on a single stream on a weekday, which is impressive. My stream, I lose about half the viewers on a weekday. Yes. Definitely a major milestone. And, what was I saying? And so, when I got into live streaming, I mean, I know this stuff really well. I'm not going to lie, like, there are people that probably know it better than I do, but I won't do a live stream unless it's like a complete exploration one where I'm going completely blind. By and large, I'm going to know what I'm getting myself into. Like, I didn't know what to expect with network Unix, but I spent a fair bit of time making sure I knew how to use regular Unix, like using hash and the @ sign for backspace and strike line, respectively. So yeah, I mean that's I don't actually know how to see how many donors there are. And I will note that I did make this fundraiser open to all. So if someone wants to live stream on YouTube, you can find this charity and actually build on top of it. It's not who does it, it's the fact that awareness is raised. And there is a personal cost to doing this, for the charity streams in particular, I feel like there is a minimum requirement of quality. Like, I've done streams where I have not so much phoned it in, but I wasn't super worried about how it would come out. That's generally when I'm doing the live programming, because there are days where your brain is going to go, and then there are days where you're going to be like, wow, that was easy, and you've done a lot. Yeah. No, and I'm hoping I've got at least a few people to go out and vote and convince other people to go vote. Because here's the thing. It doesn't take much to actually cause impactful change. And I'm going to use an actual example from my past. This was very early in my career. This was back when we were getting Ubuntu on ARM going. We were supporting the TI OMAP platform. That was the Beagle board and the Panda board. And there was this very ooga booga issue that the Panda board required a FAT32 file, it was a FAT32 file system to hold the U-boot binary and a few other things. It's just how it worked. But it didn't work reliably. Like, you could use M format or make FS VFAT, and it would oftentimes just not work for any real issue. And I eventually got, we dealt with this state of affairs, and we had some very voodoo steps in trying to deal with it. We couldn't figure out what was causing it. So I think this was right after we shipped Jaunty. There was kind of like a week where we don't do anything because the release has gone out the door and we haven't figured out what we're doing for the next cycle yet. So I decided that I was going to solve this problem. So the FAT file system has essentially a header at the front of it. It's a table of entries that most of it's not actually used in this day and age. It's mostly Vestral bits from when DAWs was run on floppy disks. And what I discovered is that there were certain headers that would work and certain headers that wouldn't work. And as it turns out, there was a rounding bug in mTools. This bug had actually been there from the 90s, and it would calculate the number of free cylinders incorrectly. It would round when it shouldn't, and so it would have an off by 1 error. However, neither Windows nor DAWs would actually use this value, so it was never caught. And I eventually did find this, and that was why the OMAP boot partition was getting confused and would reject, because it would try to seek past the end of the partition and hit a panic. So so I did eventually fix this bug, and I really didn't think much about it. Many years later, like, I fixed this bug in 2009. Many years later, I was talking with a friend in Discord who actually has done a lot of work with OMAP, and I mentioned the story in passing, and they're like, wait, that's how that got fixed? And it's like, so it was someone who I did not know at the time. Like, there was absolutely no chain of commonality between us. And that's how one small thing leads to another, leads to another, leads to another. And that's how change happens. And I wasn't even trying it. I mean, if I really wanted to go for a much larger example, there's FTL. But it shows you how the smallest number of changes can make an impact. Like, there is... I've heard it referred to a lot of ways, but the most common one I've heard it as is the 4chan to girl pipeline, and similar other stories on how people eventually, lurk on Reddit, on image boards and such. They question things for a really long time, and then they run into that one post that lets them discover who they are, for want of a better word. And it was probably done by someone who had absolutely no idea. They were just shouting into the void like everyone else on image boards do. And, that's kind of how change works. It's not always good. I mean, that's how people also fall to radicalization. It's how people fall to hate. But it doesn't take much. Like, I have occasionally looked into people that I've run into years after the fact. It's why I haven't deleted my Facebook. And you can see how much people do change. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just rambling. Wow, we're only at 33%, but I don't know. It helps to talk about a lot of this. I remember sitting here. It wasn't at this desk. It was at the main one that's to my left, which you just heard me knock on. And yay, UCP tools. I was sitting here. It's like, am I really going to sit here and fundraise for Roe versus Wade? It wasn't the first time that I had dipped my foot into what I call a hot topic option, but it wasn't something I had dealt with personally. Like, when I did the video about the Free Software Foundation, I was speaking to something I had personally firsthand experienced, and I got a lot of hate over that. Like, I got a lot of hate over that. That was, whoo boy. And by and large, fundraising for pro-choice, you are going to get hate mail. I didn't get as much as you would expect, but I did. And I really had to sit and think there. It's like, why am I doing this to myself? Because ultimately, whenever you step into politics on YouTube, it's going to end. It's not going to help your channel. I have lost subscribers every time I've done a quote political stream of some sort. And then what it really came down to was Because if I don't, who will? And that was, it was like, I have always said that I will stand and fight for what's right. And when the time came, that's what got me to do it. But I can't expect that of most people. But I can hope that they will at least try and cause influences on others. I feel like that was a deep philosophical moment. I do find that the deeper and deeper into the rabbit hole I get, the more and more philosophical I get. It be like that. But on the second stream, I didn't do it for the first stream because I didn't have the idea to, but there had been a fairly long discussion in chat during the first stream about is the Dobbs decision how is it related to LGBT? Because it did come up in discussion. I realized, there are people who, it's more than just, do you have, what your gender is. It's the ability to not be discriminated against for a medical thing. And that's why I partially did the cat ears. It was literally saying, you are fine if this is something you enjoy. I don't have, I only wore the cat ears for that stream. I'm only VTubing right now for the same reason. Although I have to admit, I kind of do actually. I do find it nice just because it's just not staring at the same screen constantly. So it adds a little bit of motion and variety, which is something I find very hard to do in some of these streams, like Progress Bar Simulator be Progress Bar Simulator. So here, the thing that you need to understand, John, is you're talking about the difference between authoritarianism, that people should fall in line and listen to their government, versus liberalism, where people should be able to decide their own course. And by and large, this has been a struggle through all of human history. And it takes different forms. Racism and slavery in the United States can be defined as, should people have the right to control other people? Period. Because that's what the argument actually boils down to. Fundamentally, can another human control another human? That is slavery. End of discussion. So, yeah. I mean, I made my choice. I made the choice that I was going, when I decided to step up about Stallman, the channel was just under 5,000 subscribers. I had been warned by multiple large creators that making a stand on anything that is political, and it is political to talk about the Free Software Foundation in software development. It's really that simple. Is a point. Richard Stallman is many things. He has, to my knowledge, never been charged with anything. It's all accounts. But I had to deal with Stallman directly. It's why I stopped being involved with the Free Software Foundation. It's why I made the choice to speak up. And I don't regret it. The only thing I regret about how I did it is I did it very quickly. I would have preferred to have been more in-depth, but that was a very current event when it happened. So, and aside from one small mistake, I say the wrong name at one point, I still stand by that video, and I do have a pinned comment that explains that. So the thing is that there is times where one must accept that you must accept things in times to go with the I'm gonna find the fancy line here. I am going to find the fancy line. Hold on. Enter Aram Eris Silent Legas. In times of war, the laws fall silent. There is a reason why that is a phrase that exists. I believe the origin of the phrase goes back to the Roman Empire. But in the face of danger, it is oftentimes required to have someone who to lead and accept it on faith. Militaries run on that. I was a line firefighter. If I didn't listen to what the officer in charge said, I could get myself or other people killed. There is a difference between immediate and imminent threat like the pandemic and the right to choose your own destiny. Like, because the pandemic restrictions were applied to everyone equally, it's not inherently discriminatory. Now, it impacted people discriminatorily. There were more people that were impacted more or less against it. That would impacted more by COVID than others. Because I am essentially a recluse in real life, I don't go out very often. The pandemic did not really change much for me. I mean, I work from home. I've always worked from home. But when you start taking advantage that this group should have less rights than the majority, or more specifically, this group should not have rights, is where you start going down a very dangerous slope. I mean, in the United States, after Pearl Harbor, Japanese Americans were forcibly interned against their will, even though many had been here for generations at that point. Most of them had come through Angel Island. And because there was a panic that there might be sympathizers to Imperial Japan, and the United States was now in a state of war, they should be all relocated. And because of that, they lost most of the people that went through the camps in the United States. Lost everything. It wasn't, they were... I could make many parallels to modern times, but I feel like saying anything specific would be very insensitive to the survivors of the U.S. internment camps. If you go back further, the resident schools that were used, I should say weaponized against indigenous populations. I actually cannot say more about that without running into YouTube's community guidelines, because it gets very disturbing very fast. I do recommend you look that up. I'd probably be okay, but I would want to reread the guidelines on what is and is not acceptable disclosure, because that's getting very close to a very scary word that I don't want to say on air. So that is how I draw the difference. Yeah. Like, the fact of the matter is I support the pandemic restrictions. I was writing software literally to deal with, let me just keep my analytics. Let's see here. Just seeing how many people I've lost because I've been on my soapbox. Although I realize it's 6 p.m. I should expect people to be signing off for the night. I support the pandemic restrictions. I was quite unhappy with the fact that they've ended them. Although I recognize the fact that they were becoming impractical. It's past a certain point, you can't tell people what to do. The fact that we lasted as long as we did in some ways is commendable. Well, the fact of the matter is that for many people, the pandemic... Right now, remember...
remember the bias here. The people that are watching this stream are people that are happy to watch something on a screen doing something, and that is not everyone. There are people that get absolutely nothing out of using a computer, or may not even be able to use a computer at all. Literacy, I'm actually going to look it up because I don't know it offhand, but literacy in the United States is not as high as you'd think. Literacy in the U.S. Literacy in the United States is only 79%. That means you have 21% of the population that either cannot read or write, or is, I believe the line is a 5th grade level. And, say about half of people, their entertainment, the thing that they need to make their life be okay is to interact with other people. It's likely folks that work, like a construction job. You work in construction all day, you go to the bar, you sleep. There is nothing wrong with that type of life. Like when I was in the service, I was a volunteer firefighter. My chief drove school buses for a living. He was an incredible guy. Probably his eyes would gloss over at the first second of this stream, and the bots are back. Yeah. So the fact of the matter is that the image you get on Twitter is skewed, and a lot of people are not very good at communicating their talking points. I probably have had a lot of people's eyes gloss over while I'm talking. So I do feel very frustrated with the amount of pushback there was against the pandemic restrictions. But I don't blame people for being against it when at the time you had a president that refused to accept anything about the pandemic being real. You had incredibly poor messaging from the CDC. Like, I can get frustrated with an individual believing the pandemic was a hoax. It's an entire different thing when the person that should know is also doing it and then doing a lot more to downplay it. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm going to have the pandemic flag on this stream, but we'll see. And then I would say that it's never black and white, but I have seen what could be described as true evil as well. But it's a lot of why when I was doing the Vaccina streams that I was telling people to remember the human. And I'm not immune to this. I have gone wrapped up and incredible. Like I have if you go far back in my post history, I've said things that I almost certainly regret. I got incredibly frustrated with the people that refuse to accept the pandemic as real. I am only human. I'm not perfect. But there is a reason why I constantly do talk about understanding. The problem with hate is it's easy. You never have to question it. You never have to challenge it. You never have to give it anything. You just have to accept it. While to do something else means accepting the possibility that you're wrong, because hate doesn't have to be rational. You're not wrong, Black Coffee Drinker. You're definitely not wrong. I really hope that I'm not boring people. I know we've lost a fair number of viewers, but I also know it's late. But
it's kind of why I sit here talking. You know, I'm just one individual. I've seen a lot personally just because of how much I've traveled. I've spent a lot of time watching people. I don't claim to have all the answers, but I can claim that I've spent a lot of time trying to understand them. Whether you think I'm right or wrong is kind of irrelevant, although assuming you're still watching, I'm going to assume that you probably agree with my opinion. Yeah, I mean, by and large, whenever we've done the 12-hour streams, we start losing people around 5 p.m. And given that this is a weekday, I'm expecting to end at about 50 concurrent. But the fact that, let's see, what's the peak been at? We actually got up to 120 at multiple points throughout the stream, and then right around 3 p.m. No, right around 5, it's been slowly declining. Yeah. I got 2 Moderna. I got the Moderna booster, I got Moderna's second booster, and I got the bivariant a few weeks ago. Yeah. No, it was 5 vaccines, not 5 boosters. I'm going to go grab my second Diet Coke. Okay. Oh, it's installing Java. Yeah, I gotta be honest. I'm not up for playing a game, but I am happy to talk. I don't know what I'm going to talk about at this point. Yeah. Access to vaccines here has not been great. I had some trouble getting the bivariant. I've heard that getting the monkeypox shot here is difficult. I actually, I don't know. Actually, Yo Soy, are you in New York? Because then you're local. You're probably local to me. Monkeypox is a variant of smallpox, so it's not transmissible by air, but touching the scabs or such. I mean, the smallpox vaccine is the monkeypox vaccine is the smallpox one. So, smallpox is pretty, unless you like, it's not one that I would not lose. I wouldn't be that worried about if you are unlikely to be around people that might have it. But that's also where you run into a lot of problem. I mean, for those who didn't know, when HIV became a thing in the 70s, it was originally HIV wasn't known about. It was most people called it AIDS, but it had a name before that. It was called GIDS, which was Gay Immunodepressant Syndrome, because it was believed that it only could be conversed in the LGBT community. The reason for that is that it was an easy scapegoat. By and large, the CDC could ignore the problem, because at the time, there was no such thing as LGBT acceptance. Stonewall had just happened, the Stonewall riots. And for those who didn't know, LGBT used to be in the DSM, the Doctor's Book of Mental Illnesses. And the way it actually got removed is actually a very good story. There was a medical symposium. I would have to look up the full details, so I may get some of this wrong. There was a medical symposium, and it was gate crashed by a bunch of gay men who stood up on stage and made the doctors listen to them. And that was how homosexuality was removed from the DSM. They sat there, they made their case, and it got taken out of the DSM. And once it was taken out of the DSM, police could no longer do a mental hygiene arrest on those grounds. That was the first real blow for LGBT acceptance in this country. There were still laws against it. There still are technically laws against it. But that's how it started. That and the Stonewall riots. Because the Stonewall riots, what had happened, Stonewall happened here in New York. I've actually been to Stonewall Park on multiple occasions. But basically NYPD raided a bunch of gay bars. And it became very clear that the only way to avoid this was to come out of the closet and fight for it. And they did it. I mean, at this point, you know, it is public, at least in the United States, it's publicly acceptable to be out. In the 70s, that was a death sentence. You could lose your job over it. If you had government work, you were considered a security risk, or worse. We are now at approximately 54%, so. Smallpox is not administered in the United States. It's not been administered in 40 years. I know this. I know that one for a fact. Smallpox is not mandatory. The smallpox vaccine is it's not a live vaccine, but it has an extremely high risk of side effects, and given that smallpox is eradicated, it's only given to active military, on the offhand chance it's ever used as a weapon. Yeah. I mean, there's a reason. The fact of the matter is that for those who are, you know, there were a lot of factors that led to LGBT acceptance. In part, being the scapegoat for HIV was part of that. Stonewall was another thing. But, you know, that's literally the course of a human lifetime. If you were 10 when the Stonewall riots happened, you would be in your late 60s or early 70s. I mean, there are people alive today who were teenagers when Roe versus Wade was originally decided, when LGBT was not considered a thing. It didn't exist. It was considered a medical disorder. I mean, it could, you know, we are seeing a period where rights are under attack. But in a period of one human lifespan, look how far we've come. We might stagger, we might trip as a species. But I have to believe that better is always possible. Don't Ask, Don't Tell is different. That was U.S. military versus security clearance. But yes, that did take until 2011 to get repealed. Security clearance and Don't Ask, Don't Tell were two different, but it's a complicated story that the details really don't matter on. Yeah.
So yeah, smallpox. The smallpox vaccine is not administered. It might be administered in other countries, but I know in the U.S. it's not. It's only administered to active military. Let me see if I can remember what the set is. Like, I know polio is still administered in the United States, even though polio is almost extinct. It only is in Pakistan and parts of India. It's very rare. Although there has been cases in the U.S. because of anti-vaxxers. Hepatitis B. There's a couple of other ones, but I'm drawing a blank right now. Yeah. Is it possible you can get it on the Internet Archive for the Cradle? Yeah. Smallpox is still in a few labs. It's known that the United States still has samples of it. It is, and I believe it is known that some of the Soviet states likely still have access to it. But it is smallpox can be considered extinct in the wild. One of the greatest achievements of humankind was to end smallpox. Yeah. There's a lot of the largest problem is that polio is continuing to circulate in rural communities that by and large are not welcoming to outsiders and have been, shall we say, taken advantage of. So I don't know, but polio is very close to being exterminated. It would not, like, we might actually see it in our lifetimes that polio is declared extinct. So, yeah. I mean, you know, Sarah, a lot of why I sit here speaking about acceptance and such is a lot of people never accept themselves, and that's not a trans issue. That's a in general issue, you know. If you've ever been in like a gaming community and admit that you like something like VTubing, it would not end well. I mean, I've been in a lot of gamer discords. I mean, when you have disability, you find ways to kill time. You know, there's a reason why those spaces tend to be as toxic as they can. So, thanks for looking. I mean, it's a livable issue, if nothing else. At some point, we will finish installing Solaris. I mean, we're at about 60%, and I'm actually enjoying this, even though it's mostly just me sitting here talking to the camera. But let's see here. I mean, we raised a lot of money. I don't know when I'll do the next stream. Maybe next week. I don't like streaming excessively, but I might start doing it more and more going forward. I haven't fully decided. Maybe I'll get the Ultra 10 out and we'll just do a Solaris install day. I feel like that would be... Or maybe I'll try and run Sun OS on this thing, because I've never actually done it. So that might be kind of neat. Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, when you fly regularly, like... I literally have flown around the world, and I've done more than a few 20-hour hauls in economy, which sucks. You sort of get very zen about it. I mean, when I was in 2012, I mean, to give you how much I was flying, I had earned United 1K status, which means I had flown over 100,000 miles in a given year. I think I had flown 70 flights. And I had gone to a convention for frequent flyers that literally started in New York, it went to Germany, and it ended in Denver.
And this is also from that same convention that I learned that if you push every single call button on a Boeing 737, it blows a fuse, and then the Continental maintenance guy will yell at you. So, yeah. There's how that goes. And like that's just one of those weird little tidbits that the only reason I know that little bit of trivia was I was in just another absurd situation that is my life. I've done some stupid I've done some really stupid things with frequent flyer miles, but the two big ones I can think of is I got to fly first class airlines first class on Singapore Airlines from LAX to Narita, and Christina Aguilera was on that plane, and I was wearing a lime green Debian Development t-shirt. It was the biggest screw you to everyone who was paying 5 figures for one of those flights, and I just redeemed frequent flyer points for it. It was incredible. I've done some really stupid shenanigans with frequent flyer miles. I've been to the first class terminal in Frankfurt twice. For those who don't know, if you're flying first class on Lufthansa and you're in Frankfurt, there is a dedicated terminal building that's set for you with private security, and there's this beautiful cigar lounge with wood paneling, and I'm smoking the cheapest Camels in a place where the average price for entry is like 20 grand because I saved up that many frequent flyer miles. There was energy with that. Like you're sipping Don Pendergree in a lime green t-shirt. I did not get to do Concorde. That is my one regret. I did not get Concorde. Concorde you had to be on American or British Airways to get, and I was a Delta flyer and then a United flyer. I've got pictures of these. The VTuber is Season 2's cat ears. It is literally a message of acceptance. And since we've actually had a bunch of people come by, let me explain. Content creators, the way we express ourselves is unique to everyone. Some people decide to use a VTubing avatar. Some people decide to express themselves. Some people decide to use a giant smiley face on fire. There have been VTubers in general tend to get harassed about, why don't you show your face? Why don't you show your face? Blah, 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 blah. And this is really, I've known about this issue for a while because I'm friends with some VTubers. But there was something that really managed to, what really grinded my gears is that there was a thread on Twitter posted on how people are basically been trying to dox Ashi Lena. Yeah, I did not say it with the D. Correct. Lena is a developer for the effort to try and get Linux running on Apple Silicon. Last time I looked at one of her streams, she's been reverse engineering the GPU, which is incredibly awesome. She is a VTuber. And basically, there's been a lot of people trying to find information about her, and they've been harassing people connected to her about it. And it just rubbed me the wrong way. Like, I had already been planning to do a charity stream for Election Day, because I gotta be honest, I don't have warm, happy feelings about how this election is going to go. I have not looked. I will look before the end of the stream. I'll probably look at right before we shut it down. And honestly, given, like, I don't expect people in my community to do this. I've made it very clear where I stand on these issues. But there's a difference between saying, I respect how a creator
presents themselves. And there is a difference to loading up a cute anime girl on a channel that never has done VTubing before. I've never VTubed in public on a live stream before. I've done 2 test streams on my Discord, but that was just to make sure I know what I'm doing. And sit here and say, there is nothing wrong with this. Yeah, she streams. She streams on YouTube. She does. If someone want, let me. You know, I'm gonna just grab her channel because YouTubers always like. It's always a big help. So that was what inspired it. Even though I'm not, like. Yeah, here it is. Yeah. She doesn't, as far as I know, she doesn't have a set schedule, but she does stream. I might keep it, to be perfectly honest, because one of the biggest problems I've had with live streaming stuff like this is it's very hard to keep the stream interesting when we are literally staring at a progress bar for over an hour. And this, even by my standards, this has been Progress Bar Simulator, because we've had so many so many hardware issues on the stream. Like, this has been exceptional on how little we've actually accomplished today. I mean, we got NeXTstep installed. It only took 6 hours. And now we're trying to run the hardware diagnostics. Yeah. So, yeah. So, that's what I decided to do VTubing. And I really did make a stink about this on Twitter. I mean, this was right before Elon bought it. So, my last 5 days have been, oh my god, Twitter's going up in flames. How do I install Mastodon? VTubing for Dummies, and oh god, I have a stream on Tuesday for charity. Ah! Like, I literally feel like I was in the Majora's Mask time loop. It just went around and around and around and around and around and around. And I'm going to look back at this tomorrow, and it's like, wow, how the hell did I survive this week? Yeah, I mean, if someone wants to, like, I'm thinking I may end up keeping Akka for some of these streams. What I will probably do is I'm going to recolor her. I will probably turn the skirt blue, but I'll leave the red ribbon. I'm going to probably change her hair and eye colors. I may or may not keep her a fox girl. I kind of like the fox girl, but I will change her color scheme, if nothing else. Just so it's not the literal model as it came out of the box. Because then I don't have to re-rig her. And if I do get a model done, I'm going to have to find an artist I like. I'm going to have to decide what that model is going to look like. And I'm probably going to have to drop at least $1,000. That's kind of what I'm assuming. And, yeah. So... yeah. I mean, I really do. I will say that Majora. You know what? I'm going to die on this hill. Majora's Mask is still the best Zelda game. They want your controversial opinions? There's one. And you know what? Majora's Mask is way better than Ocarina of Time. Now we just wait for the chat delay to catch up. I love the fact that it's installing PCM CIA services on Spark. I mean, I know that's for the tadpole machines, but... I mean, honestly, it's not that much space because, remember, Black Coffee Drinker, that this is a 4:3 aspect ratio. YouTube is 16:9. I have a lot of a lot of horizontal space that's other guys going to be wasted. I mean, realistically speaking, the view area is only about 90%. It's 90% of actual fit. It's not much. Yes. Yes.
I haven't played Breath of the Wild. I keep... The thing is that Old Man Nintendo really managed to drive me up a wall with how it treats its fan base. So I couldn't bring myself to buy a Nintendo Switch. I have access... I know I'm friends with with someone who did a lot of work on Switch Root. It's like I could play it if I really wanted to. I have absolutely no desire to play. Like not enough to go out of my way to borrow it and then spend the 40 hours it would take from when you start the game to when you finally kill Ganon. Majora's Mask was also on GameCube. It was re-released for GameCube. I have it for GameCube somewhere. Yeah, and I've watched parts of a Let's Play. I've watched most of the Let's Play on YouTube because, you know, it's good background noise. From what I've seen, Breath of the Wild is very solid. My largest problem with it is that there seems to be a very disconnect that you've lost the war, evil is everywhere, and yet people have spent a century basically blaming Link. I just don't know. It felt a little disjointed to me from what I saw, but that may just be because of bad editing. Well, okay, yes, I could go speed run and kill Ganon right at the start. If I'm going to play the game, I'm going to at least experience the content. I mean, it is possible to beat Majora's Mask in like 4 loops. It's not... Majora's Mask, well, you know, no, that's not true. Majora's Mask is actually a really hard game, but, you know, if you don't do all the side quests in Majora's Mask and just do the dungeons, you'll get to Majora with 8 hearts and no spells. The game can be won that way. It's not a good game that way. I mean, I've got a couple games that I struggled to get through that I feel like I should enjoy. I mentioned Factorio. What else? Let me just look at my Steam library. I actually have a lot of problem with most open world RPGs. Like, I really like Fallout New Vegas, but I don't really enjoy exploring New Vegas. Like, the plot of New Vegas is amazing when the game is not falling apart. But, like, a lot of the base game is kind of meh, because really the only interesting parts are the parts dealing with House and the DLC. I will just say that while Lonesome Road is obnoxious on how long that final mission is, Ulysses' closing narration always gets to me, and I still think it's true even now. Spoiler alert for those who haven't played wow, it is actually like 15 years old at this point. But the tagline in Fallout series is always war never changes. But Lonesome Road ends like this: war never changes, but men do for the paths they walk. And that one has stuck with me. I really have. That one like really does stick with me. I do have to say that I haven't played Fallout 4. I did not enjoy Fallout 3 with one exception. I got a real kick out of Operation Anchorage. And that's more because I love Alaska, and it's also it's essentially a reference to Apocalypse Now. Like, I enjoyed Operation Anchorage far more than I should have. But I just found the whole game to be really boring. Yes. Well, Fallout New Vegas is a disaster zone of programming. I mean, the whole game is basically held together with spit and duct tape, even more so than a Bethesda game, and it was rushed, which is why Kaiser's Legion, if we're going to pronounce it properly, only has like 3 sites in the whole thing. Wait, what? How is it in the background? How is there any music playing in the back? Hold on. I don't think that was from me, because all I got playing is the YouTube stuff. I know a lot of people that will defend free, and it got very good ratings when it released. The general opinion of Fallout 3 is if you've never played a Fallout game before, it's amazing. Or by and large, if you've not played an RPG, it's amazing. For people that have played an RPG, it's... No, I know I muted it, but I was listening to it. Oh, hold on. I don't think that was Bad Apple, because Bad Apple's not on my soundtrack. I've got it's literally a track from the Streamer Beats library. The largest problem with New Vegas is that it's an incredibly buggy game, and the map is very disjointed for really bad reasons. Like, if you're going to play it, I recommend using a guide, and I would actually not do most of the side quests in the base game. Just do enough to get leveled. Like, go and get Rat Slayer at the beginning, because Rat Slayer will drastically make the game much more easier. And then with Rat Slayer, you can probably go get Pew Pew or one of the other uniques. It's kind of like Planescape Torment, that it actually gets better when you play a guide because you can experience it as a linear story. Yeah, the original Fallout and Fallout 2 did not age well. I will just tell you that. If you're going to play you're better off watching a Let's Play than playing them. Yeah. So, alright, I'll put the music back on, because, not that this is not a monetized stream. I never feel right monetizing charity ones. Plus, I can talk, I don't have to worry about the algorithm as much. So, yeah, there's that. Okay, I mean, we're almost there. We're almost to the end. We're probably, what, 80% for the installation? Yeah, Fallout 1 has the forced time limit. I mean, you can patch that out. It's not that hard. There are plenty of patches that disable the time limit. Alternatively, you can just speedrun getting the water chip. The later releases, you can't lose to the master. So there's that. Oh, we are getting there. I mean, this is a grind. I'm not going to deny this is probably one of the more painful things I have done in quite a while. But I do want to run the diagnostic tests at this point. Once I do that, what I may do is, I think I'm going to use this week to actually do that video on World Wide Web. It's not going to be as in-depth of grind on, as in-depth of a grind that, as compared to some of my other ones. But I want to at least get a video out, because the last video I got out was in June, and we're now in November. I mean, I've done a lot of live streams, but I haven't actually managed to get a video edited. I started doing one on the NT-POSIX system, and I think at this point, I just need to get something out there. Yeah. So when I played Age of Engineering, the intended path in that pack is to use advanced generators to generate energy units. And I somehow completely missed that advanced generators was in the pack. So I did it with just Industrial Craft 2, which, if you're familiar with IC2, that is pain and suffering, because basically I had coal-fired generators until I could make a nuclear plant. And the nuclear plants in IC2 are really hard to do. Okay. Yeah, we're getting down into the 50s on concurrent viewers. Let's see here. I'm just out of curiosity, how much have I been ratioed? I am curious. There's a lot, like, you can still see dislikes in the studio, even though they're no longer publicly shown. So I am curious on how badly I've been ratioed. 91%, that's actually a lot better than I thought it would be. So, okay. Hey, we're installing SendMail. Yeah. I mean, I actually enjoy really I enjoy the grind because, like, when I play with a sandbox pack, I just find it gets kind of pointless real quick. There are exceptions to this, like all the mod 7, which I was playing 6. I haven't played 7 yet. I least like working towards the ATM star because you really do have to understand the mods to be able to make the ATM star. But it's why I find vanilla Minecraft really boring these days. Like, you can do the achievements. They're not horrible, but by and large, anything you're doing in Minecraft is either getting blocks or whatnot. And Minecraft has a lot of aspects that have not aged well. I mean, the game rather desperately needs an inventory rework. We still have not gotten bundles, even though Mojang had promised that for 1.17. So maybe we should make SendMail Chan, and she'll be wearing M4 macros. I've actually set up SendMail with M4 macros. Oh, good lord, I'm showing my age. Oh, this is enjoyable. I mean, it has been discussed several times on Discord. We did run very briefly a modded server. We ran Cuboid Outpost. I intended to play, and then time got away from me. What I am planning to do is when I finish Dungeons & Dragons and Space Shuttles, which will probably be late December. I really just need to take a weekend and grind it out. I'm probably going to install GregTech New Horizons. It's either going to be GregTech New Horizons or it's going to be a Terra Firma pack. I haven't made that decision. And I'm pretty much going to just let that run until I personally give up on it, which might be a really long time. I mean, if you want to do the nuclear craft grind, like if you want to automate Californium, whoo boy, you like pain. The installation's about 80% done. It's in the home stretch. And then we have to do even more installing. I have to install Sun VTS. Because of course I do. And then I'm going to have to put all the other RAM sticks in. We're going to have to put Humpty Dumpty back together again, and then we're just going to have to run the full burn-in. And you know what's going to drive me incredibly crazy is if we don't find a problem. But at least if we don't find a problem, we've run the diagnostics, and we can just conclude that NeXTstep is a buggy mess. But that's fine. The only thing I promised for the stream was cursed SPARCStation shenanigans, and I'd like to think that I have delivered. Actually, I gotta turn the fan off. I'm starting to freeze over here. We are finally starting to get weather that feels like we're in fall. Why is it installing Thai localization? So OpenVMS has certain logistical issues. The problem with OpenVMS is that the hobbyist license pack specifically disallows any commercial usage, and
even if I do it on a charity stream, I'm not certain that I would be in compliance with that license, and I don't want to give VMS Software a reason to discontinue the community pack. I have tried to contact them on 3 occasions at this point, and I have not gone through to a real human. I might try again. I might have a contact there now. But that is, by and large, why I have not done OpenVMS. I really want to cover it. And I might just say F it at some point and do it anyway. Because I could make a realistic fair use defense. Because, by and large, my content is educational. And educational is a valid fair use defense. But it's not that cut and dry. Yeah. I haven't played Skyrim. ACNH. Which one is ACNH? I don't know that one. I don't even know. Like, I have probably over 1,000 hours in our Dungeons, Dragons, and Space Shuttle world. I started it multiplayer, but I've done the end game, the mid-late game, mostly by myself. Although David did all the Galacticraft grind. I did like all the automation. I built out the applied energistics system, and I did a lot of that. He did the entire. He did the entire. Bazik did most of the early game mining, a lot of the early grind, a lot of the mob. Tinkers made all the custom tools, did all the leveling up, including my laser gun. Helped do a lot of the bulk crafting. Like, he did a lot to make it viable, because it is a very daunting grind, that pack. So. Okay. Oh, AC, Animal Crossing's New Horizons. I was like, is there some sort of, like, Greg Tech pack that I wasn't aware of? But you know what? Animal Crossing and Greg Tech have one thing in common, is they only take the most dedicated. It is a way of life. Yes. Well, and we are still compiling. Oh man, Mass Effect. I don't know how... There are very few things that I get more disappointed on than Mass Effect. I mean, the extended endings helped. They're still not good. And Andromeda was the biggest letdown... Was one of the biggest letdowns in modern gaming that we had in quite a while. Like... I think only No Man's Sky was more disappointing. Although I've heard that No Man's Sky has actually been patched to the point that it's actually pretty fun at this point. I never got into The Sims. I played the first one for quite a while, and then it's like, yeah, this was fun. Put it up. Never came back. Okay. We're almost to the end. We are at the beginning of the end phase. I used to play a lot of Magic the Gathering, and I used to play a lot of Magic the Gathering back in the day. Don't play all that much. Let me think what else. What else have I've spent... You want to know something? I spend a lot of hours, like, I don't know how many, staring at airline inventory lists, because that's how you do the cursed shenanigans. Like, this was one of the stupider things I actually managed to do, because I managed to fly from Portland to New York for negative $600 and approximately 20, and I gained about 20,000 frequent flyer miles. Does chat want to hear the story of how I made United go tilt? I'm actually going to wait for the lag to catch up before, because I want to see what chat has to say on this, because it's kind of amusing.
Oh, Alex, why did you bring that up? Because that was how our OS2 install streams went. Well, Emilio, that's the entire point of having a choice. By and large, you cannot choose your orientation. You cannot choose how you can't choose these things. What you can choose is how you express it. There are people that spend their entire lives in the closet and never come out. I mean, you know, I've seen it. I literally have seen it. You know, they might admit it in confidence, but they would never publicly admit that they're LGBT, you know. And you hear stories of it. You do hear stories of it. Yes, I am procrastinating on this United story, but we'll get there. We'll get there eventually. You do hear stories about, you know, people that do occasionally come up to it. And it's like, the choice you have is not your orientation or your gender. The choice is, are you going to be what society says you should be, or are you going to be your own person? And that's really what it all comes down to in the end. Yes. So let me just explain to this. Tell me what this flight itinerary sounds like. I managed to get the following ticket to book: Portland, Oregon, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, San Francisco, John F. Kennedy, New York. You might notice that there's a bit of that flight that, you know, seems like it shouldn't be there. Well, I mean, you know, for people that are not LGBT or are never non-conforming, it really does, you know, I mean, by and large, for people that, before they understand who they are, I mean, it can seem very strange. You know, because I was never taught anything about LGBT in school. I probably had better education than most because I was sent to private school. But I had my best friend's brother was gay. But that was like the only one. And I realized in hindsight that that family was not super accepting of that. Like, I didn't realize that at the time, but yeah, I just realized, why is my chat talking about werewolves? Why is chat talking about werewolves? Okay, I don't know why chat is talking about werewolves. I'm just gonna sit here and watch X Windows system static lit libraries install. Okay, all right. I mean, I'm just kind of chilling here. I mean, let me just explain something for those. The concept of slash was only ever created to con the relationship between people on Star Trek, and that was from the 1970s. So, you know, I wonder how many people discovered LGBT for reading Star Trek fan fiction in fan magazines because there was no internet back in that day. If you wanted to read fan fiction, you had to subscribe to a fan magazine and get published. That was, in fact, how it was done. Yes, so anyway, I got Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Palm Springs, San Francisco, JFK, the price. You're not supposed to be able to go for the same airport twice. Like, that ticket should not have been valid. And when I checked in, the flight attendant went, "You're not serious, are you?" I said, "Yeah, I'm completely serious." This was a mileage run. This was to get as many frequent flyer miles for as cheaply as possible. I bought this ticket for like $200, and it was going to get me the last little bits I needed for 1K. So I left Portland. I flew to San Francisco. I flew to LA. I misconnected in Palm Springs, and I actually had to sleep on the floor of the airport, which was really exciting. They literally just locked me in the airport, and so I was I was sleeping right next to the baggage claim. The lights are off. Got a bunch of chairs there, and I was a smoker at the time, so I would just go up, open the door from the inside, go out, smoke a cigarette, come back in, and this was my entire night. Like, I didn't sleep anything, so... the airport staff show up about 8 a.m. and I get rebooked on U.S. Airways to Charlotte. And because I had misconnected, they gave me like a $200 voucher because it was an overnight stay. Like, fine. I'm not in a rush to go anywhere. I'm down to 20% battery on my phone. That's fine. I fly to... No, I don't fly to Charlotte. Sorry, I fly to Phoenix. And Phoenix, Arizona. So that flight goes off as a hitch, and I was scheduled to go Phoenix, JFK, but I missed the connection. And they didn't book me on United, they booked me on US Airways. So I get what's called a full wide ticket, which means I get 50% bonus miles on top of what I normally would have gotten. So when I misconnected in in Phoenix, they gave me another bump voucher because it was a 4-hour delay, and they send me to Phoenix. They send me from Phoenix to Charlotte. And in Charlotte, I misconnected again. My mother is hearing this, that I'm literally passing through every major airport in the United States on my way home for Thanksgiving. And I think she thought I lost my mind, not for the first time. So I'm now in transit for about 30 hours, and I've only made it to Charlotte, which is in the wrong direction from New York. And yes, I did have an option of flying a direct path. So it was a $200 ticket. I'm now negative $200. And in Charlotte, I misconnected again, because it is a holiday weekend. So they now send me to Philadelphia. I'm now going in the right direction. Finally, in the right direction. And I get a $400 bump voucher for this. And I finally get to Philadelphia. It's delayed, but we then managed to get off the ground into LaGuardia. It took me 9 flights and 2 days to go 3,000 miles. My mother has learned to put up with my and with some of my things. She no longer bats an eyelash when I say, "Yeah, I'm just going to fly to California for a weekend," because my mother had to deal with me gate crashing Iraq. Me deciding to just go to the West Coast for a weekend on a whim is relatively small potatoes compared to some of the applied bullshit that is my life. You get very zen in airports. I mean, I spent New Year's Eve on an Amtrak train trying to get around a snowstorm on the Cardinals. We were in West Virginia. Someone else had a bottle of wine. We were singing songs at midnight. trying to get around this really lousy nor'easter. I made it as far as Chicago on that, and then I got snowed in. Frame buffer, I literally did that for $200. I literally did that for $200. Most of my travels, I only spent, like, if you do it right, you could live off between $1,000 and $2,000 a month, including the travel. It's not easy. You have to basically min-max it, but it can be done. Yeah, no, I played tourist in Iraq. I have an Iraqi passport stamp in my old one. You don't, I didn't even need a visa. I just showed up. It's really surreal that you're walking down the street and there's a sign saying Baghdad 50 kilometers that way. Because I wasn't insane enough to go to Baghdad or Mosul. I went to Erbil. But that's where I saw the shrine to George Bush. Frame buffer, I do realize that I have had exceptional fortune at parts of my life. But, yeah. I mean, I've literally hitchhiked to conferences. I got caught, you know, I told my, I will say that the best part of Iraq was when I landed, I bought a local SIM card. And, my manager knew that I had a perchance to roam. I was still at Canonical at the time. And he just wanted me to call him every once in a while when I got to a new country. So I had an Iraqi... So I put the Iraqi SIM in my BlackBerry, because I had a BlackBerry at the time. Android was not a thing. And I called David. And he could tell from the caller ID what level of horseshit my life had reached. It was a Windows shrine. The George Bush thing. It was. I unfortunately I did not get a picture of it, but I do remember it. It was near the Citadel in Erbil. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye. Iraq has a lot of ethnic groups, and they had suffered very, very badly under Hussein. The invasion was an improvement for them, and that's why there was a shrine to George Bush there, because it really did change my opinion on the War of Terror from to understanding that there are multiple sides to it. I still feel that war was unjustified, but it did let me make my peace with it eventually. If you actually watch my season 2 finale video, I actually show some of the stills I took from Erbil. I have about 50 or so pictures, and I did that in December of 2011, and I was there. I gotta tell you, booking that flight was something else, because you can't book a flight to Iraq on the website, and I did this with frequent flyer points, because yes, I flew Turkish Airlines first class from Istanbul both ways. So I called up United to do this. I was in Istanbul, and I called up the lady at United, and I say that I'm flying from STB to ERB. I believe that's the airport code. And she's about halfway through that she realizes that I am booking a ticket to Iraq in first class on Turkish Airlines. And she just kind of stopped and made sure that I knew where I was going, and then confirmed visa requirements, which there were none for that section of Iraq. So, yeah, there's that. I have biked from... I lived in Rochester. I biked from Rochester to Niagara Falls. And then from Niagara Falls, I biked all the way... Well, I didn't make it all the way to New York City. I made it to Poughkeepsie, at which point I broke one of the panniers on my bike. One of the plastic hoists had broke. And the train is right there, so I just took the train to New York City. But I did finish that last leg when I did the bike tour earlier this year. So, but I mean, I've hitchhiked to work events. I've
picked up a hitchhiker in Oregon, and I dropped him off somewhere in Illinois. I dropped him off in Kansas. It was like near Topeka or something. Because I was driving cross country. I wanted company. He was with me for about 2 days as I was driving. So, there's that. I mean, if you open your mind to to what is not what people say is possible, but what is actually possible, you can see some incredible things. I like watching how much the chat lag versus where I am, because RMTP does drift. I kind of always worry that I'm repeating these stories, because I feel like I've told many of these on stream before, but not everyone gets to see them, so there's that. I mean, this is just my life. It took me a really long time to realize that my life is not normal. Like, it took me an embarrassing long time to accept. Like, I knew most people didn't travel, but to really understand the absurdity that is my life, that took a lot longer. I mean, I was in Copenhagen getting pages added to my passport, and they lost my passport, and I was so done with Denmark. I literally went to the airport, looked at the departures board, and I went to the first place that I hadn't been, which was Lujalamba, which is the capital of Slovenia, which is notable because it's the only place, only world capital where there's no historic sites in. So I went and watched Skyfall. I mentioned it I think I've mentioned it in passing. I don't know if I've actually told it. I did mention, I know I talked about it in the season 2 finale video. Yeah, for context, I'm 34. I did Iraq in December 2021. I was 23 when I did that. What is my life? I was literally 23 when I did that. I had already retired as a firefighter by that point. Like, what are some people's careers is my bullet points. Yeah, I that was kind of my experience, is when I appreciated when I learned to appreciate the sheer absurdity of my life. I've suffered from depression for a lot of it, mostly struggling to understand on how there can be so much cruelty in this world, and I did come to my own answers about that. We are, incidentally, the install is still going. It's still running the pre-patch script. So, wow. Sarah, I remember watching the towers. I didn't see the actual impact or the collapse, but I remember seeing the smoke over Manhattan. I was here for that. I remember that really clearly. But, I mean, I think I gotta plug the phone in. Let's see here. What's the phone battery life at? 16%. But, I mean, that's kind of what it boils down to, is it's not so much that I had exceptional experience. It's not that I had exceptional opportunities. It's, I never let what is supposed to be and what is define me. Like, when the bomb of my health dropped out, I still did a lot of stuff. I mean, I was actively participating in ICANN meetings. I know more about the Internet Root Zone to the point that I was able to get funding for like, my badge at ICANN. Like, I was fortunate. I come from a well-off family. I'm not going to deny that I've had luck in my side in many ways. But I was sitting there at the SSAC and RSAC meetings. That is the Security and Stability Advisory Committee
the folks that determine what is safe for the internet, and the RSAC, the Root Server Stability Advisory Council. And I was sitting there with a microphone with a badge saying independent because I was not sponsored by a company. And I actually applied and got fellowship for ICANN. I actually represented NERALO, the North American Regional At-Large Organization at Arwin 47 as an independent. I was not working at the time. I hadn't been for quite a bit at that point. Well, Action Retro, thank you for the $50 donation to the Trevor Project. Holy cow. Folks, if you're not subscribed to Action Retro and you like cursed computing, go subscribe. Holy. That is massively appreciated. Thank you. Hold on. I'm actually going to type this. Thank you. That is absolutely incredible. So, I mean, we're already more than a fifth of the way towards our goal. Like, that is absolutely awesome. Thank you, Sean. And I hopefully will see you at the next VCF event. And we will have... I know exactly... I just had an idea of what we can do with the SPARCStation. There was the Macintosh application environment for Solaris. It was an official Apple product to let you run macOS applications on top of Solaris and HP Unix. And I have not done a video on that. I should bring that to Vintage Computer Fest. I can use this SPARCStation for it. That would be period correct even. And this camera has fallen because I need to plug in my phone. Wait, I have the other charger. Why am I using that? Bear with me, folks. I'm actually just going to turn... yeah. I mean, I can leave it on. Hold on. Let me just get that plugged in. Let me get OBS up. Yeah, that's fine. What was I doing? I was doing something. No, the fastest Macintosh is an Amiga. Actually, do you want to hear the absurdity of my life is last weekend? Oh, just to give you an idea of what being me could be like. So, I got an offer of a donation for an Atari ST 520. It had been originally offered to another YouTuber, but the shipping was going to be prohibitive because of the modder, and the donor actually was in the area, and I'm not going to name names here because, you know, that's not cool. They pointed the donor to me, and the guy checked out my channel. It's like, "Do you want an Atari?" It's like, "Yes, please." And we were talking by email, and we were trying to figure out how to do the handoff, and the guy suggested the Plainsfield Curling League here in New Jersey. I don't know anything about curling, but I like to learn. So I rented a car because I don't own a vehicle. I can drive, but I don't own one. I drove out to Plainsfield, and I spent 4 hours learning about curling and watching several games. And I had an awesome conversation with this guy. It was a lot of fun. We got the Atari ST in my car. I haven't powered it on yet. Apparently the machine does turn on, but the disk drive has issues. It may just need a head cleaning. I might do a work stream for that. And literally because I just was interested in learning about curling, I got an entire crash course in curling. So, okay, and we are now in the final step. Let's see here. Let's see here. Yeah, no, this spark's still going. I'm watching it. I'm hearing it. It's now rebooting. We are in the home stretch. Curling but apple puck mice. Oh my god, I both hate it and love it. You know, you could do it. You could do it. You could absolutely do it. This SPARCStation, this has been a test of patience. We've been at this for 9 hours, 20 minutes at this point. All right, let me take the disc out. I'm just happy I don't need to install updates. And let me get the supplemental disc in, because the supplemental disc has the test software on it. Yeah, here it goes. Oh shit. Come out. Software supplemental disc goes in the tray. Okay. All right, so now it just wants the root password. Well, okay, so we'll just fill the puck mice with lead, and you know what? Then we'll you know what? There's a charity stream idea. Let's Sean, let's find an ice rink in the area. We'll get a bunch of puck mice. We'll fill them with concrete, and we will do a hockey game. I mean, it would be a literal puck mouse. If we install patches, do you realize how long we'd actually be here? And the worst part is I installed Solaris last night. Like, I had actually done this, and then I overrode the hard drive so we could install NeXTstep because we were having problems. I didn't expect to have to run the VTS. Okay, Sean, you bring the cement mixer, and I'll try and find the ice rink. No, you know what? Let's switch that around. You find the ice rink, I'll bring the cement mixer, because that's the easier job. Okay. Alright, we are in CDE. Let me get the manual out and figure out how to install this thing. Manual, where are thou? Okay. There is installation instructions here. Let's see if we can see how to do this. Hardware platform guide. I mean, I literally did have this out. Installation library. I mean, I could probably figure this out, but why make my life harder? I don't want the Sysmon manual. Hardware platform guide. Yeah, it's probably faster for me to look for it online because at least I can search for it. Oh, you know what? There's actually an installer right here. So, you know what? Let's just double click that. Like, is that all I need to do? Yeah, that may actually be all I need to do. Wow, look at that CPU go. I don't give up easily. This channel is an exercise in pain and suffering, and I'm going to make the terminal nice and big so you can see it on stream. I mean, the other thing I was considering doing was trying to install Windows 98 on the cursed Macintosh. So, okay. We're not installing the dev environment. We're just installing the benchmarking tool. Not the benchmarking, the system test tools. So, okay.
I did see Chinese support installed. Solaris was pretty good about, Sun was pretty good about Unicode, so Solaris probably would be okay, although I do believe there was a specific Chinese language edition. Yeah, there's the installer. It is running. It's running very slowly, but it is running. I don't know if that's user and kernel time for CPU. I actually do not know. I've never seen it documented. It probably is, now that I think about it. We're literally watching beach balls. This has been probably the longest progress bar simulator we've done on a while. I'm going to go use the facilities while I wait for this to load. It's still extracting? Really? God, did it load, it probably loaded Java to run this blasted application. If you want to send me an SBus Sun PCI card, that feels like a trick question, because I know what I went through with the Sun PCI card, and the Sun PC card was not even full PC emulation. Yeah, you might as well send it to me. Contact me. My email is in my profile. Feel free to drop me a line about that. I don't know why I'm agreeing to this. All right, I just want to do a custom install because I just want VTS. Oh, what is this? What is this UI? Look at this. No install. No install. Yeah, Sun VTS. God, Sunform. Whew. Yeah, okay. That should be enough. Install now. Okay. No, if you look at the Sun PCI video I did, I actually tapped out at the end. I got so fed up with that project that I actually stopped short of where I intended to end it. I turned the fan off because it's cold and it's suddenly it gets all stuck in here. I mean, this is Java 1.2. I wouldn't mind playing it, but I honestly, I'm not that big of a game player, all in all. I'm more inclined to play Europa Universalis than anything else. I mean, I like talking with chat. I mean, it's really awesome just to have people enjoy listening to my stories, because I realized at some point that people watch these streams not so much for the cursed computing content, but for the streamer. Like, I realize that should be really obvious, but obvious is not always obvious to all of us. I don't think we could... No, SPARCStation, not at all.
I could probably get Minecraft to run. I could probably get to run on the earlier Ultra 64s, but you need at least a gigabyte of memory. Like, I couldn't get it to run an Ultra 10. Like, even if I crammed that thing full of memory, I don't think you could do it. One of the later ones, you could almost certainly make it work. CSU DSU Industries. Did you see the Sun PCI video and the level of suffering I did? I got XP to run on the damn thing. And, oh shoot, I'm about to lose my phone because I forgot to plug it in. Without the phone, Aka no move. So. Well, I do call myself the Restless Yankee. It's that title is not arbitrary. Yes. I mean, I had to do a stupid amount of hacking to get XP to install. You know, I just realized I haven't said it this stream, so I am going to say it now. As a reminder, trans rights are human rights. Wow, why did I have to stutter? Trans rights are human rights. I do make a point of saying that on most streams, but I just realized I don't think I've said it on this one. It's really that simple. I don't think anyone's surprised that I'm going to say that, but it should be said. Well, what mistakes did I did? Because, you know, pain and suffering doesn't come with a user manual. Oh, God, that's going to be on the quotes page. That's going to be on the quotes page. For those who don't know, the Discord has a quotes page. I'm on it more than I should be. And yes, my Discord is explicitly LGBT friendly. Granted, we also have this. We have interesting relations with slow computers, but yeah. It's still installing. It's still installing. Like, you know, the worst part is that I've engineered my own pain and suffering. Like, I don't have... It's not that I don't have a disdain for other people's pain and suffering. You know, like, I can understand the suffering of using someone else's access database. But no, I have to go through the trouble of designing my own torture devices and then live stream myself smashing my head repeatedly on the desk over and over and over again. Because... that is how you get the quality and genuine pain and suffering experience. I mean, that was something that I did not expect. Like, I've always been, you know, my views on all of this predate YouTube by a long stretch. I did not expect to find, I mean, I would say probably, I've got a lot of LGBT folks, mostly trans, in my Discord server. I don't know what the actual percentage is. It's high. And that was, like, the biggest thing that... Is the progress bar going backwards? Why did it fail to install? Why? Why? Oh. Please don't tell me it needs something like a patch.
Okay, so what went wrong? So that package installed successfully. Oh, I know what happened. Yeah, I've actually run into this. This is a bug in Solaris. I've run into this one before. You have to just make this directory. Oh, no. Yeah, you just got to make this directory by hand. Driver. Yeah, that should be all I actually need to do. Okay. Oh, you're gonna make me rerun this, aren't you? Ugh. Alright. Let's rerun the installer. No, I'm going to use I'm going to do my pain and suffering the way it was intended. And I'm going to, let's see, let me load CD-ROM? Yeah, Solaris supplemental CD. I mean, we're going to do this properly. Solaris 9, it's just installing the files. It doesn't know the files are there. This is fine. This is all fine. It's alright. The bugs are real. The bugs are real. I literally am feeling my descent into madness one bit at a time. Like it's not even. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Naomi, have some good sleep. Well, no, we probably won't be here because in 2 hours and 20 minutes, I'm going to hit the YouTube stream limit. Oh. Why did I do this to myself? It's good content. Yeah, like, don't worry about staying up super late. I mean, we're at 50 concurrent viewers. I'm probably going to wrap it up. I don't know. When we have the VTS running, I will wrap it up. Yes. Thank you all for coming out. All right, here's the installer. Custom install. Okay. All right. See, the best part I always enjoy is going on Twitter and now Mastodon and seeing what people's reaction to my comments, my shenanigans go. Because it used to be that I would do something and I only get the reaction of 3 people. Like, now when I do something, I get the reaction of the internet. Progress.
Hey, Bill. Hope you're having a good night. We are currently trying to install the diagnostic software for the SPARCStation because this system has had some, shall we say, possessed computing problems. Does it? I thought it would completely delete the VOD if you went past 12 hours. Yeah, we're doing real hardware tonight. I've been trying to do more real hardware more and more often. I mean, obviously, I don't have a PDP-11, so that was going to be an emulator. Like, if someone wants to donate a PDP-11 to the channel, I'm not going to say no, but I don't have a PDP-11. Okay. So, yeah. Yes, we've literally been it's only taken what 4.5 hours to get to the point that we can install the verification and test suite. Where would I Black coffee drinker? The question isn't where I would put a PDP-11. It's having to answer that question is not a bad place to be. Look, at least you're not trying to get a mainframe in for your basement window. It's not so much a spark as a Bic lighter. Oh, if there's anyone from Sun on this call, in this chat, I apologize. No, I know that micro PDP-11s exist. I know that is in fact a thing. Luigi30 on Twitter. She's a MAME developer. Recently got one of the small-scale PDP-11s. You know what's going to happen is I'm going to have an email saying, hey, would you like this PDP-11? And I'm going to be like, No, I've seen PDP-11s. So, no, I've seen actual PDP-11s. They've showed up at VCF. They're not that big. Like, you could get one that fit in an apartment. I don't know how I'd get up 3 flights of stairs and a walk-up, but I'd be willing to try. I mean, we could even bring it to Bell Labs. Bell Labs is like a 20-minute drive from here. It's not far. Yes, Unix is a product of New Jersey. Just in case you were wondering where all the toxic waste went. But I'll be right back. Oh god, my congestion. I gotta tell you, allergies have been just kicking my butt. Oh look, did it actually install that time? Hey, it installed. It actually installed. So I think what we should do now is we should shut the system down. I should put all the RAM sticks in, and then let's see if there is an actual fault. I just realized I spelt pyrotheum wrong. The R and the Y are transposed. Oh well. Run a pass first. Well, too late there. Well, rebooting. I don't think it's shutting down.
How can I tell it to abort system shutdown? I think because I control C'd it. Alright. I think it's VTSUI. Yeah, it's actually a good point. I should definitely run this before I put more memory back into it. Wow, run tickle. Oh boy, it be tickle. Bell Labs is in New Jersey. It's literally down the road from here. It's taking its sweet time to come up. Okay, there we go. Diagnostic. Okay. And I will fix the host name. Let's see, our system test. Memory. That's fine. Yeah, VMem and PMem. That's the two I want to do. Graphics. I don't have loopback devices. I don't care about the diskette. Alright, let's just run it and see what happens. That's fine. I don't need it to run that. We can turn off graphics. Oh, it's having... It's not... Is it doing anything? Like, I should care about SCSI and the other ones, but I don't. Oh, I think it's going under. I think we topped it out. I probably should be running this from the command line. Yeah, I think I maxed it out. I probably shouldn't be running this under X. Oh, okay. I think we just hit close here. I mean, it's doing stuff. I can hear the hard drive swapping like crazy. I have no idea how long this is going to take. Oh, yeah, I see the bots. I see the bots. I got them. And then let me report. Yep, no, I got it. I just wasn't looking at chat. Probably the other mods. Well, it passed the processor test. What I'll probably have to do is run this cumulatively on a loop. I have no idea how long this is supposed to take, though. Yeah, I mean, I hear it screaming away. Those bearings are getting worked out. So it did the other devices. It hasn't. I don't think it's done the memory. I may have to run this on a loop.
Yeah, so it's now doing the virtual memory test. It's struggling. I mean, granted, I am running it with a lot less memory than it wants, but this is not a fast system. Like, if I had a higher end Spark, it would be better. It passed the VMEM, the KMEM test. It passed. System pass 1. I may have to let this run cumulatively overnight, especially if it's an intermediate failure, which is what it looks like. Alright, so we have a single pass. It's not perfect, but let's grab that. So before we do anything else, let me fix the system host name. No, actually, I think I have that spelt correctly. Hold on. Pyrophium. Well, no, it's actually spelled... it's not... Yeah, no, I completely got that wrong. Pyrophium. Because it's the little things that matter. Don't remember where else I have to make changes. Not that I'm going to keep this install. Like, if I'm going to run Solaris on this, I'd almost run 251, which is probably the best version for a machine of this vintage. I mean, maybe 6, but I think 251 would be better. Yeah, net config. I don't remember how you changed the host name. Hold on. Solaris 7 host name change. Node name is what it's called on this version. Yeah, okay, there it is. You know, it's stupid. I shouldn't need to, I shouldn't even have to bother doing this, but I like my little things here. And we're not configured for networking, so I just think I just need to halt the system. Yep, and down it goes. I don't think Firefox is not going to run on this. I really do wish I had a Sun C4. Okay, so now we're now here. I can shut it down. I can physically pull the plug out. And let's get the memory sticks installed. All right. Let's see if we can find what the problem is. So. You're locked. You're locked. That's in. Okay. That's in. Alright, that's all the sticks in. Oh, you know what? It helps when you plug it in. Like, why wasn't it turning on? You gotta plug it in. Yeah, NetBSD would run on this. Oh, I've heard OpenBSD actually runs fairly well. I don't know if it still supports the 32-bit versions. I'm not gonna run the stream overnight, but I will post the results elsewhere. But let's see. I mean, I have an Amiga A4000 High Flyer video toaster. So, oh, am I getting? Did someone just hold on? What was that message? I have absolutely no idea what that is. I'll look at it later. Alright. Now I just gotta wait for the system to turn back on. So we're just kind of sitting here looking at a black screen, seeing if it'll actually turn back on, because it was giving us problems beforehand. So, how's the weather where you are at? Like, I don't know. Oh, there it goes. Okay, I just heard the hard drives reset. Okay, I'm just gonna let it run the memory test. Not that I expect it to find anything, but you know. All right, let me find the Sun. Do find it interesting that how those banks are apparently not consecutive. And yes, I do know there's the shorter command to do this. It's fine. Like I said, I've done the shorter command. It doesn't always work. Cool. All right. Reset. Set defaults. Cool. That's programmed. Oh. And then I'm actually going to boot into single user, and then we'll run the test from there. Okay. Okay, that's booting. At least it's a lot faster off the hard drive than it is off the CD-ROM. And actually, speaking of the CD-ROM, I'm going to get that disk out of there so I don't forget it. There's just a lot of... It's a long story with what's wrong with KDE. I don't... I mean, I've talked about earlier on the stream. I'm too dead. I'm honestly, I'm fading. So we might wrap this up. I really did want to go to the 12-hour mark, but I think we're going to call it after if this has to become a burn-in test. VTSTTY. So hopefully this launches some sort of interface. I have no idea what to expect. I have NeXTstep on a different hard drive. Like, it's physically on a different disk. So I will be able to boot NeXTstep when all is said and done, but I want to see what's going wrong with this box. If you increase the playback speed to 2x, you'll start catching up on current time. Not sure if this is doing anything or not. Failed to connect. Okay. Alright, I'll let it come up into multi-user mode. Maybe there's a daemon that it needs to start. Let me keep an eye on what's running. Volume management starting. System is ready. Yeah, let me drop. So let's drop to a console. I do feel, yeah, I'm definitely at the limit, but I do want at least, I want to finish this as far as I can get it. Okay, so there is a VTS daemon now running, so, okay. So apparently we need to be in multi-user mode. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Alright, let's see how far it gets. This is actually running more memory tests, probably because it's in single user. 2 errors, so what errored out? SCSI devices, zero status view. How do I select what tests I want? Test mode, functionality, grouping, set options, stress, enable. Okay. That's how you do it. Okay, so we want to... I just want to disable the SCSI tests. And then let's see if we can start. Oh, it's running. It's still having problems with that graphics test, so let's just disable them. I mean, the graphics is working fine, so I'm not going to worry that we're not testing that. Well, now we wait, and we'll see if it starts passing. What I'll do is I will put this and watch paint dry on my Discord, and we'll just let it run. And I'll basically let it run overnight. Alright, so we have a system pass. It's running the FPU pass. Let's see if we get a pass or fail on this, because it is entirely possible this has just been problems with NeXTstep. Like, I've heard NeXTstep on Spark is iffy. Well, I don't know if the audio test actually works because I don't have speakers plugged in. Anonymous, thank you for the $50. Wow, we've actually made it to $1,400. That's incredible. So yeah, it's running tests. I mean, it might only be... I mean, it's doing read tests, not write test, which is concerning. Although, the KMEM test might be a write test. I hope. It's nice seeing that there's other people in the New York, New Jersey area. Like,
I feel less alone here. Okay, it's still running tests. Let's run a poll. Will it pass? I mean, it passed the... It's running the KMEM test right now. Alright, I'm just wait. We're just waiting to see, because at this point, I am effectively out of energy. We've passed the CPU tests. I actually ran the system test twice. It's still working on the memory test. I will be both really annoyed and really... Because it means that we've been chasing NeXTstep bugs the entire time. But it really says a lot. Yeah, it's going. Spent quite a bit with the amount of memory in there. I don't know how I don't know how comprehensive this test really is, but I gotta hope. I've gotta hope that this would be a fairly comprehensive test. Alright, I'm going to stretch my legs. Hopefully the memory test will finish by the time I'm back. Alright, let's see what has happened. It's still running. We do in New York City proper, not really, but I saw foxes on occasion up in Rochester. Like, I know they're in the area. They're all throughout the state. We've been streaming for 10 hours and 12 minutes. And that's not counting all the stuff I did yesterday or the pre... Oh man, no wonder I'm dead. Yeah. I mean, natural camouflage is like that. I mean, you're not going to see
something, you know, if foxes were easy to spot, you know, it wouldn't be natural camouflage. I have, not in New York, but I have seen one in Vermont. It wandered into our campgrounds while we were there. It's really kind of creepy. Okay, this is still going. I just noticed that the clock is still set. I wonder how it figured out the time, because I didn't set it. All right, we're still waiting for a system pass. Because if we get a system pass, then I will actually wrap up the stream for the evening, and I will let this run overnight. Because at this point, I think that's the only way I'm going to trust this system. Okay. I do sort, you know, maybe actually, hold on. I do think I may want to run the graphics test. Maybe not. Maybe not. I mean, it is working. If I start having very strange issues, I could run the graphics test separately. Let me see. Let me read the Sun VTS manual while this cycles. Still hasn't given me a system pass, but it hasn't given me a failure either. It took, what, 6 minutes for 64 gigabytes of RAM, and we've put... So probably at the 12-minute mark or so. Ooh. Oh, okay. I thought it just froze there, but it didn't. Okay. I don't know. Like, I'm sorry. I have effectively run out of conversation at this point. Apparently 10 hours was my limit today. Although, what I'm thinking is I'm going to order Domino's as soon as we wrap this up. But I want to see a pass or fail before I wrap up this stream. Come on, pass or fail, pass or fail. Because if it's a fail, it's easy. If it's a pass, I'm going to just have to let this run until it does what it does. I will eat something as soon... I mean, I ate before the stream went, and I'm going to order Domino's as soon as the stream is over. We're not going to go for that much longer. Here. All right. VMem. It's thinking about it. I mean, sooner or later, it's got to finish this test. Bunnies are cute. I'm not much for keeping any sort of pet. I don't, but I do find bunnies really cute. We're still waiting. See your sample. I'm wondering if I should be concerned that I'm not hearing audio, but I got nothing plugged into the speaker jack, so that's probably understandable. Bunny! I really wish it would print some status messages telling us how far it's gone. Alright, I'm just going to mute the mic for a moment. Alright. Still waiting for that first pass fail. I mean, I find it funny that the final form of this stream has come to waiting for a literal set of progress bars. I mean, that's about the only way I can describe this. That being said, I didn't know the Sun VTS tool existed prior to this, so even though I realized it was on the CD, I never looked all that closely at it. So thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, I had a cat that my mom ended up adopting. Lived for a very long time. Even though I am allergic to cats, but I do like cats, and allergy pills work well for me. Yeah. Incidentally, the stream, if it looks like the stream is stuttering, the video capture is stuttering, no, it's actually doing that in real life. It's not, the time is not passing smoothly. Just wish there was more to watch. I guess this is kind of cool. I mean, how often do you run verification and testing on an old system? I've run memtest on old systems, but this is kind of neat. Let's see here. Yeah, we're still kind of just waiting. See, the problem is I don't know what that KMEM test is doing, so I have to assume it's writing memory and verifying it, but I'm not certain. I will know that it's only run the PMEM test once, so it's probably waiting. See here. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. Well, the other difference is I did turn on logging, which we didn't have before. Maybe that's contributing to how long the tests are taking to pass or fail. I mean, that's what I do. When I can't sleep, I've wandered a lot of New Jersey in the middle of the night or go driving or such. Let's see here. Like, I realize this tool was almost certainly meant for use by Sun technicians, which is why it doesn't have, like, a progress bar. Like, the only time you'd run the Sun VTS tool is if you were told to do so by a Sun employee or not. Like, this is almost certainly an internal tool that they just shipped. We're literally here at the 17-minute mark of watching paint dry. Yeah, as far as actual curse computing, we didn't actually get much done on this one. Like, a lot of my streams I've been productive. This one has not so much, but it's basically what the doctor ordered. So, yeah, I mean, it's got to finish the test at some point. Because this is basically supposed to run on a continuous loop. And we got system passes. Hey, good morning. Lena, I hope you slept well. We kept running into issues that looked like we had a memory issue of some sort. So, after a lot of pain and suffering, Sun has an official diagnostic tool called VTS, which required reinstalling Solaris and going through a bunch of hoops. And so I've got all the system memory back in it. We're trying to figure out if this hardware is still good. Unfortunately, we don't know the specifics of how this memory test runs. Like, the P-memory test is read-only. I have to hope that it's doing write test through KMem. But, question mark. Yeah, well, I said that we would be. This is how I was planning on doing an all-day stream. We've raised $1.4 thousand for Trevor Project. And if nothing else, I've got a good burn-in test running on this SPARCStation. And I'll probably do a bunch of video editing after that. The worst part is that these are non-standard memory sticks. The chips themselves are DRAM. There's nothing special about them. The problem is that Sun used a non-standard form factor that they called DS Sims. They don't fit in anything else. I'm not even sure I could use these in a 64-bit system. So I have to use Sun's own verification tools that I know nothing about. And either I end up writing my own memory test that runs in OpenBoot from Forth, or I get really good at doing bare metal Spark programming. I mean, I don't, it's more than once that I've started at like hour 2. It's like, we're only going to go for another hour. It's like, why am I still streaming 12 hours later? Like, this isn't even the first time I've gone to the 10.5-hour mark. Yes. So, like, I get those comments all the time. It's kind of absurd. We mostly, I don't expect anyone to watch the VOD, but we are mostly talking a lot about how, we were first talking about how creators should have the ability to express themselves as they choose without being harassed. And then we were talking a lot about, we had the KMem test passed. We have a 1. So now we just have that P-memory test is still waiting, and so we still don't have a system pass, but the KMem test passed. Yeah, I just noticed that just passed. I'll let it go to the 30-minute mark, and then I think we're going to start wrapping this up. 8 megabytes of memory read. Yeah, okay, so it's actually doing a read back now. I think comparing
Hey, we had a system pass. That is actually a system pass. Total amount of memory, 153. And then... yeah, that is a pass. Alright, I'm going to stop. Yeah, that actually passed. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to do set options. I am going to leave it on stress mode, but I am going to disable. I'm going to just set... I'm just going to let it run if it errors. Not that it should do anything. Alright, so do that. Apply. Test mode. Okay. Let me see if there's anything else in those log files that like we care about. I don't think there is. Yeah, there's a couple of test failures here, so let me just remove the old ones. Alright, and then let's just quit the UI, and then let's just restart it. VTS TTY. No, the bread will be a completely different stream. I don't know... I'm still surprised that people want me to do the bread, but okay. So be it. I like... fine. Start. Okay. I guess I'm going to let this run overnight as a verification test until I know for a fact. I kind of wish... let me see if I can just figure out how to start the graphics test. Because that would be nice to actually be able to use. I might as well do the whole thing if I can figure out how. Yeah, like... I'm going to disable the sound test because I don't care. But if we can test this... I'd like to know because I was concerned that this card might be flaky. Yeah, and then that generates an actual error. So log files, error, display. Alright, so let me see if there's anything useful in this. Apparently not. Alright, so let's turn off the other tests. Just for now. Or, actually, no, let's... just for the moment, I just want to see if we can get this to work. Because this will error out when I try it. Yeah, start, stop. Cool. So set options, notify. Test options. So run verbose. Apply. I don't know if I care enough to try to figure this one out. It's probably documented somewhere, and I don't think I care enough. I'm not looking at chat, so I apologize. Yeah, so turn off verbose, disable. Alright, I'm just gonna let this run. Until it's... well, I don't want running in verbose mode, so hold on. Stop. I do like this tab interface. It's kind of neat. Let's see here. Oh, it's stopping. Send VT. Oh, nope. Well, that's fine. Oh, I think it may be stuck because it's trying to. It's probably just running that test. Once it's done, it will be done. I hope. I mean, the system tests don't take that long. If I hit status view, display all. Okay, cool. System complete. Okay, so that's just gonna run. Yeah, I think that's just gonna run. Yeah, I think at this point I'm gonna wrap it up. So if you are in my Discord, there's a paint drying channel. I will join the live feed of this there, and I will post on Twitter and Mastodon how it finishes in the morning. I think at this point I'm going to wrap it up. So this is the last call for any questions. I think we'll go for a few more minutes, and then I'm just going to call it because I am really, really starting to fade. And at this point, we've lost more than half of the, most of our viewers have gone to sleep for the night. And I can't do anything else with the SPARCStation until I know it's in a good working state. Ooh, and my ears just popped. So, yeah, let me set like a... When this tracks ends, I will just basically... Well, Cheese, we've been streaming for the last 10 hours and 34 minutes. I just kind of reached the limit. We got NeXTstep installed, but it was very flaky. Like, it was exceptionally flaky. So, to the point that I have reason to wonder if there was a memory failure. So, we had to get Solaris reinstalled, and then I have to run... I'm running Sun VTS, which is the verification and testing suite. I am tired. Like, I haven't looked at the election, and I'm gonna not do it on air because I just don't want to be depressed on stream. Like, why do it to myself? I'll look after and see how bad or is or isn't. And honestly, I probably won't look until tomorrow morning. Yeah, I mean, Cheese, you missed an entire conversation about VR. Like, there was a lot of things that you probably would have enjoyed, but it was a good stream. I will say, while we didn't actually accomplish much, it was all in all a pretty solid stream. So, yep. It was mostly talking about how, by and large, VR is only useful in places where people are willing to put up the downside. Like, doing VR chat, is awesome. Being forced to do VR to have a meeting in the metaverse, not so awesome. No, I'm fine. I've got an entire I've got a long-standing tradition of being able to do long-duration computing, and I've been getting up and moving around. Yeah. And I will say that tofu, by and large, is really tasty. I think, though, on that note, this has been your host, NCommander, who has now been streaming for 10 hours and 40 minutes, just short of. And I think this is where we're going to wrap it up. If you've enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, please consider supporting my channel with the links in the description. Also, please, if you are able, consider dropping a few bits into Luna the Fox Girl's tip jar, the creator of the Anochi 2D VTuber software, which I am using, and was very helpful, really went out of her way to help me get this set up in time for this stream. Once again, as a reminder, content creators, we are people. And don't harass someone if they don't do exactly what they want. It should not have to be said. But apparently we do. Alright. On that note, this is NCommander signing out, wishing you all a pleasant evening. Bye-bye.